Anzac Day at the MCG, the 31st edition of the Essendon Collingwood blockbuster. So what makes this day special? A four-game slate for round 7 Saturday footy. A professional win by the D's. Where have you got them in the premiership pecking order? And what about the winless Tigers? Where is their next win coming from? The AFL rebukes its own appeals board after Lance Collard's charge was upheld. How damaging is this latest episode for the game? And is Michael Voss and his team being bullied after the Blues handed over their internal investigation to the AFL? Meanwhile, the trend continues for the Dogs and the Swans. Dyson Heppel's in the house and Max Gawn is going to join us on the phone. All of that ahead on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
So now Fritsch has got it as they're winding down the clock.
Massive specky taken by Cozzy. He got up on the back of Gray. It was a spectacular hover. And for those of the 60,000 that are still in the house, it was worth the wait.
And the D's keep rolling. The all-new D's under Stephen King. A 9-goal win. They win every quarter and get out of here with victory number 5. Perfect 5-0 at the MCG for the Melbourne Footy Club under Stephen King. They're 5-2 on the season. 1300 558 222. The talkback number, that's 1300 558 222. It is Anzac Day at the MCG. The MCC members have just opened, and despite the fact we're still more than 3 hours away from the start of the game, there are already hundreds of patrons making their way in, trying to put their little sticker on their seat and make sure they've got a prime seat this afternoon for the biggest game of the home and away season, the type of match that only Anzac Day can provide. What a special day, the most respected day on the Australian calendar. Corbin Middlemas with you in the broadcast box at the MCG. First at the footy, last to leave on ABC Sport. We're here all day. Of course, you'll hear coverage of the game right here on ABC Sport of the Pies and the Dons. Daniel Harford's been good enough to join us, one of the most respected voices in footy, former Hawthorn, Carlton footballer, Carlton AFLW coach. All-round nice guy, I think it's fair to say, is with us here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Hello, Harf.
Hello, Corby. Hard to argue with any of that. Nice to be with you. Nice to be with you on Anzac Day. It is a great day. It is a beautiful day weather-wise. It's been a glorious morning, and to see the members start to flood through for this event this afternoon, because it's more than just a game, it's an event. It's a very special day, obviously, for football, but for the nation, and it is well patronised by all and sundry. So I'm very, very keen to see how it all unfolds, and lovely to be with you.
And we're very lucky to have this man with us. Even up here on level 3, I'm far too close to the green stuff that I should ever be on Anzac Day, but it's old hat for this man. He's done it 12 times, captained the Bombers on 5 occasions on this day. His name is Dyson Heppel, and he joins us on ABC Sport. G'day, Hep.
Yes, cool. Thanks for having me on, mate. What a pleasure this is, and what a day for footy. Unbelievable.
It's awesome, isn't it? I mean, sun shining, 24 degrees of forecast top, not a cloud in the sky, and the most respected day on the calendar. What makes it special? What is it about Anzac Day in particular as a footballer that's got to experience so many times? What's special about this day?
Oh, well, it is just an incredible occasion right across Australia. But look, for over the course of my career, to have the opportunity and the genuine privilege it was to play on this day, you know, as a moment for us as players to pay our respects for those that have fought and fallen for our country is truly special, mate. And just like, you know, I think it was game 5, my first Anzac Day game, and you know, I remember coming out the race to, you know, already nearly 80 to 90,000 there in the stands, and by the game start, 100,000 in the stadium, and you've got the minute silence where you can hear a baby cry up on the 4th tier, and I just like my whole body was just vibrating and nearly laughing at that minute silence. It was just a crazy experience, and just some really special memories across the course of the career for being able to play on this day.
What does Anzac Day mean to you, Daniel Harford?
Well, I'll tell you what it's done. This day has done for me. It's educated me a lot more about what it does stand for and resonate with the population. I'm thinking back to my time as a kid, and Anzac Day was a thing, right? And we all knew it was there and what it was about, sort of generally. But we never got to the depths of the details of the storytelling and absolutely what happened and why we do celebrate or commemorate a day like today. And I think footy's done a great job with that. And on my involvement with footy in the last 20 years, I think Anzac Day's been one of the most special days just for my education on what our nation has been through, what we've stood for as a nation, what we should be standing for now as a nation, and perhaps how we've lost our way perhaps a little bit on the journey, and how we'd like to get back to some of those values. But it's a very special day. I've family who were veterans of Vietnam. So there's a connection there. Obviously not the major world wars back in the old days, but Vietnam's very real for a lot of Australians out there, and probably doesn't get a lot of love in terms of the coverage of what that meant and the sacrifices they made. So it's a pretty special day, but I think footy's done a great job. For me individually, and I'm sure there's others out there that would feel the same about that since footy has really started to back it and make it something very, very special, the masses have come and we're all together. We're all stand together for the one day at least, which is a bit of a challenge in the modern world.
It is. It's so well put. I mean, and notwithstanding the events at the Shrine this morning with the welcome to country, but separate to that, it's become one of my favourite days on the calendar, and it wasn't meant to be that. Like, if I think back to 2003, where I was lucky enough to come to my first Anzac Day game, I was standing there as an 11-year-old in the stands or whatever, and the day probably meant a lot different to me than what, or meant something different to me than what it has in recent years. Whereas, as you said, there's so few days on the calendar, and maybe the advent of mobile phones, and we're all interconnected and everything in the palm of your hands. I don't think any of us thought it would make us hate each other the way that it has really as a society over the last 10 years or so. So to be able to have a day where it feels like we're all pulling in the same direction is special, and footy's been able to play a role in that clearly in the last 30 years in telling those stories. How much of an education piece was there alongside the game, Dyson, as a player? I saw all the guys at the Shrine again during the week. How much did you do on, I guess, learning a little bit about your war history?
Yeah, I think that was, one of the best parts of the lead into the game itself was the week prior, and there would be guest speakers come out to the club and those that have served for our country, and just hearing some of the stories from those guys was incredible. And as you say, when I'm 18, 19 in my first couple of years, it was more, just excited and you're nervous and leading into the game. And then as I matured and got older throughout my career, I really made sure I was really present for those moments and absorbed as much of the information as I possibly could. And I reckon by my third year, I was sitting there prior to one of our guest speakers coming in and having a good chat with Jack Jones, great Essendon man, and he was talking about some of the new draftees that were coming in and gave me the perspective of a 19-year-old kid that, were jumping off the boats, getting shot at, and literally, climbing over dead bodies and grabbing their satchels and guns to load up on more. It was just like, and he goes, just imagine that. These kids that are coming in and getting drafted and, now you've got the privilege and honour to play footy on this day, and you compare that to what they were going through at the time, and it just gave us an enormous, wow, we are so grateful to be able to, be here, be able to play footy in general, but, for them to make Australia what it is today, to live the way we do. So, it was some really important messaging and moments throughout the week of Anzac, throughout the career.
And I think that's a really good point. It's hard to fathom.
Yes, yeah.
That whole concept, right, of these kids, just kids, doing exactly what you were saying before. And put that into context in the modern world and how that would possibly ever go down. There's not a chance. I've got an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old. There's not a chance in hell that they'd be ready or equipped or able to do that.
Yeah.
And you can put that into perspective and think, well, that is quite something. It's just ridiculous in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And
that's what was forced upon them.
Footy wasn't spared from the horrors of war. So over 150 VFL footballers killed in active service. 31% of all players had served in the Defence Force by the time Vietnam ended. That's amazing to think. Wow. 3 in every 10 players had committed to national service across their lives up until that point by the early 70s. We'll talk more about that as we work our way through today. We've got the whole day covered here at the MCG. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, Anzac Day at the G. The Saturday slate, it actually starts in a quarter hour from now down in Tassie. Jamari Ugle-Hagan makes his club debut. He's almost had 600 days out of AFL football. Of course, sat out all of last year with the Western Bulldogs. So their Suns up against the Hawks without Sicily and without Moore, both missing through suspension. If you want to listen to that game, you can find it through ABC Listen, and you can stream the match and follow along. You can toggle between the two on AFL and AFL Extra. So the Hawks and the Suns, a full call will be available there. We'll keep you updated here. And then later tonight, so after Collingwood and Essendon stands alone at the MCG, then tonight, different directions. So it's 6:30 Eastern Time, Port Adelaide play Geelong, and then just after 8 o'clock Eastern Time over in Perth, it'll be Fremantle and Carlton. We'll bring you 6 quarters across those games here on ABC Sport as the day progresses. Again, if you want the whole games of any of those matches, you can find them streamed all through ABC Listen. All right, the footy news. Max Gawn's going to join us shortly, so we'll talk more about the Demons when he comes along. But Keziah Pickett was outstanding last night, and Stephen King gave him an understandable hat tip in his post-game press conference.
We afforded Cozzy the luxury to go up to Darwin early in the week to see his daughter for her birthday on a 5-day break. He, the way he looked after and managed his body, came back, trained, and then to do that tonight, it's pretty amazing to watch. Like he's as a player and a performer that Cozzy is, the package he's got, skill, athleticism, courage. He's got that hardness about him. It's inspiring, and it's a real pleasure and a treat for me to coach because the things he does on the footy field it's electric.
It's an amazing insight. So he's had 29 and kicked 4, taken mark of the year, and on a 5-day break he went to Darwin and back. Unbelievable.
So I don't want to hear any of these footballers these days telling me I'm on a 5-day break at town. I don't want to hear it, guys. All right, I don't want to hear it because he's just proven that theory is garbage. Just let me do my thing. But it does show the way they've handled Cozzy and how he's really respected that and buying in and competing accordingly on the way back. I think it's a great relationship they've struck up, Stephen King and Cozzy, the way they're looking after him at the moment. It's the second time they've let him go prior to a game. It was round 1, was it?
Yes.
First game, where he went up, was in Darwin for family reasons and came back, and there was some concern about whether or not he played. He played really well. And again, obviously through the week. So clearly there's a very, very healthy respect and trust between those parties at the moment. It's paying dividends.
Where have you got them in the pecking order, the Demons? What are they capable of under Stephen King?
Jeez, it's been crazy, hasn't it? It's been a real bolter, I guess, for this year. And apart from the Dons getting them done a couple of weeks ago over at Gather Round, I feel like they're actually starting to cement some really consistent footy. They've got damaging players right across the ground and playing a great brand to watch. So, I certainly see them playing finals, and how far they go will be really interesting.
You've got them in the middle of the pack still. I'm still not 100% convinced. I've seen them a lot so far this year at the MCG, and they're 5-0 at the MCG, and outside the Sunday 3:15 slot for the first time last night, they got the job done. So they tick another box yesterday. They're very impressive to watch. They're energetic.
Yeah.
My concern is whether or not that's sustainable for the entire journey of the season, the marathon that is the season. So I'm keen to watch how that plays out. But I want to watch them full stop because they are very, very entertaining. They give you a chance on the way back through, so that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, I think, as well. But, gee, they're exciting. They are so energetic and playing with real confidence in this system and trust that Stephen King's given them to go out there and play.
So it might have been Dan Gorringe. I saw the memes about the sort of Demons 3:15, almost like the Austin 3:16 for people that were WWF fans.
Yeah, nice.
Which I didn't mind it as a little bit of a play on that.
That's good.
They're back in that time slot next Sunday, so they play Sydney in Sydney. That's going to be a fun game of footy. So Swans, we know how they can move the footy, and then a real litmus test, as we love to say in footy, for the Demons next Sunday to see how they go there.
So the Brisbane win was the big one, wasn't it? I mean, they beat Security, Carlton, Gold Coast, Brisbane and Richmond. Brisbane was the big one last week. And that really stamped them as a team for me that could do something. Still, obviously, as I said before, sitting on the fence a bit, but they could do something. Outside of that, they're beating teams that probably they were going to beat anyway, or around their mark. So that's my take on them.
I think we all now have them top 10 sort of wildcard team. Now top 6 should be in their sights. I mean, you're 5-2, keep banking wins. Why not? And we talk about early season wins, bit of belief grows and everything else. Is there anything to the ground, Dyson? I mean, we love in the media reading a lot into these things. So they played 5 games here, as Half mentioned, they're 5-0. They've kicked over 100 points in all 5. And yet away from home, they got blown away by the Bombers and they weren't really competitive against the Dockers. Is there anything specific, do you think, that can suit a team here at the MCG as opposed to elsewhere?
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? I'll tell you what, though, grounds where you do want to play well, it's here. It's at the G, that's for sure. So I think they can hold that one nice and tight. But it suits them. It certainly does. They're exuberant. They're youth. They've got a lot of guys that can cover territory up and down the ground all day, and it's a wide open ground. So when they can really open teams up through their spread, and they're quite dynamic in that aspect. So I think the G and the proportion of the G really suits their style of play. But if they can tidy up a couple on the road, things could look pretty nice for them.
When I was a kid watching the Channel 10 footy and the fifth quarter would come on late at night and Robert Walls would be there giving his analysis, the late grade of what's going on in footy, he used to always say, it's all about your bottom six, what your bottom six looks like. And I feel like when I look at Melbourne at the moment, I think, gee, they get a lot out of that bottom six. They've got Robert Walls' words ringing in my ears.
There you go. Don't mind it.
Amazing. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. Daniel Harford, Dyson Heppel in the house. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas with you. Hawthorn and Gold Coast 10 minutes away from a jump. We'll keep you up to date there. There's also a stream available through ABC Listen. The other side of the coin last night, so the Tigs, their losing run continues. They're now 0-7 on the young season with a percentage in the 50s. The umpiring was notable last night. I'm not sure it ultimately decided the outcome, but understandably, Adam Uze was quizzed about it post-game and the holding the ball rule.
Well, I know that we try and tackle, and you'd love to get rewarded for tackling. So, I think the umpires would review every game and they'd get some right and some wrong. It was just a frustrating night. I felt like when we didn't get rewarded for a few of them and then we got punished for others. So, you're going to get the rough end of the stick in certain games, but like I said, if you just want to get rewarded for pressure, we're a pressure team. We expect our players to put pressure on the opposition, and if they've missed a few out there, they've missed a few. But like I said, that's the main thing for a coach. If the boys are trying hard and executing good tackles, then reward it.
Now, Ray Chamberlain's coming up next hour on the program. He'll join Ben Cameron and Dyson Heppel in the 1 o'clock hour. They'll talk more about the umpiring. But the one that sent everyone berserk last night was just down in front of us here where Mark was taken by Brody Myercheck. Running by was Max Gawn, and his direct opponent was trotting alongside him on the outside. So it was basically Myercheck, then Gawn running, and then his direct opponent, Ben Miller.
Yep.
They were inside the 5 metre radius when Myercheck took the mark, but important to differentiate, Miller wasn't actually in the marking contest, so he wasn't impacting Myercheck. He wasn't trying to be there, but he was in that 5 metre radius. And he kept running with Gawn, his direct opponent, down in towards the Demons forward 50. The umpire blows his whistle. 50-metre penalty. Did not stand in the protected zone. What do you make of it?
No, it's the stupidest thing in footy. I'm serious. Seriously, it is the stupidest thing in footy. These players are having no bearing on the contest or that moment. They're following their opponents. And because they might have been in the zone, which is arguable anyway, we see the way they measure distance, the umpires, with the kicks these days. Some go 7, some go 40, and still play on. Or a mark for 7 metres. So it's arguable anyway, the distance parameters that they've put in, Dice. I just think it's the stupidest thing in footy to have such a penalty for things that don't affect the game, nor are really in the spirit of the whole thing, which, I don't know, it's a big debate, the spirit of the game thing, but I just think it's so stupid and so inconsistent. And that's the other thing. That's not the same decision every time that happens. It's a different decision. Yeah. That was like holding the ball from Thursday night to Friday night. So different in the interpretations. And I think that's what drives footy fans absolutely bananas, let alone coaches. We heard from Adam Uze, although he's been quite diplomatic about it. He was so frustrated last night with what was going on. And the players, and you've lived that more recently than anyone.
Yeah, no doubt. And you bang on with the consistency point of view. No matter what the rules are and what they want to bring in, as long as they are consistent with their calls across the course of a game and a weekend in general. But I'll tell you what, I also feel for the umpires with all these rule changes as well. The things they need to take in. You know, I've tried bloody umpiring a couple of drills at Pies training of late, and boys are dishing it to me. I've got no idea, so I've got a bit of a taste for that and feel for the umpires as well. But you're right, it is a tough one, and as you say, we just want that consistency across the course of it.
But that's such a good point. We're asking them to do so many things they don't need to do. Yeah. They shouldn't have to do.
Yeah.
So it's not on them. It's on the lawmakers and the way that that's passed down the chain.
I wonder if this was just an unintended loophole of the rule where clearly the idea of the radius is there for a marking contest. So say there's 10 players involved. They don't want all 5 opposition players running away. They want one person to stand there. I don't think when they were going through the rule and putting it on the whiteboard and everything, they ever thought that scenario would unfold where you've got someone taking an uncontested mark, somebody cruising by, they're in the 5 metre radius, not realising that they've got to stand and then...
following their opponent.
Costs the team 50 and a shot at goal.
Yeah, stupid.
We've got some breaking news coming through here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. So this is straight out of AFL House. The AFL advises that it has terminated the appointment of Will Horton KC as chair of the AFL Appeals Board effective immediately. Wow. So the AFL advises it has terminated the appointment of Will Horton KC as chair of the AFL Appeals Board effective immediately. Mr. Horton served as chair since his appointment in March 2024. So for, 2 years, and has contributed at club level over many years, and the AFL thanks him for his services. But the man the KC, who oversaw the Lance Collard case, has been terminated effective immediately as the chair of the AFL Appeals Board.
Well, that's a significant decision. It's the right decision, just by the way, but it's a significant decision for headquarters to make that call. That wouldn't have been an easy call to make because of not only Will's service, but also his capacity as a KC and what they need from the Appeals Tribunal perspective, Appeals Board's perspective. But it's the right outcome because, and I'm not sure if we're delving into this right now, but the judgment that was handed down and has been widely mocked in the last 48 hours or thereabouts was one of the most extraordinary things I've read ever in football judiciary. It didn't make any sense. The fact that it got to that point where somebody signed off on that after the events and the findings was utterly ridiculous. It was absurd. So I'm not surprised. Oh, I'm a bit surprised they pulled the trigger at the AFL with their relationship with Will Horton KC, but that's the outcome that needed to happen because that was totally unacceptable, that judgment and the way it was worded and what it implied as a result.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. It's been slammed not only by the AFL, the Players Association have come out and said they're deeply concerned by the comments. Does not suggest they do not accept this, the suggestions that vilification is commonplace in the game. So if you want to have your say, 1300 558 222. Just to backpedal on what happened here. So the Appeals Board, while upholding the original charge, downgraded the suspension to 4 matches against Lance Collard for a second homophobic slur that he was found guilty of. So he had one previously, had this case here, with 2 of those 4 matches suspended. So effectively misses 2 matches. But it wasn't even the fact that they downgraded the penalty. It was the reasons, as Half said, that were provided. So the 5 reasons. 1, that the first offence was worse. So that was reason number 1.
It's just, it's laughable.
The second one, his age, the fact that he's young and he's Indigenous. 3rd point,
stupid.
His difficult background. 4th point, the player said he wasn't offended who received the slur.
This is from intelligent people. They're writing this.
Incredible. And the 5th one, he was mad and that he gave away a free kick. He was roughed up and verbally challenged. And so they're the 5 reasons as to why the penalty was downgraded. The AFL would be understandably furious with this, but they did put a press release out, it must be said, at 7:44 on Thursday night. So if you think about what was happening at 7:44 on Thursday night, that was 14 minutes into the first quarter of the Bulldogs and the Swans.
Yep.
And as part of the release, it said this matter is otherwise closed.
So they were happy to just sign off on it.
Gone.
That was post-judgment, post-findings.
Yep.
They were happy to sign off on it at 7:44.
Matter's closed. And then
the world erupted.
Reasons comes out. Fit hits the shan. Then all of a sudden at 3:05 on Friday, Andrew Dillon says it's part of a media release, upon further, the AFL say they have further reflected on the incident. In the AFL's view, stronger action was not only required, it was necessary, and that the AFL specifically rejects to the statement, it is commonplace for players to use racist, sexist and homophobic language, and the AFL communicated those concerns to the Appeals Board. And then we've just learnt this morning, so that was yesterday, that release came out yesterday afternoon, and only moments ago the AFL announcing that they've effectively relieved Will Horton KC of his duties as the chair of the Appeals Board.
But that in itself, that press release at 7:44 on Thursday night is grounds for someone to lose their job as well, as far as I'm concerned, because that's an acceptance of that finding, of that judgment handed down. They've clearly read that. To write that statement, they've clearly read that. And only upon outrage, the quite right outrage from the public, did they respond and reflect upon their acceptance of that judgment. But that's unacceptable. We're talking about the leaders of the national competition that are responsible for the way that this game is carried out day in, day out across the nation at any level. That's an unacceptable statement to release at 7:44 on the Thursday night. How it got to that point where that was the end result for them, we consider the matter closed. With good football people, Dyson, and I have no personal ill will against any of these people, but that's unacceptable. To be forced to backtrack and then come strong the next day once the reaction from the public had become very, very loud and clear, that's not right.
Dyson, you're not long retired. The language that was used by the KC to say, hey, it's commonplace for players to use racist, sexist and homophobic language. Is that the case?
It's crazy. It's a crazy statement. That is absolutely ridiculous. You know, not throughout the course of my career did I hear any of that out on the ground. and teammates had at times, and they express their feelings around it. So it's not as if players are accepting any of it either. It's just a really, really important one to know. That is a ridiculous comment, because you do not want that creeping into the minds of the public or kids watching the game that is okay. It's absolutely not the case. So, just a ludicrous situation.
So appeal wasn't upheld, so it was dismissed. Second offence, significantly reduced penalty because the game's hard. Effectively. That's effectively what that statement said. Wow. Don't worry about it. We understand sometimes the game's hard. Don't worry about it. We'll give you a couple of weeks. Seriously. Yeah. The AFL have been trying to be so many things to so many people. They've lost their focus on their core business and their principles and their guiding values of what the game needs to be for all Australians.
Yeah. And this their stance on homophobia is admirable, and it's a thing that means a lot to me, and as someone that follows this incredibly closely, I have found it hard to be difficult of Dillon's administration on that, because at least they're doing something about it. Previous administrations of the game swept under the rug, didn't want to know about it. So although people talk about, there's been 9 cases and everything else, I guarantee it didn't go from 0 to 9. So that there has been cases in the past, they just weren't reported on, or players weren't fined heavily for it. But I think what episodes like this does, and unfortunately for Andrew Dillon, where you sort of think, hey, this is out of his remit and it's appeals board and everything else, but it's just more faith lost in the leadership of the game. And there's little bits that chip away the whole way through, and that it feels like everything has warts on it at the moment, whether it's the Butters Tribunal case or opening round, which was meant to be for the Northern States, but then when that's challenged, we'll let St Kilda in, and then it's challenged further up. By the way, everyone's back in. You think, if you want to do this opening round Northern States thing, do it. Just be strong and say, I don't care if we're going to upset people, we believe in it and we're going to see it through. Same with the homophobia stuff. If they believe in it, see it through. Whether it's Isaac Rankin, no discounts, Lance Collard, find a way forward. The Butters case, whether that could have been sent somewhere else as a way for mediation as opposed to finding its way into the tribunal there. It just feels like there's so many frays at the edges, isn't there, on everything that just happens in the game at the moment. And I wonder with Andrew Dillon, and I thought it was going to be the homophobia thing for a while. What's his thing going to be? So if you look at Andrew Demetrio, and he had the Northern expansion, and you had Gillon McLaughlin, he gave the tick to Tasmania, he brought in the Women's League, and his legacy secured. I wonder when Andrew Dillon's sitting here now, a couple of years down the track, what's his thing going to be in football that he's going to be able to say, when I ran the game, that's what we did?
It's a good question to ask, and for him to reflect upon too at the moment. He's a thoroughly decent human, Andrew Dillon.
I agree.
So I have no issues with Andrew Dillon as a human being. I think he's a bit wobbly in a leadership perspective at the moment. There's too many people taking at his coat, trying to pull him in all different directions.
Yeah.
And as a result, I don't know if he forgets how he stood one day and then and changes and alters the next day. There's too many voices coming at him. He's not strong enough. I don't know. But I don't think the football public's ever had less faith in the stability and the strength of the AFL administration than it is today.
And that's, you're going to upset people, aren't you?
Yep, that's your job.
Yep.
Your job is to upset people, because for starters, you've got 18 sets of fans that don't care about the other 17 sets. So any decision you make for the game is going to upset someone. You've got to be strong.
We got a draft in a few months' time. We don't know what the bidding rules are yet.
Which is causing some unrest at clubs too, just by the way.
Amazing. The fascinating figure in all of this, I find, is Craig Drummond. So he's the new commission chair.
Yep.
And when he came in, I was told by a number of club presidents that basically, I said, what's he going to be like? What's Drummond going to bring to the role as the chairman of the commission? And just about all of them that I spoke to said, well, if I was at AFL House and I was working there, I'd feel like I'm on notice from today. That he doesn't suffer fools. He's a very hard taskmaster, and it's very much that. He gives a lot of himself, but he requires a lot of his people in return. So I think about, when he started almost as a new chapter and what we've had in the game since then. I think there's been a couple of little episodes that haven't reflected too well. Toby from Tasmania is the first of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Toby.
Hey, Corbin. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
I was just calling about the Collard appeals reasoning that KC wrote. And it referenced that it wasn't just homophobic comments, but racist and sexist comments are commonplace from time to time made by players, whether it's commonplace or occasional. That part didn't make sense. But he also mentioned in his reasoning that Collard had a difficult upbringing and referenced that he was Indigenous. And I don't understand how accepting that racist remarks are commonplace in the AFL system helps a guy like Collard if his difficult upbringing, you would assume, is partly copying racial discrimination on and off the field, and that feeds into the difficult upbringing consideration. I don't see how the outcome benefits a guy like Collard in the long term.
So there are some complexities to all this,
Yep.
right? And we do understand. The AFL made commented about that in the revised statement yesterday. So there are some complexities in all this, but I don't think we can categorise and compartmentalise those factors when you're dealing with such significant issues in the game and the community and the game's leadership in that. I don't think we can categorise it like that and just separate them because of things that have happened or things that are a part of a person's life. We can't be accepting of that because then effectively you're creating different categories for different people and different rules for different people, and that's not the way the world works.
Yeah.
I actually think the race is a fascinating component of all this, where and this is where I wonder if the AFL wants to really turn over this rock, where I feel like their approach to homophobia, and as I said, while admirable, it's almost like the old Woody Allen line about, trying to swat a fly with a Buick, that it's kind of like, right, we've got this issue and we're just going to whack it and essentially hope that heavy suspensions are going to stamp it out of the game and that'll be the way forward. And for some people, that is the way. But for other people, that's not necessarily the case. And I imagine, if we had psychologists on and everything else and you looked into people that experience vilification, are they more likely to vilify others? And in my conversations, I think, you speak to people that are well-versed in that area, that they would think you could write a whole thesis on this as to how that comes about. And what that involves is a lot of education, a lot of training, a lot of unlearning, understanding about, the society in which people are dropped into and what it looks like and how it happens. But these are big, broad conversation pieces that require a lot of time and effort and energy.
Yep.
And I just wonder where the AFL, I think, are hoping that they can arrest this overnight, that they can try and stamp it out at every single level. And as I said, I feel like it's an admirable thing to do, but it's such a complex thing. And if you look at the offending parties, there are, it's disproportionate, I think, that the amount of the demographics of the people that are offending compared to the broader population. And I wonder whether the AFL is even interested in trying to analyse why that is.
But is that their role though? Go back to my point before. Is that their role? They're not the government. They run a football competition and is responsible for a lot of leadership in terms of social issues, and I absolutely respect them the way they go about that. But is it their role to fix everything?
It's a good counterpoint. Yeah.
My personal view is it's not.
Yeah.
It's their role to be really responsible when dealing with the issues when they arise, and to help the education process. And we talked about the Anzac Day thing before, and the education process that comes with that. They are capable of influencing a lot of people positively.
But what if that happens if, in a way where you're trying to weed out one issue, you're also further marginalising another marginalised group?
Yeah. Well, you can't be everything to everyone. This is what I was saying before.
A lot of it does have to come back to the clubs as well, though, and the education that they put forth to the young players coming into the footy club, and the importance of making sure that guys that are vilifying others and whatever it may be, it's a product of they don't feel safe within themselves. They need to take out their energy on someone else. It's like, trying to educate, create an environment where all the players, whoever it may be, anyone that comes into the footy club feels a real sense of belonging, sense of safety to be themselves and can express themselves fully and embrace for that, where it doesn't get to a point where everything's bottled up and built up from their past, from their upbringing, from that environment. There's elements that you actually need to do work in that space to help guys clear that and be in a really clear, healthy mental frame of mind to, one, be a damn good person, but also you're going to get far more out of their footy as well. So I think there's a big gap in terms of the work that clubs do to getting, the programs in place to create better humans, not only better footballers. So, I think it's a really important point, the more that clubs can do going forward.
The insights of Dyson Heppel with us today, alongside myself, Corbin Middlemas and Daniel Harford. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Coming up next, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club is going to join us right here on ABC Sport.
Look at me.
Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares.
In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This is fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is AFL Saturday
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital,
and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
The 8-time All-Australian, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, Max Gawn's been good enough to join us the morning after his side's 5th win of the young season here on ABC Sport on AFL Saturday. Max, appreciate your time.
Thanks, Corbin. Afternoon after. We've got to 12:40 now. Right. It's been a nice morning. Any morning after a Friday night win is it's a nice feeling.
Keeping me honest straight out of the gate. So I saw you yesterday, Max, and I think it was highlighted on one of the television coverage post-game about you just cruising out, doing some earthing on the MCG, taking a little seat on the far side underneath the Shane Warne stand. I look at this Melbourne team at the moment, I think, gee, it looks like a lot of fun to be part of. And you've had as much fun as you can have in footy, obviously winning a premiership and breaking a long drought. Does it feel that way? Is it a fun group to be part of in 2026?
Yeah, fun's the buzzword coming out of our football club at the moment. We like to think there's a whole lot more to it than just fun, but from the perception outside, if you're seeing us smiling and enjoying our footy, that's exactly the narrative that we're happy to push. I'm not sure if me being out there with my no socks on earthing is fun, but I
love it.
I certainly enjoy the MCG, and the fact that I can get there nice and early and be out in the MCG by myself, it's a pretty cool experience and something that I don't take for granted. So to be able to get out there, feel the MCG on my feet, and then get ready to have some fun with the boys, it's a pretty cool experience.
Well, you're doing great things with you and the boys at the moment, Maxie. Daniel Harford, mate. Nice to chat as always. I'm interested in what happens post-game on a Saturday morning after a Friday night for the 8-time All-Australian.
I drove all the way to Blackgowrie after the game last night and have been woke up here this morning. We actually went to Peninsula Hot Springs, which is nice.
Did you?
Yeah, George, my 4-year-old, started singing the Melbourne theme song in one of the baths and everyone evacuated. But it was a beautiful, beautiful morning.
So I think we're learning that you're a public bather. That's something for the listeners this afternoon, which is good news. Well done to you.
Yeah, I was trying to book the private stuff, but the family wanted
good for you. Get amongst the people. You've always been a man of the people. Further to Corbin's comment about you, how happy and joyful it sort of seems to be. It seems the word I'd use is relaxed. You look really calm and relaxed as a group and full knowing of what you're supposed to be doing. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I like that word. It's a word we're trying to use a little bit more within our game style. I think everyone from the round 1 game against St Kilda, including both coaches, said it was a frantic shootout. And that's not really something we want to play in, a frantic shootout. We want to sort of have time where we can have the ball and hold the ball for a little bit rather than always defending and then just slingshotting when we get the chance. So I'm not sure if you've seen the sign on our bench. I actually don't know who it is, but it's a pretty cool, calm, composed character to regulate the game at different points. So, yeah, that is something that we're trying to do. We're trying to feel at one with the game, relax a little bit more, not just play that frantic footy that we did in round 1.
Yeah, well, it's working a treat. The MCG's been a wonderful venue for you this year, and the rest of the season, obviously, you have to branch out to different venues. We were talking about this before. Is there something about this venue that makes your system and style currently work the way it does?
I think we play there 12 times, and you can play finals with 12 wins, can't you? So we're obviously all 5 of our wins have been at the G, and we didn't play gather round well against Bombers at Adelaide Oval. And we lost a Freo, a pretty hot Freo in Perth. But here's a chance this week. It's really exciting to be able to get Sydney and Sydney. If you're talking about home ground advantages, particularly in the last sort of 12 months, Sydney and Sydney is as hard as it gets. And we've got to sort of break a mini little hoodoo we've created ourselves by only winning at the G. So we love playing at the G. It's nice and open. The Melbourne fans are absolutely rocking it currently. It's Sunday 3:15 is a pretty dangerous time for us, which is funny enough. When we play Sydney and Sydney, we play Sunday 3:15. We've got to do it on different ground.
Gawny, Dice Heppel here, mate. Hope you're tracking well, brother, and great to see you flying.
Thanks, mate.
I had a couple of mates go to the game last night, and they are big Maxie Gawn fans, that is for sure. And they sent me a couple of videos from the members' stands. Every time you came off the ground, there was a massive standing ovation and cheer, mate. I'm just thinking, how is that vibe for you when you come off the ground? Do you notice these things, or is it just this sheer love from the D's fans for the big Gawny? It's bloody cool to see.
The Melbourne fans, they all pack out the members. I'm sure there is Melbourne fans in different parts of the ground, and the cheer squad always hate me saying the Melbourne fans are always in the members, but there is Melbourne fans in the members, and they tend to pack it out. And I actually, last night, our runner, Rory Atkins, came to me about 6 minutes ago and said the boys want you off. And I made it the hardest sort of 2-3 minutes to get off the ground, knowing that I was going to, I can't get off till there's a stoppage. And I sort of stayed on. I ended up getting a goal, which was so it was pretty smart by me. I stayed out for a goal.
Genius.
And then that caused one of the biggest eruptions when I did come to the bench, Dyson. It's smart.
You're a genius,
I wasn't born
man.
yesterday. I needed to get that little standing ovation. It wasn't my best game, but I wanted the standing ovation when I come off, so I made sure I stayed on for the goal.
Outstanding, mate. Love to see it. Good job.
Max, next week you play against Brodie Grundy, who, of course, was your former teammate. He plays his 250th game. It's a great game of footy, obviously, with the D's going up there to play the Swans. I heard Simon Goodwin talk about this, about why it didn't work, and essentially he said, oh, look, we ultimately found out that neither Max or Brodie were a forward, and we couldn't quite get it to work at the same time. Have you had much to do with Brodie since you went your separate ways?
Yeah, Brodie's one of my most favourite people I've met in football. In fact, both my former rucks, Luke Jackson's a ripping person as well. I've enjoyed the time playing against them both, and then also playing with Brodie. There'll be a fun trivia question in about 20 years. Who was the third club that Brodie Grundy played for? I reckon a few people will forget that he was at the D's, but I think Goody was a bit tongue-in-cheek. I actually think it did work. We sort of played 10 to 12 weeks together. We were sitting in the top four. We just weren't getting the goals that we wanted. And Brodie and I both weren't kicking any, but we're still playing some good football. And then Goody just decided to make a switch. And then we beat Brisbane at the G when Melksham kicked a goal for the sign. And I had a pretty good game. And it was pretty hard yakka to play two rucks post that. I was actually pretty bullish on how we're going in the first 12 weeks. I don't need to sell it anymore because he's no longer here. But I certainly enjoyed playing with him, rucking against him, training with him. And he's going really well currently. I did watch the first half against the Doggies the night before our game, Thursday night, and yeah, he's in some super form. We look like we're probably going to take two into him. So we got the two Maxes, and hopefully we can work out a strategy to be able to stop his influence in games that he's having.
You'll love this question, I'm sure. A big hypothetical from the sports guy on the radio talking to an 8-time All-Australian. But so do you feel like if the rule changes had happened earlier, that perhaps we could have got a bit more life out of it? The Grundy-Gawn combination, given the way the game's played with 23 now and same rotations and everything else? Yeah, there's dual rucks happening everywhere. I think what actually probably cooked me and Brodie in the end is we were both well-paid, highly credentialed players that people were expecting a whole lot more off than just sometimes having a quiet game, where other double rucks, for example, Max Heath last week played 35% game time, but no one's blinked an eyelid on that. So it was more the fact that we were both sort of wanting to get extremely high numbers that probably hurt us back then. But yeah, if the new ruck rules now, both of us love jumping. Brodie's doing extremely well. I think he might be, I'm sort of making this up, but let's just run with it. I think he's the best hit out to advantage at centre bounce in the comp at the moment. So, and then you think about the guys at his feet and how I just got this weird picture at SCG. They kick goals from the corridor a lot. I can just see Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney getting on the fly with centre bounce hits from Brodie. So, the centre bounce rules have certainly helped him.
Well, I can tell you, their last game, the SCG, Max, they kicked 12 goals from the centre corridor of the Sydney Swans, so just be mindful of that when you play them next weekend. I'm interested. Yeah, see, you're always ahead of the game. You said that before. I'm interested, while we're talking laws of the game, there's an element of frustration from footy fans, from spectators, from coaches, and I'm sure players regards to the interpretation of holding the ball and its challenges in the last couple of weeks. Certainly last night seemed different to Thursday night. Are you talking about that as players? Are you getting frustrated with the way it's being interpreted or not?
I haven't really noticed too much of the holding the ball. I did notice a fair bit of crowd noise around umpire decisions last night. I think there was some both ways. I think a few were in our favour.
They were.
I couldn't believe everyone's not up in arms about the cross the line free kick that I gave away. I thought that was the most controversial, but apparently no one cares about centre-bound free kicks. So
no one cares, mate.
No one cares. But no, it's an incredibly hard game to adjudicate, Huff, and sometimes you get the way of the whistle, and I think that might have been our game last night.
Did you just run Ben Miller into the protected zone? You knew that rule, the radius rule, that he was going to get caught for not standing?
I just presumed that he must have gave away 50 metres and he must have done something bad. But I watched the game this morning with my son, George, on the couch, and I saw that 50-metre penalty. And it was, I don't understand that one. There you go, I'll give you one. I don't understand how Ben Miller gave away 50 on that one.
No, you don't have to say it. We'd said it before. It's stupid. Any updates on Jai Kelly?
Nothing yet. I sent him a text last night and this morning. I'm presuming he's getting a few. I'm presuming he's in getting an MRI currently. So the longer it takes, I dare say, the better it is, because they'll be sussing it all out. Rather, if it's a short one, then maybe it's not good news. So that's what I'm holding out for. The fact they're taking forever to find out what it is, maybe that's good news. But I don't know. I'm only speculating.
But did I see you get pretty close to taking a running bounce the other day as well? Is that just living rent-free in your head at the moment, the fact that you haven't had one through your decorated career?
Yeah, I will not be taking a running bounce. There was Cozzy, actually. There was a moment there where Cozzy, one of his 7 times where he was running into an open goal, but I thought he was going to handball it to me, and then I was going to be in acres of space, and I actually didn't call for the ball in that case, because
just so you didn't have to bounce.
The way I see it, I'm sure you've heard me say this, but AFL is going to go for a long time, hundreds of years. We're only in the infancy. What are we, 160 years? I feel like a lot of records are going to get broken. Boomer Harvey's game record's going to get broken by Pendles soon. But, a lot of records are going to get broken. If I get 300 games without a bounce, I don't reckon that gets beaten for 1,000 years.
This is a great point. I love it.
I reckon my kids are going to be like, oh, that's my great-great-granddad that didn't take a bounce.
What a star. Serious one to finish on the way out. The news coming through that the Will Horton KC has been let go by the AFL from being the chair of their appeals board. Of course, the language that was used in the findings of the Lance Collard case specifically listed that it's commonplace for players to use racist, sexist and homophobic language from time to time. As someone that's been around the game for a long period of time now, Max, is that the case?
I appreciate the AFL and the AFLPA going quickly on this yesterday afternoon. I think it was an embarrassing day for the players for, roughly 6-7 hours while we had to stand behind that message that the appeals board gave out. So I'm glad of our bodies of the AFL and AFLPA that have come out and said we don't stand behind that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I heard you guys talking before. How many weeks is too many weeks? Is weeks? I've never been suspended, so I don't know if weeks is actually something that really would affect me. So I don't know if that's the way to go. I don't know what that is and what that looks like, but I certainly know that the game is not that hard that I can keep my mouth shut when it comes to homophobic and racist and other vilifications. I'm well aware that is not the place for it. And, I was sort of embarrassed when I was reading that stuff from the appeals board yesterday morning.
Max, appreciate your insights and your leadership. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, team.
Max Gorn with us, the 8-time, potentially soon to be 9-time All-Australian.
He's certainly in the running. He's certainly there, top of the tree for me at the moment. That's the appropriate response from a statesman of the game, by the way. Well done, Max.
Nailed that.
I'm on the time crunch. Ben Cameron always rips me that I'm terrible at managing the clock, and here we are, the last 7 minutes of AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemas alongside Daniel Harford and Dyson Heppel in the house for you.
What's your view on public bathing, just by the way, Corb?
Look, it's probably not for me. Then again, Max is a big athlete and everything else. I always have a line with saying you can't take personality to the beach. So as a result, I don't usually get out and about on that.
Very good.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. I ran this little exercise going into last night's game. So Richmond versus Melbourne. Interesting comparison here. They won flags in back-to-back years. So 2020 Richmond, 2021 Melbourne. They both have moved on from their premiership coaches from that time. They both haven't won a final since. So Richmond 0-1 in finals, Melbourne 0-4. They both had 6 premiership players playing last night. So exactly the same amount of turnover. Their win rate since their last flag, 32% for Richmond and 53% for the Demons. Now, the kids played is the interesting part here. So in the last 2 years, Richmond have drafted 9 guys in the top 30. Of an available 215 games, they've played only 97. So their actual high-quality top kids have only played 45% of games. Melbourne have drafted 6 kids, not only in the top 30, but in the top 15. So 6 really high, top talent out of the draft over the last 3 years. They've played 125 of a possible 174. So that comes out at 71%. So you could argue Melbourne have stayed up. They have changed their coach. They've won more games week to week, albeit no finals. They've drafted top kids and they've put more games into them than what Richmond have done at the same stage. It's an interesting little side-by-side as to how they've gone since their last premiership.
Yeah, I would think Richmond would have loved to have been able to play more games into those kids. They just haven't been able to through injury more than anything else. So that's been a real setback for them. I'd also argue that when Melbourne won their flag, they should have been, in my view, Dice, you should get your take on this, should have been on the climb to be, they're talking about dynasties.
Yep.
When the D's won their flag in Perth. Whereas Richmond on the way down, they won their third and things were starting to taper off. So they were always going to have to do the whole rebuild thing. My view is Melbourne have underachieved significantly since their premiership. With the squad they had in that year and the age demographic and the profile of that list, they should have been competing for flags for another 4 or 5 years from that point.
Yeah, no, it's a great point you do, Mike. It's amazing how quickly things can shift and change, and a number of those things were sort of little mishaps and cultural things that really just tore at the fabric of the club. Yep. So, as you say, the word was back then it was setting themselves up for a full-blown dynasty, and it's amazing how quickly things have shaken up. But I really rate the figures that you've come up with.
Yes,
it was unbelievable. You've done some unbelievable work there, mate.
It's amazing what you can do with a bit of free time and a calculator.
Look at you go.
It's amazing, man. Chopping up some numbers. Is Michael Voss being bullied half?
No, I don't think Michael Voss has been bullied. Michael Voss is standing up for his people, which I really respect as the leader of the group. And we expect nothing less from Vossi, who's a really solid citizen. But he's not being bullied. The footy club's not being bullied. They've been found wanting and found short in looking after one of their players. And there's been quite right scrutiny and public interest in that story since it happened. And the fact that it dragged on so long before we've got an outcome or a finding, now they've handed over their information to the AFL to take it from here. I think that's another layer in this. Had it found a way to be sorted relatively soon from the moment it happened, I think the conversation would have died down relatively quickly. So there's a few factors at play. They're not being bullied. We're asking the appropriate questions for an incident which we've never seen before.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right thing to do as a game.
Fair to say we never got the answers we're looking for in the Christian Petrarca case. I know there were some findings released during the week all these years down the track, and this is something that is tied up in legal jargon and it feels like protection against litigation and everything else. I wonder if we're ever going to get appropriate answers on that Elijah Hollands case, which I actually think would serve the game really well. So sometimes, again, you just like the Spike Lee film, just do the right thing. And sometimes, it might cost you a little bit in litigation or whatever it turns out to be, but it is incredibly important for, without trying to be too Pollyanna about it, for mums and dads to say, hey, we want our kids to play Australian rules footy and we want to know they're going to be protected on the field. So when we see an incident like the Elijah Hollands thing, we want to know how and why it was able to happen, that he was out there seemingly in a vulnerable state for 72 minutes. If it turns out that wasn't the case and he wasn't in a vulnerable spot and there were other reasons at play, I actually think it's important we hear it. And for Michael to say, it's a private matter and everything else, when he's out there in front of 85,000 people, it's not. It's a public matter pretty quick.
Absolutely it is. And to their defence to a degree, and some people differ with this, and that's okay, it's an opinion's business. I can't have it that the hierarchy, the leadership of Carlton, from the coaching staff to the game day staff, general manager, all that sort of stuff, CEO even, not that he was doing too much on game day, would put a player out there who was in a vulnerable state as such as Elijah Hollands was supposed to have been in that. I just can't have that. I've been involved in that footy club in recent years. There's no way, had they known, in my view, had they known that there was something really going wrong with Elijah, that they would have let him stay out there. So that's what I'm trying to find out. That's the answer I want to know to the question. Sorry, the question that I want to know the answer to. How did it happen? Because there's no way they would have done that. And now there's a lot of people saying, they just couldn't give a rat's and they don't care and they just want to win games of footy. That's not the case. There's no way they would have done that had they known there was something seriously wrong with this young man.
Maris just kicked his first goal as a Sun, so well done to Jamari Ugle-Hagan, 596 days out of the AFL landscape. 2-2-14, the Suns, they trail the Hawks 4-3-27, so a 13-point lead for Hawthorn. Fine debut from Dyson Heppel. He's off to
Very good.
He's off to a flyer.
You on debut?
Debut? Yeah, here we go.
I was unaware.
There you go. Hey,
we didn't give him a cap ceremony or anything.
He's got another hour coming up. He's not done yet. So Ben Cameron's about to jump in. ABC AFL Daily. If you missed any part of this episode on AFL Saturdays, where you can catch up 5 episodes a week, home of your footy conversation, wherever you get your pods. ABC AFL Daily. Daniel Harford's there every Sunday night with Ben Cameron. Good hour of power from you, Harf.
Great work from you. Have a great day. Go well.
Who wins Pies Dons?
Pies just. Ooh. Tight game. I'm excited.
There we go. Appreciate all your insights as always. Hear from you soon.
Look forward to it.
Daniel Harford, Dyson Hempel. My name's Corbin Middlemas. The footy coverage continues. Ben Cameron in after the late.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Anzac Day services are wrapping up around the country with tens of thousands of people showing their respect for Australia's servicemen and women. Sophie Holder has more.
Up to 35,000 people gathered at the War Memorial in Canberra for the National Dawn service, with commemorations in the capital to conclude with a last post ceremony at the War Memorial. In Sydney, authorities estimate about 10,000 service members participated in this year's Anzac Day parade. Meanwhile, in Adelaide, a service was also held at the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander War Memorial. About 30,000 people attended Kings Park in Perth for a day of solemn reflection and gratitude. People braved the weather in Brisbane while a wreath-laying ceremony is taking place outside the Shrine of Remembrance in Melbourne after the Anzac Day march.
A ceremony is currently underway at dawn in Gallipoli. Victoria Police is working to identify the protesters who disrupted the Anzac Day dawn service at Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance. A small group in the 50,000-strong crowd booed during Uncle Mark Brown's Welcome to Country address, and then later when the Victorian Governor, Margaret Gardner, made the acknowledgement. The hecklers left before the service ended. Rod Salan was at the dawn service with his family and he decided to confront the hecklers when things got emotional.
Thought that I would stand in. That's time to step up and sort of be a voice and start shutting these people down and basically nicely to shut their mouths, just to shut up, leave it alone for 2 hours of the day, just let it rest.
Premier Jacinta Allen says politicising what she calls a sacred day is bastardry, while the RSL described those involved as weak-minded individuals. Opposition leader Angus Taylor says Anzac Day is an opportunity to honour those who have served, suffered and sacrificed in wars and military operations. In a pre-recorded message, Mr Taylor has paid tribute to Private Francis John MacDonald, a soldier who was killed in France in World War I and was from Mr Taylor's hometown of Nimidabel in New South Wales. He says it's important to remember those who fell for the sake of Australians' freedoms.
In remembering our fallen and reaching into the past, we remind ourselves of who we are as Australians. We recall the best qualities that define us and the standards we strive towards. To serve, not to take. To stand together, not apart.
Overseas, it's not clear if a renewed round of peace talks between the US and Iran will go ahead in Pakistan, where mediators are continuing their efforts to broker communications between the two sides. Emily Grimmins has more from Washington.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has already landed in Islamabad. He's on what's been described as a regional tour, and officials had said that as part of that tour he would participate in talks on the latest proposals to bring the war to an end. Now today the White House announced that President Donald Trump would dispatch his son-in-law Jared Kushner and his special envoy Steve Witkoff to Pakistan. The pair are set to travel tomorrow morning local time. There is no confirmation from the Iranian side of direct talks. In fact, a foreign ministry spokesperson said Abbas Araghchi will not be meeting with the US team.
Britain's former ambassador to Washington is being investigated by the European Union's anti-fraud agency after the release of emails from Peter Mandelson's time as business secretary appear to show he shared sensitive official information with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The BBC's Katya Adler has more.
The European Commission asked the EU's anti-fraud agency, known by its French acronym OLAF, to investigate Lord Mandelson back in February. It's now told the BBC it has sufficient information to launch a formal investigation. With the case still open, the spokesperson for the office said they couldn't divulge further details. OLAF is also expected to look at exchanges with Epstein during Lord Mandelson's time as Trade Commissioner.
Meanwhile, documents and photos of Jeffrey Epstein and US President Donald Trump have been projected onto the Hilton building in Washington, D.C. the night before the White House Correspondents' Dinner Gala. Mr. Trump is expected to attend the dinner after previously boycotting the event while serving as president. He's been mentioned numerous times in the Epstein files, but there's no indication of wrongdoing. And the MCG will host the traditional Anzac Day clash between Essendon and Collingwood this afternoon as the AFL world comes together to honour Australia's servicemen and women. Earlier in the day in Launceston, third-placed Hawthorn host the Gold Coast, who sit fifth on the ladder. ABC News.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts. Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to Anzac Day Footy on ABC Sport,
AFL,
on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It is Anzac Day on ABC Sport, and the countdown to bounce down is on. We're about 2 hours and 10 minutes away from the start of Anzac Day in 2026, the most solemn day on the Australian calendar. Ben Cameron and Dyson Heppel keeping you company for about the next hour or so as we get into the match day coverage proper from 2 p.m. Corbin Middlemas, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse will be along for the ride from them. Mick Malthouse, 12 times he coached on Anzac Day, 6 wins, 6 losses. Luke Ball, 3 times a player on this day for 3 wins. Ray Chamberlain will be a part of the team as well, umpired on this day on 3 occasions. And Dyson Heppel, well, he captained Essendon the last time they won on this day. He's still here on ABC Sport. Dyson, great to have you along for the ride here today. I know you've spoken about it a little bit, but in a football context, what does today mean to you?
Yeah, good on you, Benny. What a cracker. Like, it is just one of the best days on the footy calendar. And, as I said, I have mentioned it, but just winding back on some of the fondest memories throughout my career. You know, they stick in my mind just as really, really special days. And, you know, not only for the Essendon and Collingwood fans, footy fans in general, right across Australia. I think we all band together and, shared this special occasion as one, which is amazing. And, getting to roll out onto the MCG in front of 100,000 is just surreal. You know, those moments. I played in 12 of them. Didn't have the greatest record. I think I won 4 of them, but
3.
Yeah, 3?
Yep.
I had myself down for 4, bugger.
3 and a draw.
Can we put Mayo on it? Yeah, actually,
I think we can.
that.
3.5.
3.5.
Right in the middle.
Oh, 3.5.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a incredible occasion, and the week leading in as well. All the guest speakers and the amount of learning that you get about the Anzacs and the Anzac spirit itself is is really special.
Oh, I even look at my life, and I feel like through Anzac Day in this game, I've learned so much more about the Anzacs than I learnt at school or in any other aspect of my life. And I think that's what this game and so many themed rounds in the AFL have the ability to do. And that is educate people about certain topics. And that's really what this Anzac Appeal round has done, and Anzac Day in particular. And I know it's sort of a big buzz phrase at the moment, gratitude. But that is what I feel when I come to the MCG today. Gratitude that we have this game, gratitude for the Anzacs that served. And I ask myself the question regularly about whether I could do what they've done. And I think most often the answer's no, unfortunately. So just so grateful.
Yeah, you are on the money. It is so hard to fathom and so hard to put yourself in that situation of what, young men and women put themselves through at such an early part of their life. And, as you say, that gratitude piece certainly rings strong throughout this week in particular. And we are extremely fortunate, extremely, grateful to be able to, 1, play on this occasion, but 2, just, living in an incredible country off the back of those that have fought and fallen for our country.
Absolutely. Well said, Dyson. Dyson Heppel with us for the next hour or so here as we build up to Anzac Day on the ABC. Lots to look forward to in the hour. The family of Keith Rule, who is really represented in the Essendon jumper today, which is, I think, one of the most spectacular theme jumpers we've seen. It has the Bristol Bowfighter across it, representing the sash. It also has all of the names of the 231 past Essendon players who have served their country written on the jumper. So it is a spectacular looking kid, isn't it, Dice?
Yes, gee whiz, I'm jealous I'm not out there playing today, but I'm more so for the fact that I don't get to wear this jumper. This is an absolute belter, and I think I might have to round up young Archie Roberts to give me his 21 and just claim that I played in it. But, she's a cracker, this, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tremendous jumper. So we'll learn more about Keith and his connection to both Essendon and the RAAF as well as we move through. But as we have the hour, I thought we'd do a couple of things here. One of which is the top 5 Anzac Day moments over the years. 31st Anzac Day clash today. Collingwood lead 18-10 with a couple of draws. The first, as we know, and in 2024. So I thought we'd count down the top 5 moments. And also, I want to hear from you on 0437 774 774 or 1300 558 222. 4 players have played for both teams on this day. Who are they? 0437 774 774. But let's start with number 5 in the top 5 moments on Anzac Day. And at number 5, I have Mark McGough winning the medal in his second game, Dice. Do you remember this? 2002, 25 disposals. He was only 17 at the time. Couldn't even drive himself to the game.
This is nuts. Mark McGough, I was a Bombers fan growing up, and this is one of my earliest Anzac Day games that I do recall and going, who is Mark McGough?
How old would you have been in 2002?
02, so I was 12, in 04 I was 10, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, 10. And just seeing him star on the day, I think it was a drizzly wet one.
Yep.
Good bit of just grit and ticker from the boy. And, in game 2, he's gone bang for an Anzac medal. So that's pretty special for him, As you say, at 17, that's crazy, actually. I didn't realise that. So, nod to the cap for Mark McGough. There you go. That's huge.
I actually saw a lot of Mark McGough because after he played at Collingwood, he went to St Kilda. Then he ended up in the WAFL playing for East Fremantle. And when I was commentating the WAFL, he was still running around sort of in the early 2010s. But this is Mark McGough talking post-game as a 17-year-old, having won the Anzac medal.
It's magnificent to get a win just in front of all these people. It's been a dream ever since a kid to play league football and play with the Collingwood Football Club. It's fantastic.
You reckon they'd be watching up home at Mulwala and the boys be having a few beers watching?
Yeah, I know my dad is, and my friends at home, a lot of them came down from Mulwala and Yarrawonga. It's fantastic, just have a win.
Just tell us about the start to your AFL career. 20 possessions last week. You go close to best on ground here today. It's been a dream start for you.
It has, I can't describe it. It's just fantastic. I just love playing in front of this crowd. The Collingwood supporters are great. Collingwood club, it's a fantastic club and it's good to have a win.
How did you get here today? You haven't got your licence?
Anthony Rocker picked me up and drove me here, so the boys just taking in turns and giving me lifts.
So that was Mark McGough. Anthony Rocker had to pick him up and drive him to the game. 2002, second game, 17, Anzac Day medal.
That's a belter, isn't it? Big Anthony Rocker just driving him in his whip to the ground and pulling up at the G and getting it done. No, that's pretty cool, hey? Love it.
That is very, very cool. 1300 558 222. We'd love to hear from you. What you're doing to commemorate Anzac Day today, where you'll be taking in the football, whether you're playing a little bit of two-up, maybe listening to John Farnham and Darryl Braithwaite. And, we would certainly love to hear from you. My neighbour was playing a little bit of John Farnham earlier this morning. Also, it is just a glorious day here at Melbourne, and some of the Dons are out there in the middle of the MCG in broad sunshine. The flags, of course, at half-mast, and the members already making their way in. I can see Dyson Sharp's out there, back in the team today.
So?
Shares your name, Essendon fan. Have you had much to do with him, Dyson?
Yeah, how good's that? I actually went and presented the young boys, the Dons boys, on draft night with their Guernseys, and I met Dice at the draft there and his family, so that was pretty cool. And as you say, an Essendon fan himself, I think I was one of his favourite players, or I'll claim that anyway. So it's amazing to see him do his thing now, and a lot of young talent coming through at the Dons, and really excited to watch him play today on an absolute belter. So it's going to be a cracker.
It is true with the name, the obvious connection of Dyson, but I look at my son, who's called Archie, And Archie Roberts is in, year 3? I mean, my son might be 10, and Archie Roberts will probably still be running around, and he'll probably say, that's my guy, we share a name. So there's a lot to look forward to for Essendon fans with some of these young kids. And a little bit later on, we might speak to you about some of the kids at Collingwood that you're working with as well, Dyson.
Gee, hang on, Ben. I've just watched Dyson try and do a bounce, an umpire bounce in the middle, and he's absolutely gassed it. The ball rolled to the wing, so don't quit your day job, Dyso.
And the good news is the umpires don't have to bounce it anymore, so maybe he could still have a future in umpiring. Ray Chamberlain is going to chat to us later on. A lot of conjecture about the umpiring last night, holding the ball, how that's being adjudicated. So all of that to work through as we move through. But right now, I want to bring in these two very special guests that we have with us here today. The Quarrel family who are joining us here in the box. So Essendon to wear this special jumper today, which I will let them talk about and explain to us. But we are very fortunate to have Dave and Sandra Quarrel with us here in the box to tell us about Keith Rawle, who was the father of Sandra and the grandfather of Dave, who is really depicted and represented by this Essendon jumper today. Dave, firstly to you, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for the invite, Ben.
And Sandra,
thank you.
Great to have you in as well. Tell us about this Essendon jumper that the team will be wearing today.
So I think Mum would also like to put an acknowledgement through to Mitch and Lucy from the Essendon Football Club. They spent a lot of time doing research on this jumper and the design to make sure it was spot on, and we've been in communication with them for about 8 months, not knowing where it would lead to and what it would look like. The beautiful thing about it was we started going through all of the photos that Mum had kept. So we spent a lot of time going through that and talking about and reminiscing about Mum's dad, who was a really lovely person and a big part of our family.
He certainly, it's a beautiful looking jumper. So just to depict it for people at home, it has the Bristol Beaufighter representing the sash, and then, as I've mentioned previously, 231 past Essendon players are listed on the jumper. So can you explain to us, it also has down in the bottom left-hand corner, number 2, KR, which is the jumper number that Keith wore when he played for Essendon as a dual premiership player, and it'll be the number worn by Jacob Farrow later on today, so particularly special for him. But your grandfather's connection to the Bristol Beaufighter, what was it?
So he was at Essendon. He was a young player. The war broke out. He became a radio technician. I believe there was about 6 players from that particular team that went over and either worked on or flew in the Beaufort. He was located in Papua New Guinea. He did chat a little bit about it, but not in too much detail. And when they came home, he finished off with 2 more premierships with Essendon. But I think the other thing that we don't talk about too much was Grandma also was in the military, and she became a Morse coder. And they met just before he went over. And I think one of the funny stories I remember, he asked my grandmother if he could write to her. And she said, if you must. So anyway, that's how the love began between the two. So it joined them together. And so I think the Bombers' name and the connection with all of that and on a day like today is very special. And that's why I think Mitch and Lucy spent a lot of time making sure it was spot on and correct with everything they did. A lot of research.
It is more than spot on. Sandra, what does it mean to you to have your dad honoured with this jumper?
Well, I think he would be extremely honoured because he's representing the other 230 ex-military, and hopefully this continues, that the military, the people who serve, are recognised in this way, and the fact that he's been selected is a great honour to the family.
As it should be. What did you know about his football career? Because, Dice, you're a great football person. I mean, these are these are things that you would love to have next to your name. He was a dual premiership player.
Pretty nice.
In 1943, he was the best utility player, and he was known for his team-first mentality. Most unselfish in 1946 and 48. Those are nice things to have next to your record as a football player. Did he speak much about his footballing journey at Essendon?
Probably not, because I wasn't born then. But I know I came across in his collection a letter from the Essendon Football Club. He won this under-17 best and fairest in the association. And there was just a casual letter. Oh, we believe you won the best and fairest. If you'd like to come down to training, we'd be pleased. And that was his invitation to Essendon.
Yeah.
And I think also, I think they had to catch the tram to some of the football matches because most of them didn't have a car. And I don't think they got paid, or they got paid very, very little. And that was the reason, I think, after the war, eventually, because of lack of jobs, people came home and lived with their parents, and so there might be 3 families in a house. And he put his feelers out to coach up the country. And he had many years, I don't know whether 10 years playing up the country. And I think that was a great boost to have a player who was still in their prime to go up there. But he had to get concession off, I don't know who was their coach at the time, their official at the time, but he had to get 1 year off his contract with Essendon, and they gladly gave it to him so he could go up the country.
How many family members are here today?
There's 26 of us together. I think there's probably
15.
Yeah, 15 family. Yeah, so we've all come down from Central Queensland. It's been a long trip, and well, actually, the last couple of months have been very full on. Actually, on those stats, I'd like to add something in there.
Yeah,
so we have got 3 premiership medals at home. Wow. And so in the record books, it's only acknowledged him to 2. And so what I believe's happened was he was on the bench and you didn't get any acknowledgement unless you played.
Yes, he was an emergency.
I
think 42 before he left, I read that he was an emergency. So he's got a premiership medal for that as well.
Yeah, so so they have the 18 on the field, and if someone left, then you could go on, but no one left the field, so he never went on the field.
So he was genuinely the 19th man, is that the case?
Yeah, correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
So he's got those 3. He got runner-up. He got runner-up best and fairest in that team, which had Dick Reynolds, John Coleman,
Wally Budsworth.
It's a good team to be.
Norm McDonald.
He's got a CV.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So he played for Vic in football, and then he played Sheffield Shield cricket for Victoria. So he's one of 5 or 6 players to do that.
Yeah, wow.
But one stat, and he was an honest man. He got selected to play cricket for Australia with the Invincibles and broke his hand the week before. So he never got it written down that he was selected or played, but that was always one he'd slip in every now and again. So
good.
He was an absolute athlete, a real gentleman, and everywhere he went, he lifted up the community and made sure that everybody was able to participate in community activities and sports, and wherever he went, that's what he was really well known for.
What a man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I assume the whole family are Essendon fans. There's no one who's not supporting the Bombers, is there?
Look, we've got mixed feelings on different teams, and it's because we're in Central Queensland.
Yeah.
The toughest thing, I think, up there, so he became a commentator and we'd get to see 1 game a week. We only had 2 channels. And then when the Bears came out, they were the one that got played all the time. So it became a thing where, if you're going to follow a team and you want to see them more often, then the Bears was the team that we followed. But, we would always, if we came to Melbourne, we'd go to Windy Hill. He's on one of the boards there, and he played 108 games, so that allowed him to be on the locker.
Nice.
I believe he would have got a lot more if it wasn't for the war, and also because of the fact that they couldn't afford to live in Melbourne. They had to go somewhere else. Yeah.
It's a truly beautiful story. None of the cricket element to it was told in the stories this week too. So that is, I'm flabbergasted with that. We're the cricket station on ABC Sports, so
are you?
I can't believe that he was picked to play in the Invincibles as well. Guys, enjoy the day. It is a very special day for your family, and I'm sure a range of emotions throughout the day, but we really appreciate you sharing the story with us and everyone here this afternoon on ABC Sport.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you very, very much.
Well
we
done.
appreciate
Have a great day.
Thank you.
There is Sandra and Dave Correll joining us, the daughter and grandson of Keith Rawle, who is the man who is honoured on the Essendon jumper today. And as Dyson Heppel said, it is certainly one of the best getting around, isn't it? It is a beautiful jumper.
Yeah, absolutely nailed it. So good to chat to the guys, and it's a really important part of the history of the Essendon Footy Club, and to pay our respects towards him today, I think is really cool.
Oh, I totally agree. Like, I think the way we understand the world is through storytelling. So when you actually have the human embodiment of these stories, and you think about young men like Keith who are doing the same things we would have been doing, who are then called away to war, it certainly hits home a lot more than just learning that 100,000 Australian servicemen and women died, unfortunately, serving our country at war. More to come. This is the countdown here on Anzac Day on ABC Sport. We are about 2 hours away from the bounce of the ball. More from Dyson Heppel and myself next.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, No Filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula starts Wednesday, April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
You're listening to Anzac Day Footy on ABC Sport,
AFL,
on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Sinclair's been badly late, hasn't he? How far does he go in with the kick? To full forward. Clyde, not quite. Blair, Collingwood, back in front.
So there it is, number 4 in our top 5 Anzac Day moments countdown. Jared Blair toe poking it through in the goal square.
Don't give me this one, mate.
Back in 2012. Dice, why didn't you do more? You were right there.
Yeah, do not give me that. I'm not happy that this one's on the list, because I was actually playing on Blairy and he kicked the snag to win it for him. So
I didn't realise. I didn't realise you were playing on him. I did see when I watched it back last night that you were sort of trailing after him and trying to get there. Did you think he got somewhere below the knee on it?
Yeah.
Or did you think it had come off the thigh?
I think it did. And look, I just bloody was drifting for a split second and let him go side of me, mate. And I've just got caught ball watching. So, yeah, sorry about that one, Don's fans. But Blairy got that one on me.
It was I always seem to remember that being the Blair in the square commentary from Dennis, but it wasn't. That must have been a different moment from Dennis that he rolled that out. So, yeah,
classic.
There you have it.
There you go.
Number 4. We've still got the top 3 to come as we make our way through. Also, on 0437 774 774, I'm looking for you to name one of or any player that has played for both teams on this day. There are 4 of them. 4 players that have played for both Collingwood and Essendon on Anzac Day. Is there any that sort of spring to mind for you guys?
Geez, I reckon I got 1 or 2, but I'm not going to throw them up there. I'm going to wait for the callers to roll in here.
Yep, we will wait.
I can't get you 4, though.
No, 4. I was surprised it was 4.
Yeah.
But anyway, there certainly is. It's a nice opportunity for us, Dyson, to chat about what you're doing at the moment, because for many years you're involved with Essendon, 12 times playing on this day, 5 times as captain. Now you're on the other side of things. You're at Collingwood as a development coach. First and foremost, how are you enjoying the role?
Yeah, nice. No, actually, it's been a very enjoyable start to the coaching tenure. I never really thought I would roll into a coaching role post-footy, but a couple of opportunities arose at the back end of last year, and there was a fair bit of movement in the coaching space across various clubs, and ended up having a number of conversations and calls, and thought, look, I think it's something that I might try my hand at. I love footy. I love helping develop young players, and this development opportunity arose at the Pies, and I thought it'd be a great experience to go and explore a different environment, a new club, having only known Essendon my entire career. I thought it'd be a great opportunity to see what it's about at another club, see how they run things, and to start learning the art of coaching. So I've really enjoyed the role so far, and have learnt a lot, and a great bunch of young players down at the club as well. So it's been good fun.
Oh, I think that's a really healthy thing to experience a different footy club environment and see how they run things. Like, Michael Voss was slated to go to the West Coast Eagles as an assistant coach when he got the Brisbane gig. So he only ever knew Brisbane, essentially. And the same with your old mentor in many ways, James Hurd, who was only ever at Essendon. So what have you picked up in your brief stay at Collingwood?
What have I picked up? I think the biggest thing is just making sure when we walk out of coaching meetings that everyone is really aligned in terms of the information that we're giving. And look, there's really healthy debate within coaching meetings and things like that as well between the coaches. And the thing that I think I'm really enjoying is the art of storytelling. The way Fly is able to weave his stories into the fabric and the values of the footy club, and the boys being really inspired to want to play for him, and it makes me want to rip the jumper back on. So I'm enjoying that, mate, and just and even just building new relationships with the players themselves and the coaching staff is I think that's an important foundation, just to build off the back of relationships and have the trust in the playing group. So we have a healthy respect between one another.
I watch a lot of the coaches' press conferences. And Craig McRae at the very end of his press conference the other day said that they have a Dyson Heppel Award. He was very complimentary of your work, saying that you're out there with the rehab guys, you're working on the development programs, you're doing whatever you do, bringing great energy, I think he said. This is Craig McRae speaking about you.
Here we go, Fly.
Incredible energy. Yeah, Dyson Heppel's got this infectious nature. He does, we call it a Dyson Heppel Award every week on a Monday. I won't take you into exactly what it is, but he has great energy presenting it, and our players are gravitating to his energy, and he's still out there kicking the balls. He's doing all the rehab with our players, and he's good to have in the building. We're lucky to have him.
Good to have in the building. We're lucky to have him. The Heppel Award. What is it?
No, it's not a Heppel Award. It's look, part of the big values that I wanted to bring to the club was the element of celebrate. And for me, it's not only celebrating good moments and the things that the boys are doing well, but it's celebrating guys that are doing it tough, or having struggles throughout the week, or coming off poor performance, but really looking within themselves to learn and grow and develop and improve. So I've been given the responsibility of celebrating some moments throughout the week just gone, and in particular the game itself, and just shouting out guys that are putting in a lot of work to develop and improve on their careers, and upholding the values of the footy club. So I'll try and ham it up a fair bit, mate, put as much mayo on it as I can, and just bring good energy to get the boys up and about. But look, I've enjoyed that in itself as well. Fly's great at delegating and bringing other guys and giving them responsibility. So it's just my small part that I can play, mate, and bring plenty of juice to it.
Oh, I like it. Celebrating is very important, and celebrating success and what people are doing well, because, you've lived it. There's probably a lot of negativity in football clubs, bad edits that are shown on Monday morning of bad moments. So a nice little feel-good moment is nice. One of the knocks on Collingwood in recent times has been that there's no kids. Where are the kids? Why aren't they coming through? Outside of Ned Long, who's 23, and Nick Dacos, who's jumped along to 23 now and had the hottest 100 games to start a career that you could ever imagine. How is it going in terms of the stocks at Collingwood, the depth chart with some of these kids?
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? It's sort of a really important part of creating sustained success is the development of younger players, and something that I have really enjoyed so far. The guys there at the moment, their willingness to learn, their willingness to grow and absorb information is really impressive. And look, for mine, I think there's enough guys there that are coming through that I feel can be really consistent AFL players, and we've seen the likes of Oscar Steen getting his opportunity and performing really well, and now Angus Anderson has come into the side and adds a whole new dynamic to the Collingwood midfield. So it's not saying that there's genuine stars amongst the young players, but there is enough there to work with. Ed Allen's getting enough games under his belt, dominated at VFL level yesterday, and has played some consistent AFL footy. So there are guys coming through that I think we'll see more and more of over the coming weeks and seasons.
So day to day, your role with them, is it looking at edits? Is it development excellence plans? Like, what does it actually look like day to day when you go into the glass house to work with the kids?
Yeah, sure. Look, part of my role, there was quite a bit of flexibility in the role itself. So, I had a bit of a license to create a bit of a niche role within the club itself, but sort of found my little rhythm with it at the moment, and running extra craft development sessions in the morning, pre-main trainings with that development crew, and we're getting a number of older experienced players to those sessions as well. And then it's just, it's helping out at training and helping run and facilitate drills and working with the boys post-training on, craft-specific bits. And then, if there's guys that are returning to play from rehab, I'll do a lot of the work with them and create drills that are game-specific to help them feel ready and prepped to play. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, mate, and just, enjoying finding my feet and, making sure that I'm adding as much value as I can, not just a lot of fluff throughout the day.
You certainly sound like you are. If I can give you one piece of unsolicited advice.
Love it. What do you got?
Read Ben Crow's book, Where the Light Gets In.
Okay, like this.
It's a great read. Obviously, it had a significant impact on Richmond from 2017 to 2020 when they went through their very successful period. I thought it was. I read it recently. I really liked it. I recommended it to someone else who said they didn't like it at all.
Perfect.
So
okay, I'll have a read before I dish it on. But
I loved it and took a lot out of it. So
amazing work, Ben Crow. Absolutely. And I've seen a lot of his stuff, so I'll have a read, mate.
A few texts coming through. Hi, boys. Dyson, really excited you're at the Pies. Do you only deal with the younger players in your role?
It's a good question. No is the main case. No, it's a bit of an overall role, and I do a lot with the older experienced players as well, and just but primarily it is a development role with the young boys, but it does encapsulate a bit of a well-rounded role in itself with the rest of the team. So, but not that Pendles was actually my favourite player growing up, and rolling around with him in the building's pretty cool. And can't say I've taught him much, but it's pretty cool to see him go about his business and the wealth of knowledge that he has and his ability to teach as well. I've no doubt he'll roll into a coaching role post-career. So it's been pretty cool to see him operate.
Oh, I did love. Craig McRae told us a couple of weeks ago that Scott Pendlebury did a mid-forward connection masterclass seminar, and what I actually loved more about it was Craig McRae and his humility to basically be the senior coach and say, no, Scott Pendlebury's an expert in this space. I'm happy to stand aside and let him coach the group on that aspect. I thought that was brilliant from Craig McRae. Rama kicking the winning goal. Can't remember the year. Help, guys, please. Go Pies. That's from Dax. And this text says, Ben, sending this in as I just listened to Dyson Heppel on his debut, and he's fabulous. He's certainly a keeper. Pauline in Geelong. P.S. certainly not a Don supporter, so a bit of love for you there. And Wayne in Mildura's got 3. Fellas, I've only got 3. Scotty Cummings.
Nice.
Mel Michael.
Yep.
Blake Caracella.
Yeah.
My Anzac moment is David Zaharakis' goal.
Yeah.
That'll be in there.
Bang.
Huge. So we're missing one who has played for both of these teams on this day. 0437 774 774. When I got to 4, I would never have come across the one that we haven't got yet.
Okay.
In a million years. So, text it through. 0437 774 774. But the third of our top 5 moments, we're counting down from 5 to 1, was this, the 2024 draw a couple of years ago, which you're a part of, Dyson.
Yeah.
Merritt, defensive side of the wing. High bomb to centre half forward. More the saving mark. And after 3 decades, we're back where we started. It's a draw on Anzac Day. For the second time ever, they can't be split. A stalemate on April 25th.
So Corbin Middlemas on the call there 2 years ago. What do you remember of that draw and late in the game?
Oh, you got to hate a draw.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it was. It's the most deflating feeling after the game, and we're standing out there with the Pies boys, you know, knowing you've got the presentations and things post game, and we didn't know what to do. We're sort of just a bit like, oh, this is just weird. I remember standing there with Pendles for a good few minutes, just having a genuine yarn. But yeah, no, funny one, the draws. I guess you take them, you still get a couple of points for it, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's a flattening feeling amongst the stadium itself. It sort of just goes, oh, that's anticlimactic. Yeah. But, yeah, great game within itself, though. That was a cracker that day.
I'm not blaming Cole, but Cole Langford did have the shot late in the game. I would have had a lot of money on him kicking it, but he just missed it right, I think, from memory. Sort of wide out at half forward in the Dom Sheed pocket.
There you go. Well, yeah, no, if there's one bloke that I would have put down and penciled in and you know, wanted to be having that shot, it'd be Langers. And, yeah, you know, stiff to miss, but certainly not his fault. She was a good game all round, that one.
The text is still coming. A couple of people have nominated Mark Fraser. It is not Mark Fraser. So it is another player who has played for both of these teams on this day. Alan Richardson is a nomination from Chris in Ascot Vale. It is not Alan Richardson. Someone, Rick in Leongatha, says, is it Renee Kink? It's not Renee Kink. Do you know Rick?
I don't know Rick, but from Gatha, there you go. Good on you, Rick. My clock's are ticking. I don't know. Yeah. I cannot get this last one. Have we heard of him?
Oh, I didn't know an awful lot about them. Like, I sort of vaguely remembered them, but
righto. Okay.
I was quite young sort of around the time they were playing.
Someone's got to get it. Yeah.
Someone will be able to get it. 0437 774 774, having played for both of these teams on Anzac Day. That's what we're looking for. Ray Chamberlain, not too far away from joining us as well. Lots of conjecture about the umpiring. You can have your say, 0437 774 774, or you can call 1300 558 222. Someone has got in and got it right.
Oi.
Riley has texted in, the winning texter, Andrew Jukovic is the man. So I'm a bit with you. I was a bit unsure about his career, but Corbin Middlemas was across it. He told me he used to wear the number 1 jumper at Essendon.
There you go. Yep.
So he is the man who is, he was the 4th member to have played on Anzac Day since this match was instituted in 1995. So
classic. Reel them off again.
Andrew Jukovic, Blake Carosella, Mel Michael and Scotty Cummings.
Bang. There you go.
They were the 4 that have played in this game since it became a game in 1995 for both teams. Lots of text started to roll through. They were shy at the start, and then when it was time to pick the 4th, they got rolling. Dice, one thing I haven't asked you about, your time in the jungle.
The jungle?
Have you been asked much since you got back about your time in the jungle? You're well loved in the jungle until you put the 2 female contestants up for eviction. Then it turned a little bit on you, didn't it?
It certainly did. No, thanks, mate. I had an absolute ball over there, actually. It was a great experience. Did some pretty rogue stuff. Ate a big ox testicle and a couple of rogue bits and pieces, but met some fantastic people. I'm really glad I did it in the end, and it's been amazing catching up with the crew since leaving, and formed some great friendships. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, she got a bit heated once we threw a couple of girls up for elimination, and the dynamic in camp certainly shifted a bit. But very grateful for the experience in general. And it is actually, a lot of people they don't believe it's in Kruger National Park over in South Africa. So can confirm I was over there and had a good dig.
And properly difficult? Is it actually as challenging as we imagine it would be?
Well, the thing for me was, I'm a hungry lad at the best of times, and they put us on genuine rations. There was no smoke and mirrors around all that. So the show was as real as can get. Once you get in camp, you're left to your own devices, and we were put on, rice and beans and genuinely low calories, and I was marvin the whole time. So when everyone was out at their challenges trying to win stars for dinner, I was certainly hoping they were coming through the tunnel with plenty of stars in the bank. Otherwise, I wasn't too happy. But
well, I'm not too good with when I'm hungry and when I'm tired. And when I'm both of those two things, it's real trouble. So I'd imagine there's sleep deprivation as well. Like, you wouldn't be sleeping well, would you?
Yeah, a vicious combo, the old, tired and hungry. But once we settled in, you're sort of sleeping out in nature. You got monkeys swinging over your bed and things like that. It was pretty cool. I actually slept okay in the end, but a few certainly struggled, and we had a couple of monster thunderstorms on a couple of the nights that rattled the crew a bit. But overall, mate, hell of an experience. Loved it.
That is Dyson Heppel. I'm Ben Cameron. It is Anzac Day here on ABC Sport. We are counting down to, the biggest game on the home and away calendar. There's no doubt about that, on Australia's most solemn day. I'm looking out at the MCG. It is filling up. Fans are starting to filter in. The members have been here for a while. They've put their stickers on their chairs. The flags are at half-mast, and the sun is beating down on the MCG. Craig McRae has been doing a little bit of media. He's milling about. The Essendon players have been out there. The Collingwood players are warming up at the city end of the ground. The Dacos brothers doing a bit of tram lines on their handballs at the moment. And Ian Burrows, the ABC's very own boundary rider, is running his warm-up lap. So we're not far away, and we'll chat umpires next with Ray Chamberlain. This is Anzac Day on ABC Sport.
Are you sick of brands pretending to be your friends? Gruen would never do that. We don't care that we're coming back to Wednesday nights on the ABC. We care about you watching us.
The new season of Gruen
starts Wednesday,
April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
You're listening to Anzac Day Footy on ABC Sport,
AFL,
on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Collingwood by a point. Lockyer brings it in. Ryder sandwich between two pies. Back of the Packers, Winderlich. Quick handball to Hocking. Back to Lovett Murray. He goes short. It's a mark to Zaharakis. Zaharakis has kicked a goal. The Bombers are in front of the G.
So that was David Zaharakis. What a moment it was. 2009. Down at the city end of the ground. He plays on and kicks it from 45. That's probably the moment that stands out most to me, Dyson. We're going a little further back for number one in the moments of Anzac Day footy, but that was a fair moment. If you asked me to, I would have said he played in that game, but it preceded you by a couple of years.
Did actually, yeah. When was that? 09. So
09,
obviously,
yeah.
2011, my first year. What did we say? This was number 2, was it?
Number 2.
Zach's going to be that flat. That wasn't number 1, so stiff Zaka. But no, incredible moment. You know, I'm 16 watching it with a few mates back home, and just a genuine eruption. So, amazing sort of play and build up to Zaka finally finishing to get the job done for the boys. So it is funny with that. Like, Zach has kicked that snag. You know, a lot of people remember him throughout his career for that moment. But, you know, even a few years later, Zach had one of the best games I've seen. I think he had 34 and kicked 4 and won the medal, but not many people remember that one, apart from his goal. But, he's had a couple of good days on the big stage on Anzac Day. So shout out to Zaka.
A few more, that was a great moment. A few more texts rolling in. G'day, boys. Phil in Victoria. Dyson, do the veteran players, e.g. Pendles, accept former players not so long out of the game giving them coaching advice? Love to know the ins and outs of that.
Yeah, I give bugger all advice to Pendles, to be honest. You know, I think I'm learning more off him, to be real, the way he's able to educate and teach the boys. And, you know, things that he picks up in vision or the course of a game is really impressive. So, I've enjoyed the way he goes about it. And, I think I'll try and throw a thing or two his way and see if he picks it up so I can claim some of his brilliance over the 400-plus games that he's played, but incredible to watch him go about his business.
Another one for you. Please ask Dyson how he feels about his time playing with Port Melbourne in the VFL last year with James Hird as the Director of Coaching.
Yeah, love it. Down at the Borough, no, had a very enjoyable time. It's certainly something I didn't think I'd roll into VFL footy post-career, but Hurdy and Brendan McCartney were certainly in my ear pretty quick after I'd retired. So, had a thoroughly enjoyable season under those guys, and nice to, play under Hurdy again, being my first coach, and, just a great friend now. And Macca runs a very tight ship there. So, not there anymore, but the boys down at the Borough, they're a ripping bunch of lads, and I'm hoping they go well for the remainder of this year.
Yeah, Mark Murphy was involved down there as well, wasn't he? How was Murph?
Yeah, we had a bit of a stacked coaching staff. We had, Hurdy and Macca and Murph in the mids, and Steve Alessio came down as well. So, we had a bit of a squad going. Murph was great. Enjoyed the banter and whatnot with him throughout the week, and good fun.
1300 558 222 0437 774 774. We're hoping to speak to Ray Chamberlain, who we've lost somewhere. He's been doing
I'm watching him walk across the middle of the ground when he's supposed to be up here. He's just lurking across the MCG.
He's getting told off.
He's dapping up security. He's supposed to be having a yarn with us, but anyway, good on you, Razor.
Oh, what are you doing, Ray? We need you. Put your cans on, Ray.
Come on, son.
This is.
There's a bit of head wobble about this. I think he's pretty happy that he's on the middle of the G. Everyone looking at him again.
He's got his mic. He's ready to go. We can't get hold of him. I gave him the times in the lead up, but he's not ready to roll. Unfortunately, we'll get down to Ray in a moment. What are you going through at this point in time, Dice? As a player, you're warming up. You know everything that's going to come, and it is a very unique day, isn't it? In the fact that. There's a long time from when you run out onto the ground to when the ball is bounced or thrown up now.
No, it's a good shout. It's I remember in my first year chatting with Hurdy prior to the game, and because the warm up, it's quite clunky, and it's very different in terms of your standard one with the proceedings prior to the game. That he gave me the advice of to keep it as relaxed as you possibly can in the initial warm up until the last post and the siren goes and the eruption of the crowd, and that's when the natural energy of the stadium, you get really fizzed up, so you can burn a lot of tickets prior to the game if you're a bit energised, too excited. So make sure I keep it nice and relaxed in the initial parts of the game here in the warm up. And just get out on the ground, absorb your surroundings, look up at the stadium, the stands, and really just be really present to the occasion itself. And because once that ball's thrown up to kick things off, she's all go.
One thing you have done since you got to Collingwood is be able to see Nick Dacos up close and personal. How have you found that experience with the little master?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I knew the bloke was good when he came into the league, and playing against him, I'll go, yep, okay, he's genuinely good. And now seeing him operate day-to-day at training, I'm actually blown away at how good this bloke actually is. It's incredible what he does, the amount of confidence he has in himself just to trial things, get creative. He's an absolute star. So I've enjoyed, working with him and seeing him go about his business, and along with his brother Josh, just a ridiculous talent as well. So, two absolute stars of the game, that's for sure.
Text rolling in on 0437 774 774. I was there that day that Zaka kicked the winner, but no one remembers that Anthony Rocker kicked what he thought was the sealer at the punt road end, but was given a 50-metre penalty, which took the Bombers to the centre of the G, and subsequently, one kick later, into the hands of Zaka. Pies robbed. Ha, says that SMS. So there we go. An umpiring controversy, which is a nice segue into Ray Chamberlain, who joins us up here in the box. Ray, good to see you. We've just seen you walk right through the middle of the MCG.
I received a text message from one of our listeners, Derek from Dartmoor, who said, you need to get up to the box immediately. They're throwing hands. And I went, there's no way I can go around and get here in time. So I couldn't go over or under. So we went through, Ben.
Razor just strutting straight across the ground. We were saying a little head wobble, just pretty happy with his work. And you're supposed to be in the box, mate. So
I did dress up today, so you're welcome.
Yeah.
You've umpired on this day 3 times, Ray. What did it mean to you to umpire on Anzac Day?
It's an unbelievable experience, and much like for all of us who are here today, it is you're paying your respects in many regards to people who have given many the ultimate sacrifice, but for those who are still serving today as well, on the daily, to make sure that we get the way of life that we have. So it's a real blessing, and to be able to participate in what I think is the greatest game on the planet, on the biggest day outside of grand final day here at the MCG, 95,000 people. Like, what more could you ask for, really?
Love it.
A lot has been said about the umpiring from last night. You probably didn't see it because you were in the midst of a strong conversation in which you were chewing the ear off Mick Malloy, who was trying to enjoy watching his Richmond Tigers play. But it did feel like last night that the holding the ball interpretation was different in the fourth quarter to the first three. How does that happen?
Well, so you've made a statement as opposed to me concurring. It's a subjective law and it's at its best.
Yeah.
So we're talking about prior opportunity, reasonable time, genuine attempt. All of these are elements where you've got interpretation. That's before we talk about, was it correct, the interpretation and the implementation. So sometimes there are errors. Sometimes there's subjectivity where it sits in the margins and either outcome can be justified. And then sometimes those in the commentary box get on a roll and potentially are tipping in and saying that's a mistake when it isn't. So many tributaries make the Nile, Ben.
Look at him go.
I like it. That's good from you. Is there a problem with the law more so than the adjudication of it?
I'd argue quite the contrary. I think the law itself, if you understand it intimately well, is the best rule in the game.
Yeah.
So there's this fulcrum piece between if you've just won the ball versus if you've had it and you're a ball carrier, so prior opportunity or not. And that fulcrum, there's a tipping of the scale as to which way the law lands in terms of ones in the margin. And it's a beautiful balance to reward ball winner versus ball carrier and therefore tackler who runs down.
I think one of the most confusing parts for spectators that they're struggling with is when someone gets tackled, they've got to make a genuine attempt. So yes. I think fans get confused about what a genuine attempt is. If I've just, or let's say Dyson, given he was out there, Dyson's just grabbed the football. Yep. He's got one arm free, he's got the ball in there, the other arm's pinned. What constitutes a genuine attempt in that moment, Ray?
Yeah, very good question. If the ball is pinned, then the umpire's well within their rights and should just call for a ball up. However, if you've got an arm free, the players are unbelievable. And I showed some highlights during the weekend, some examples where, they got dump tackled, had a player all over them and still could get the ball in their boot. So they're incredibly talented. If that ball is free, the umpires and the laws of the game demand that the player attempt to kick or handball. Keep the ball in motion is the spirit of the law.
I did also note this week, Ray, that we've got 6 umpires who are injured and unavailable, and we've got some umpires backing up, which is very unusual.
It happens every year, but I think what's a really interesting parallel to draw. So let's have a look at the Western Bulldogs, who have been ravaged by injury, and as a result, they're walking out and they've got all key position players, key defensive players, ruck, along with a couple of on-ballers who are unavailable for selection. The umpires have got a list of 42. They need to fill 36 spots every week. 6 umpires currently are unavailable as a result of selection. 2 are very new into the system and aren't ready yet for AFL football, much like a draftee or something along those lines. And then there's another fellow who's unavailable themselves. So there are 9 people not available for selection. They've only got 6 up their sleeve, so you've got 3 people doubling up. And just like the Western Bulldogs, that's gonna come to bear at some point.
Yeah. Just quickly, Ray, because we do have to get to the last of our moments. You might not have seen it because you were midstream conversation with Mick in the grandstands, but a kick down the wing, Myercheck marks at half forward, Ben Miller's running alongside with Max Gawn, and the 50-metre penalty is paid because Miller didn't stand the mark. He wasn't in the marking contest. He was just running by with his opponent. Is that the right decision?
So if Miller was not in the marking contest and was outside of the protected area, he's permitted to obviously trail his opponent and stay with his opponent. So
inside the area.
The challenge is if he's in the protected area, someone has to stand. Yeah. And the umpire will call that player to stand. And in this instance, and you said, I haven't seen the example, but if Miller's called to stand, he's got to let Gawn go and he's got to stand on the mark.
I think that might be one that they can change the adjudication, the law of.
It's going to be one that I'm going to go and have a look at, yeah.
Great work from you, Ray. More from you today as we move through.
Thanks for having me, and have a great day, guys.
He's a champion, Ray, and added so much to our broadcast. We love him. Dice, as do we with you. Tremendous to have you along for the first time here this afternoon.
Benny, so good, mate. Thank you so much for having me on. What a pleasure.
It is a special day on the Australian calendar, a very solemn day, and football plays its part in commemorating the Anzac. The best of our Anzac Day moments was the first year back in 1995.
Essendon rebound, searching left foot, kick towards half forward. Is that the siren? Yes, it is. It's all over, and it is a draw. What a result. What a game. What a game of football. The second largest crowd ever for a home and away game of VFL or AFL football.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Anzac Day 2026. A day to reflect and remember all those who have served.
I'm very proud of the 40th Battalion. I swear I've never seen a better one. Never a defeat, never pushed back. You can't beat a record like that, you know.
A day to thank those who continue to serve.
I love going on deployment and I love what I do, but I really, really love coming home. When I think about Anzac Day, I think about the fact that there is a very good reason that we don't celebrate, we commemorate it. And the reason for that is that, frankly speaking, war is hell.
A day to celebrate the Anzac spirit of courage.
I felt it a duty that everyone to go to the war.
Of mateship.
It's quite emotional, really, reflecting on a lot of the friendships, definitely a sense of camaraderie, really a sense of pride in knowing that you've sort of contributed to something greater and more meaningful than necessarily just yourself.
And of sacrifice.
On this day, we recall those who did not return with us to receive the welcome of their nations. One thing that I'll never forget, people were watching the march, and our lady handed me a sprig of rosemary for remembrance. And I've always grown a rosemary bush since.
It's a day to be grateful for the small things, including cheering on your favourite footy team. Welcome to Anzac Day Footy with ABC Sport.
On a day that is much bigger than football, it is a game that never disappoints.
Live from the MCG, Anzac Day Footy, Essendon versus Collingwood. Two teams that have made the stage their own.
Zach Merritt comes up with it on the run. Merritt goes.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, fires the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
A rivalry that gets better every year.
And after 3 decades, we're back where we started. It's a draw on Anzac Day.
This is Essendon versus Collingwood, live from the MCG.
Kicks inside the forward 50. Jamie Elliott with the air raid. Leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day.
You're listening to Anzac Day Footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Sacrifice, service and mateship for the women and men that we remember and acknowledge today. These words carry much deeper meaning. It is much more than just a game. It's a tribute to those that gave and continue to give more of themselves than most of us ever will. It is Anzac Day at the MCG. This tradition now in its 31st edition, the Anzac Day clash between Essendon and Collingwood on a stunning day at the MCG without a cloud in the sky. First of the footy, last to leave on ABC Sport. We're still here 2 hours deep and counting as we get a little closer towards the opening ball up. ahead of the Dons and the Pies. We're still too early for teams. That's 15 minutes away from now. The whole gang is assembled and we're ready to go. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Ben Cameron's about to call his first Anzac Day clash. He's here with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. The overwhelming feeling for me today is gratitude. I'm grateful to be here and call Anzac Day, but I'm grateful to live in Australia. I'm eternally grateful to the men and women who have served and what they did for this country. So I know it's very much a buzz phrase at the moment that everyone wants to use, but that is the overwhelming emotion I feel today.
It's the most respected day on the Australian calendar. One man who's been out here 3 times for the Magpies. He's undefeated on Anzac Day and he remains that way in the ABC commentary box. He's part of the voting panel today for the Anzac medal. His name's Luke Ball. Hello, Ballie.
Hi, Corby. Hi, Ben. Well said. And hi, listeners. It's a special day and you're right. It can be a bit of a buzzword at times. Gratitude or gratefulness, many, but I think that's it's very, very apt today. Gratitude and perspective too. I mean, we come along here today to watch hopefully a terrific game of footy, and I think the clubs and players and coaches these days are really good, aren't they, at honouring the occasion, but also it's an opportunity to reflect on how lucky we are and just look at the game with a bit of broader perspective around where it sits in the greater scheme of things. And the next chap that you're about to introduce was very, very good at that. And you're right, I was very lucky to play I was at Collingwood for 5 years, only played in 3. I did my knee in 2012, the week before, I think it was, unfortunately, and then didn't return until the week after the year later. But nevertheless, yeah, I can very much remember my first one in 2010. It was a day like this. I remember putting the sunscreen on for that one in 2010, and we came out and kicked 8 goals in the first quarter. But just the build-up and everything, starting during the week, visiting the shrine, all those sort of things, it is a special week and a special day.
I don't think there's any coincidence that the last 31 years as Collingwood and Essendon played this game, the crowds and the numbers at the dawn service have swelled, and football's role in helping people understand the story of the Anzacs has been an important part of the day in Australian culture. And one man who's helped tell some of those stories for so many years, the man who is the coaching icon. He's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL footy, including 12 of these games in charge of the Magpies. His name is Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Corby and Ben, well done, Ben. First one. If it's your first, you'll love it. And Ballie, yeah, I remember Ballie's first one here. It's special, and it's special for anyone that plays on the field. It's special for anyone that actually sits in the grandstand, because it is one of those days. I've just come back from Collingwood. There are groups of people over there all having lunch or whatever, and they've had some guest speakers go through. One of them was little Benny Johnson, who won a medal. I'm not sure what year he won, but he's a special player in these sort of days. And interesting enough, I said to him, and he said, I know what you're going to say. He said, you judge people on the big stage, and the big stage is today. And if I can just pinch 1 second here about this game, there's a vast experience difference. I've seen sides come together when they're very rarely, and you've done a lot of these games, Corby, that the clubs are even on the ladder, or actually even in as far as ability goes. But you never know the result. You never know what's going to take place. You get a side that goes out there and whacks you a couple of times around the ears, and all of a sudden you lose a bit of confidence, and the other side grab that initiative. It's a big fight to get back. But I like it, and I'm going to draw on a military thing here, that in D-Day, the troops that were going to go across the Channel and take on the Germans, there was a real concerted decision to say, those that had already fought the Germans, we don't know whether we really want them in the front line, because they've sampled that horrific assault and they make it jumpy. So they put some fresh young troops in the front. Yes, they've heard about the Germans, but they don't firsthand hadn't. So therefore you put them there. They know what to expect, but they don't know what to expect. And I reckon if you look today, Essendon with 9 players that haven't played in this game, they would have heard about what it's like. And they'll line up and they'll go, what are we, look, how long is this? We're out here on the ground. Did our warm-up some time ago. But if 6 or 7 of those blokes stand up, I say Collingwood, look out, because this could go very, very quick and very long. one way or the other with the scoreline, and I suspect it's going to be a very close game.
A lot of people's understanding of the world really comes through storytelling, which is what we do in obviously here in the sports media, but through football and through sport as well is how they understand a lot of that, as Ben sort of alluded to and has done throughout the day so far. It's to think about. Yeah, you try and put it into context on the sporting field, for example, to try and explain what happened all those years ago. And football certainly wasn't exempt from the horrors of war. So over 150 VFL footballers died. The incredible stat that I roll out every year is at the end of Australia's last major conflict in Vietnam, 31% of all VFL footballers were part of the Defence Force. So 31%, so 3 in every 10 footballers at that particular time went away to war. And the numbers are just horrifying. And you would have learnt them, I'm sure, this morning or come across them again, been reminded of them. Over nearly 9,000 Australian troops dying at Gallipoli, over 600 at Anzac Cove on the first morning alone, and 6 of those footballers, including a guy by the name of Joe Pearce, who was a champion footballer for Melbourne. He played his last game here at the MCG in 1913, played 152 games for Melbourne, represented Victoria, killed in action April 25, 1915 in Gallipoli due to Turkish machine gun and rifle fire. He was part of the 7th Battalion, and only 35 of 140 in the battalion survived. His family inserted in memoriam notices in the paper for 40 years after his death, after Joe Pearce's passing. It's just one of 6 footballers, one of thousands at Gallipoli to have passed away all those years ago, which of course is the origin for today. While we're here 111 years on, and I don't think football's lost its place on this day. I think they've had a really sober understanding of where their part is in the story, to be able to tell the stories of the Anzac and be able to get so many Australians together in one place and have this game today, which is much more than a game of football and a tribute to our soldiers.
I've spoken about it today, but I've learned so much more about Anzac Day through football than I have through any other avenue in my life, which is really quite sad. Why the schools don't...
Schools have got to take it on board.
But that is the value and the merit of this game here today, that it can be a vehicle for young kids who love their football and gravitate to the game on the day to learn about why we're here and how lucky we are to be here.
Benny, have you been to the shrine?
I have, yeah.
Have you been downstairs?
No, I didn't go. Last year you and Corbin went for a visit, but...
And I recommend to anyone who's listening to this right now, and these are the moving times, go to the shrine, particularly now that we've got free transport, so there's no excuse. Go to the shrine, go downstairs.
There's a station right there now. Anzac station.
There is. Put your name in. If you've got a relative of this... My wife went there with me a couple of years ago. It was a moving time. She hadn't... she lost her father when she was 8 years of age, and he served in the Air Force. And there's a big drum that has all the names on it. And the gentleman from the shrine said, "That's your father. Why don't you push the button?" And as she pushed the button, a poppy came up next to his name, because she's allowed to do that being a relative. Well, it should be crying now. It was such a moving time, and you're right, Ben. Football has done this, and I think it's a credit to the organisation, the MCG, the way they put it on, and I hope that there is a duplicate, or even triplicate, one in West Australia, which I know Fremantle are trying to get hold of. I hope one lobs in South Australia as well. We're not going to lose any. We're not going to lose anyone from here, but we multiply it by 3, and I don't see any reason why we can't do that. And it'll be just an extraordinary opportunity for the South Australian and Western Australians to do what we do.
Darcy Moore, the captain of Collingwood, is not too far away from joining us. We'll hear from Archie Roberts. He's got a connection to war in his family, as well as so many Australians do today. Great to have you with us here on ABC Sport at the mighty MCG. We're just over an hour away from the start of the game, so teams dropping in the next few moments. Hawthorn lead Gold Coast, by the way, by 17 points, so that is midway through the third. 10-9 the Hawks. They lead the Suns 8-4. Jamara Ugle-Hagan has kicked a goal in his new colours. The story of the day in the football world still is the the fallout from the appeals tribunal after Lance Collard beat his, well, he didn't really beat the charge. The charge was upheld. He had his sanction reduced. It came down to 4 matches with 2 of them suspended. Some reasons that were provided by the King's Council included that his first offence was worse than this one, his age, the fact that he's young and he's Indigenous, his difficult background, the fact that the player he said it to wasn't offended, and the fact he was mad at the time that he gave away a free kick and that he was roughed up and verbally challenged. The AFL put out a press release on Thursday night saying the matter is now closed. At 7:44, they had another go. The press conference, the next press release came out at 3 o'clock on the Friday, in which Andrew Dillon said, upon further reflection, that it was the AFL's view that stronger action was not only required, but it was necessary. They followed that up again today with another statement which came through during AFL Saturday, and you would have heard here in the 12 o'clock hour, the AFL advises that it has terminated the appointment of Will Horton KC as the chair of the AFL Appeals Board, effective immediately. Mr Horton served as chair since his appointment in March 2024 and has contributed at club level over many years, and the AFL thanks him for his services, but he's been terminated in his role as the chairman of the Appeals Board. The part which specifically upset the AFL was the line that it was commonplace for players to use racist, sexist and homophobic language on field. We asked Max Gawn about that earlier today on AFL Saturday.
Yeah, I appreciate the AFL and the AFLPA going quickly on this yesterday afternoon. I think it was an embarrassing day for the players for, roughly 6-7 hours while we had to stand behind that message that the Appeals Board gave out. So I'm glad of our bodies of the AFL and AFLPA that have come out and said we don't stand behind that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I heard you guys talking before. How many weeks is too many weeks? Is weeks? I've never been suspended, so I don't know if weeks is actually something that really would affect me. So I don't know if that's the way to go. I don't know what that is and what that looks like, but I certainly know that the game is not that hard that I can keep my mouth shut when it comes to homophobic and racist and other vilifications. I'm well aware that that is not the place for it. And, yeah, I was sort of embarrassed when I was reading that stuff from the Appeals Board yesterday morning.
You can hear the full interview and the full show on the award-winning AFL Saturday through ABC, AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts. So the right outcome, Bally?
Which one? The appeals?
The
yes.
fact that they've distanced themselves now.
It feels like that.
Case.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it just felt that comment in particular. And again, I'm a bit, the sensitivities around and where the actual penalty lands. I don't necessarily envy anyone involved in that, but that particular line of explanation just felt so out of sync. I said yesterday to Poppy Penny, it felt like something that we dusted off from 30 or 40 years ago out of a transcript or a book. It just, yeah. So I felt like the AFL only had one sort of course of action.
I mean, this isn't specifically the AFL's fault as to how this happened. This is an independent panel, but it feels like, Mick, just everything has warts on it at the moment, that they can't get any clear air, that whatever it turns out to be, whether it's the Butters case, whether it's this Collard case, it just feels like everything that's happening at the game is a little frayed around the edges.
I totally agree with you, Corbin. I guess we looked at Greg Swan coming on board. We were looking at a club official who started, I started with me at Collingwood in 2000, so, he's 20-odd years. It would have sampled so much here at Collingwood, then at Carlton, then at Brisbane. And, again, you can't blame Greg for some of the things that have taken place. But I'm with you. There's just a disconnect everywhere. Jason Johnson thing. I mean, what makes people think that's right? Why not, be up front, no, I can't do it. Or, and the AFL should be also, that appointment was made in 2024 with the guy at the tribunal or the appeals board. Don't you try to find out a little bit about what their thought process is before you start to point things? I know that, many other companies, we've got the British Prime Minister, for instance, he's in it because he's in a bit of trouble because he didn't listen to people. You've got to start to take on board what is right, what is wrong, what sort of people do you want. And the game right now, and let me say this too, and I know it's on a different subject, and it's my one of my hates of this at the moment, is that the AFL come out, and when they change the rules or change something, they go, we've consulted the public. Well, I've been to 4 functions over 4 weeks and asked the one question, who likes the wildcard? there was barely a hand in any of the 100 to 200 people, barely a hand. So you say, well, that must be a lie, or who are you consulting on these things? So there's an absolute disconnect between the AFL and the public at the moment, and it's even going deeper with rules and God knows what else. So I'm thinking they've got to start taking a deep breath and get things right. Yeah. Let's get something that's going to be right for a change.
I feel like he's almost trying to please too many people at different times, Andrew Dillon. And I posed this question earlier today where I feel like, you look at the end of Andrew Demetrio's reign and his lasting legacy will be the Northern expansion and the move, obviously, with the Suns and the Giants. Gillon McLachlan introduced the women's game, greenlit Tasmania. I kind of think if Andrew Dillon's reign was to end tomorrow, what's going to be his thing? Like, what is it going to be going forward? I mean, he's got the people in the right seats on the bus now. They've moved around the executive. It kind of feels like I'd almost rather see him lead with an iron fist and say, you know what? We're going to do opening round. We think it's good for the Northern States. And if it upsets the other 10 teams, too bad.
Exactly. Stand on it.
We're going to stamp out homophobia. And if that means, Isaac Rankin misses 5 games and his season's over, then unfortunately, Isaac, that is what it is. I just feel like there's too much give in a lot of these conversations at the moment where you're always going to upset someone. Yeah. And at the moment, it feels like he's pleasing no one.
Yeah, it just seemed, and I'm not necessarily just trying to defend Dills for no reason, but it seemed that he came into the job as a really safe pair of hands, someone who'd been there, had worked closely with Gill, and from a timing point of view, and a lot of this can be attributed to that, from a timing point of view, there's been all this change, all that stuff that you just mentioned. Give us a safe pair of hands to jump in behind the steering wheel and just hold on and steer and keep it on the tracks. Whereas we know that so much happens in this sport from week to week and then year to year that I think perhaps...
Do we chew off too many social things?
Well, but that's the point, because something happens. The unfortunate Elijah Holland things happens this week. So then everyone wants change off the back of that. So I sort of empathise. I sympathise with him a little bit because as I said, he came into the role as a safe pair of hands, terrific person, with this sort of view that, hey, Gill and Andrew have done all the work, jump in, hold the steering wheel, and that's really it. Whereas we know in this sport, so much happens week to week that he's had to make some moves. So I do sympathise with him a bit.
Darcy Moore's running late. We will bring him to you as soon as he's available. I don't know. It's 15 minutes past.
What's he on his scooter?
Past the jump. Ray Chamberlain standing by. We'll get to him as soon as he comes through. In the interim, I had the chance earlier to catch up with Archie Roberts, who's getting set to play in this game again today for the second time. Incredibly, he's the second longest serving bomber. He's now played 34 consecutive games as he runs out there today. And I started by asking him about the occasion being back out here on Anzac Day.
Yeah, driving in was pretty special. You see the streets filled with Collingwood and Essendon supporters. But yeah, a lot of butterflies driving in and driving into the Coliseum and the greatest stadium in the world to play in one of the great games we get to see and we get to definitely play in. So, I'm very excited and looking forward to, a great game.
You're the second longest serving bomber at the moment, so I think only Andy McGrath's played more consecutive games than you. He's starting to feel like, hey, this is kind of my team. I'm a senior member of this lineup.
Yeah, certainly, but I'm not really thinking about that going into games. But yeah, it is when you do narrow it down like that. It does make it sound like that, and I am a senior player. But yeah, I'm just trying to evolve the younger generation and help them become players that I want to be too, and play a lot of games with these guys who are going to have long careers with me. So very excited, and definitely.
I remember chatting to you late last year pre-game. And I thought at that time, he's his second-year bomber. Team's on a long losing streak. I thought, what's he going to say and be able to handle it? You're incredibly impressive. You speak so well. Everyone we run into says, you're a future captain of the footy club. Is that something that appeals to you? Do you want to be a leader and specifically the captain of Essendon one day?
Yeah, I definitely do want to be a leader of this footy club one day. But again, I think when you're ready for that, your peers and your coaches will vote you in, and you can't control that. You can only control your actions and the way you go about it. But for me, I'm just going to wait and bide my time and just learn off Andy and Zach and these guys who have been doing it for so long. But we're also in my position one day, long time ago. But yeah, certainly is something I'll aspire to do. But yeah, certainly not right now.
What's your connection personally to the day?
Yeah, my great-grandfather, Harry Roberts, served. And, yeah, it was in the paper this morning, Glenn McFarlane wrote a really nice piece about him and my connection with him. And, you know, you definitely do know growing up that your connections, but when you do get to play on this special day and you do dive a bit deeper, it does have a big meaning to me. And, I'm looking forward to doing it in honour of him and my family. And, yeah, looking forward to doing it for the years to come.
Who'd you support growing up?
I was a Carlton supporter, so... But I watch these games every single year because it was, you know, growing up wanting to play AFL, these are the games you do want to play in. Although, you know, I wasn't barracking for a side, I just wanted a good game, and it always is, honestly, a good game, no matter, you know, what team, how the team's going at each year. But, yeah, I'm just looking forward to the day and, yeah, can't wait for a few more.
Now, we've had Dyson Heppel up there working for us today. So I said to Dyson on my way down, I said, look, have you got any dirt for me on Archie Roberts? And he said, look, the only thing I'll tell you about him is obviously you're now wearing his old number 21. He said, look, he holds himself very well, presents a very respectful young man. As soon as he ends up on the other side of the white line, he's a different guy. All of a sudden, he's good on the lip and can all of us is as competitive as anyone. Is all of that true?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, I'm glad I'm not saying that and other people are saying about me, but... I think it's just something that I've always was born with. I sort of never really developed it. I sort of just came to me quite naturally, and I like that side of me. But you know, a lot of the time you do have to control yourself. But yeah, I mean, Hep, he's such an awesome guy. Like I'm so incredibly grateful that I got to spend a year with him and then have an impact that he felt comfortable giving me his number. But yeah, definitely when I walk over that white line, I do think I'm a different person. Although I'm not doing it on purpose, it just sort of comes naturally to me. And, you know, I think that's one of my strengths is my competitiveness. So I'm not going to, you know, shy away from that and take that away from myself.
Who's the best that you've come across on the chirp out there?
I've got a few good battles. You know, who's good? Luke Parker was good in my first year. He was quite good. And then, yeah, a few boys like Ryan Mansell, we usually have a good battle, me and him. And then, yeah, Riley West too. So usually a few good battles between me and a few of the other small forwards in the comp.
And on field, feels like a different Essendon, certainly from the second half of the Western Bulldogs' last 10 quarters of footy. What's changed?
Oh, well, I think just a lot of belief and, you know, like we knew our system worked. It just, as players, we weren't really executing it. And I think, you know, we narrowed down 3 key focuses that we train every week and go into every game with 3 key focuses. And that's our way. And then we've shown, like, our pressure's been through the roof where it was non-existent the first few weeks. And, yeah, just, like, narrowing down on our focuses and then playing together and getting games into each other. Like, you know, we've got 3 first-year players in this side and then a lot of second-year players and a lot of third-year players. So, you know, we haven't played a lot of footy together, but it's our ability to fast-track their development and fast-track, you know, our connection with them off-field and on-field. And we're definitely seeing the benefits of that.
Good luck today, Archie. Go well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's a pretty impressive young man, Archie Roberts. It's understandable why they think he will be the future captain of the footy club. He's 20 years of age.
He's in good form too. Oh, he's in good form. He's now a player that opposition sides need to have a plan for. No longer can you let it. Archie Roberts stroll around and get 40 possessions, which he has the last few weeks. And in a lot of ways, that's correlated with a few others, with the senior players. In a lot of ways, he's been pretty consistent this year, where even some of his more senior teammates haven't. So look forward to seeing how he will go out there today on the big stage.
Ray's just, I think he's just signing autographs.
What's he taking?
He's selfies and everything.
He's not on the job, is he? What's he doing?
He's just hanging around by the Collingwood race. He might be able to give us a few bars. Ray Chamberlain, who has umpired in 3 of these games on Anzac Day in his near 400 game AFL umpiring career. Ray, you're all alone.
Not for long. The man is here now. I'm just going to get him set up. So just give us a minute and we'll be live and ready to roll.
All right, we're going to have a join in the middle of this. So in the radio game, if anyone sees me just randomly jump in over the top of this interview, it's because Sydney News Radio is about to jump in at 2:30, which is a little bit awkward. Hawthorn by 9 points over the Gold Coast. So that's just before three-quarter time. The Hawks 10-9. They lead the Suns, who are 9-6.
And the teams are in, Corbin, just quickly. So no late changes for either of the two sides for today's match.
Thanks, Ben. So no late changes. 9 Bombers playing their first Anzac Day clash today and 4 for the Magpies. All right, this is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse upstairs. Ray Chamberlain's down there on the boundary's edge with not only the Collingwood captain but the head of the Players Association. Ray.
Corb, thanks very much. Darcy, work never stops. How was the run session?
It was good. It was good. It was a lovely 26, 27 degrees. So it was getting pretty hot out there. So, no, it was great, man. I had a really good training session. So hopefully cherry ripe for next week.
You hold a really important role within the broader ecosystem of the AFL, but you represent a club that's arguably the most recognisable brand in Australian sport. There is a massive responsibility that comes with an occasion like today, and you're not a stranger to it. Tell us about the week.
Yeah, I think weeks like this, you're right. I think weeks like this remind you when you're in this position about how far and wide the reach of Collingwood is and how much what we do impacts the community. So hearing that this week, hearing stories from veterans and from the RSL community, from the Anzac appeal community about what this game means and the impacts that we can have as a football club on causes like this and to servicemen and women all around the country and their families. At times in this job you can get sort of stuck in the fishbowl and have tunnel vision about the next thing, sort of the next task to tick off. But I think when you have weeks like this and occasions like this to remind you that this is what it's all about, the impact that we can have on the community. And today is a great example of that at Collingwood.
Perspective's an important thing, right? Corbin, I'm sure you guys have got plenty of questions for Darcy. I'll hand it over to you.
Darcy, it's Luke Ball here. Good luck for today. I'm sure you'd love to be out there, obviously. I just want to ask you about the coach, who's become a pretty famous sort of storyteller. How's he handled the week? Is he more inclined to sit back and just let it unfold this week?
Yeah, you're right. He's he fancies himself as a pretty good storyteller. He's that guy can spin some yarns. He makes some he draws some metaphors, and often as skipper he'll sort of run them by me first, and I have to sort of vet them a little bit. I'm like, I don't know, that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but give it a crack. So no, he's been great this week, clearly drawing on the sort of experience of many veterans. We had a couple come in during the week, I think it was on Thursday, and shared their stories, and it was really moving. So he'll be drawing on that a little bit today, but reminding the guys to enjoy it as well. As you know, Luke, and probably Mick the same, reminding the players to enjoy occasions like this is an important one, because like you said before, we've got 4 guys who are playing their first one. So I think as a leadership group, as a group of leaders, we reminded ourselves of that during the week to get around those guys and make sure that they enjoy this occasion, because it's pretty cool to be playing your first one.
That's the voice of the Collingwood captain, Darcy Moore, with us on ABC Sport at the mighty MCG as the motorcade of the veterans begins. Bathed in sunshine, there's no late change ahead of Essendon and Collingwood, the 31st edition of this now famous clash on our most respected day. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron, alongside Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Ray Chamberlain downstairs with Darcy Moore.
Darcy, we'll talk about the game, and obviously last week's performance was overshadowed, by unfortunate other issues which we won't talk about now. But how did you review the game itself? The offensive challenges and scoring challenges have been well spoken about. Did we take some steps forward from that point of view, in particular last week, that we can take into today?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot to take out of that game, to be honest. Sometimes games like that don't go necessarily smoothly or to plan, there's more to learn from those ones than the ones when you execute flawlessly. So it was definitely a grind, like you said. Clearly we've struggling to score fluidly this season, so that's really the challenge for us. But I mean, the start of that last quarter, what did we score? 7 goals, 1 in the last quarter. So that's the blueprint that we're certainly capable. But like we said, it took us 3 quarters to get there. So we took a lot out of that, and we'll draw upon that experience massively today. But it's also probably not the sort of thing, that forward line, that mid-forward connection is not the sort of thing that you just flick a switch and it's there. You got to keep working at it. So, but we were very encouraged, particularly by the last quarter last week. I think it was exciting, and it really felt like, even just being in the stands, that the fans really respond when we play football like that, and we can score freely. Everyone loves it. So we'll be trying to bottle that and deliver again today.
I mean, the other school of thought is it doesn't matter if you kick 80 if you keep the opposition to 70, which certainly the defence and the team defence has been strong in this first 6 weeks. I just thought last week, though, watching closely, obviously without you out there, that just with a few new roles back there as well. How much time have you spent? Not been out there, but how much time have you spent during the week just with the boys, just making sure that everything's nice and organised down there?
Yeah, 100%. You're right. It was that's been our model, hasn't it, for a number of years now. We don't need to. A lot gets said about needing to score 100 points, 120 points, but the way our sort of defence stacks up, the reality is we don't really need to do that when we're limiting teams to, on average 65 odd points, whatever it was last year. So. You're right. And then, I think the modern game, like you're saying, I felt the first half last week particularly, Carlton really pulled our defence apart and made it really hard for us to support each other and defend as a system, which we do at our best. So I think we took a lot out of that. Like we were, it was, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, they pulled us apart really well defensively. And in the modern game, so many of your scores come from turnover. So the relationship between defence and offence, they don't operate in isolation. So getting those turnover scores up comes from, forcing great turnovers that allow us to play offence. And we've got weapons in our back line that can help us do that. Guys like Dan Houston and Josh Dacos and Isaac Quaynor and Braden Maynard really give us that bounce. So it's really the core of our game is forcing those turnovers, and then when we get them, make the opposition pay. So it's a big part of our offence as well.
Darcy Moore with us on ABC Sport ahead of Essendon and Collingwood. No late change at the MCG. Darcy, it's Corbin Middlemas here. Obviously the story during the week with the AFL Players Association had on the findings from the appeals board, in which one of the reasons was provided as to explaining how Collard's sanction was reduced was that it was commonplace for players to use racist, sexist and homophobic language from time to time in the game. As the head of the Players Association, is that the case?
Mate, that was those comments were deeply concerning. And, as a Players Association, clearly we've been very vocal about this case in particular and these issues. Clearly there's been a number of on-field homophobic language incidents used over the last few years, and it's a concern for us. And what we want to see from the AFL is really consistent action and consistency when it comes to sort of sanctioning players. And I think this case, we've been talking about this for a couple of seasons now, but I think this case, when you take it in isolation, is an example of what we want to fix. We want to see some sort of procedural fairness, some sort of system that makes a bit of sense. And I think clearly this case and the language used in that ruling was really proved our point in many ways. We want to be, and we're hearing from the LGBTIQ plus community that, these massive sanctions and these punitive measures, aren't helping them either. And they're helping to advise us on the best way forward. So, in sort of good news, I suppose, on this front, this week we've had the first meeting of the Equity, Inclusion and Safety Committee, which is sort of sat on by representatives from the Players Association and the AFL and clubs, where we can it's sort of a forum to proactively discuss these issues and discuss the best way to go forward. Too often it's responsive, it's responding to these incidents that occur. So hopefully that's a positive step forward to making some change in this space.
The conversation around homophobia is an important one to me, as it is to a lot of people, and the AFL are doing their very best, obviously, in this space. Do the players need to do more in holding each other to account? I know, Darcy, and your leadership, I thank you for that, obviously, as the head of the Players Association, but you can't be at every club, at every training session, and every locker room. The other 17 captains, the rest of the competition, are the players doing enough themselves to police one another?
Yeah, I think if you actually look at the incidents that we've seen over the last couple of years, often it is being reported on field and being called out on field. So I suppose to answer that question, that probably shows that it's pretty clear. They're pretty clear red lines. So when players are putting their hand up and reporting incidents, that's calling out the stuff that crosses the line, and I think that's how we're going to make change ultimately.
Are we going to see you on Thursday night?
I mean, I don't know what to say because I just keep getting shot down week after week. So
just bring your boots, mate. Just turn up with your kit ready to go.
At this point, I think that's what I'm going to do. Just like Tuckers, rock up in my playing kit, and then they got no choice but to pick me. So we'll see, hopefully.
Darcy, appreciate your time as always. Hopefully we see you out there before long.
Good on you guys. Thank you.
Darcy Moore, the head of the Players Association and the Collingwood captain, with us on ABC Sport. Just repeating, there's no late change. The crowd is filling up. It's a bit like grand final day with the pre-game entertainment there. It's a very different observance that we're going to see here, but there are the only 2 days of the year where the ground is this full this early. But people are in their seat, well before the opening bounce.
Big crowds early too for the MCC, so that's usually the yardstick, isn't it, or the barometer as to whether we get the 90-plusser or it's going to be a big crowd regardless. But if you're in Victoria, I mean, a local footy's back, isn't it, and playing today, but even if you're not a Bombers Pies supporter, Mick, get along if you can.
Oh, well, good luck getting a ticket.
I probably left it a bit late.
I asked for, I was late.
Yeah.
With the AFL live members ticket, and I asked about a week and a half ago.
All gone.
Oh, totally all gone. And I totally understood it because I didn't get in early enough. So there's no trouble talking to the AFL about that. In fact, they do a fantastic job on those ticketing.
I thought there was permanent seats set aside for you here, Mick.
Here at the ABC. Yes. And even then, say permanent, it's probably up next to Stu. And I'm happy with Stu.
You guys share a birthday. You guys share a birthday.
Well, there you go. It's probably what we get on well. Right? We are both Leos.
Just a little personal one for you while we're talking about your involvement. He's everywhere, Mick Malthouse. So last night he did a little swap with Adam Ramanaska, so he's on the big game here on Saturday, and so we gave him a Friday night free. You couldn't believe my surprise when I'm sitting here watching the game.
Where's he bobbed up?
All of a sudden my monitors are showing this Mick Malthouse in the change rooms. He's down there in the Richmond camp. He's a premiership player, and you got...
Well, he was, of course.
The two newest Tigers alongside you who presented their jumpers last night.
Fantastic.
How was it?
No, it was fantastic. Look, I was surprised because you've got to get a late call for this because, they don't know when the players are going to get it. I got it early in the week, and my plan was I said, oh, no, I've got to go. I want to go and see my granddaughters or granddaughter, whatever suited time-wise. And then it said, no, you'll be right because it's 9:40 game, so just get down there and do what you have to do. So it was fabulous to go back. I really would have loved it to be in the old Richmond rooms, but I mean, I know. But to do that, and there's the families there, and these young blokes, I mean, they were just starry-eyed, bushy-tailed. It was quite amazing to then watch them, once I presented the jumpers, then warm up and then go out in the ground, and nothing's normal because that introduction last night is they're on the ground for so many minutes when we know a normal game is you do your warm-up, out they go, and we're talking about it, and then the game ball starts. But they've got to readjust next week if they both get a game, which they should, because last night was unique. Today's unique. It's to fancy having your first game on Anzac weekend. It'll be so special for them. And the thing is, too, Corby, if I may say, I know this will absolutely rip some of the Richmond people apart. But the kids at the end of it, they'll go, I've played my first game. But how'd you go? Oh, we lost, but it doesn't matter. That's my first game. It is so important, that first game.
He's nice, Sam Cumming. I really like what he offers. I said this as part of the call last night. I said to Adam Ramanauskas, who watches so much of the under-18s for his job as a player agent, which he's recently stepped away from, but I'm one of those horrible footy people that I don't follow it at all. And then right before the draft, I watch all the little 3-minute videos of the top 10 guys, and I look through it and I go, where's Essendon's pick? I wouldn't mind if they had that guy. And Sam Cumming,
he was one of them.
The guy that I highlighted this year. I mean, he looked right at home last night.
He did. Yeah. Good size. And he'll get. He's only 18, so he's going to get bigger, stronger, more aware. Got good speed. Obviously, got a very good kick to him.
He looks 18 too, doesn't he? He's a fresh
face. Does he ever?
You wore a million numbers over your career at Richmond and St Kilda, but 22 was one of them.
Very close, Ben.
Yep, 22 was one of them, which you presented to Sam Cumming.
Well, not at Richmond. I didn't wear 22. And
AFL table says that you.
Well, I don't reckon they're right. I can't remember wearing 22 at Richmond. But then again, I did get knocked out my first game, so I blame that.
You can.
We just had the motorcade of veterans, and there was also a heavy footy crossover in all of that. Greg Perry was out there, who served in the Australian Army in 1970 and 71. He then played for Essendon, had a 7-year career, played 63 games during that time at senior level as a ruckman. His career was interrupted by serving in Vietnam in 1971. So Greg Perry out here today in his Bombers colours, and also Ellery Morris, who was a part of, or is still part of the Navy, and served in the Navy during her playing career for Collingwood. So played 17 AFLW games in 2023 and 2024. So among a host of veterans that were out there, but Morris is a marine engineer, and she played 2 seasons for Collingwood while serving in the Navy. So strong football connection as part of the veterans who were honoured in the motorcade pre-game.
Can I have a sing out here to a bloke I met a few years ago, and his name is on the Carlton jumper, and all those names, he's the only survivor on that jumper. He served in Vietnam. He was trained at Carlton. He remembers Robert Walls very, very well. I think they sort of teamed up next to each other, and sort of Robert was a bit younger, I think. And of course, we know where his career went. Darryl then served in Vietnam, and I know during the week he spoke to the Carlton faithful, and they presented him with a Carlton jumper, and it's with his name on it. So he's just one of the Vietnam people that were, you know, we probably won't see him there as a player with a lot of games, but he was at the football club and was interrupted by the Vietnam War. So he's one that probably got away.
We tell a lot of these stories every Anzac Day. Collingwood and Essendon, 2 clubs impacted as so many were, with over 150 VFL footballers making the ultimate sacrifice during the World Wars. Collingwood lost 10 players, 8 in the First World War and 2 in the Second, including Norm LeBrun, who was the first known Indigenous player to represent Collingwood. He was the 10th and last Magpies footballer killed as a result of war. He was the second rover to Harry Collier, had 23 goals in 17 games in the 1934 season. Enlisted in 1942, a week after the bombing of Darwin, he went to New Guinea. LeBron was killed by a rifleman who was concealed among the root of a large tree. The country was too steep and the jungle too thick for the patrol to bring LeBron's body back, and as a result he was buried a few hundred metres from where he fell. And from the Essendon Football Club, they lost 20 players, including Charles Moore, the very first VFL footballer killed in active service back in the Boer War. So you have to go way back to the early 1900s for that. They had plenty more players who served, including Jack Jones, of course, the 3-time premiership player who enlisted as an 18-year-old. He served in New Guinea for 10 months. He was part of the 24th Infantry Battalion, who lost 71 men. Apart from shrapnel wounds to the army, returned home where he wore the number 24 in 175 games for Essendon. Of course, he's the grandfather of Sarah Jones, the broadcaster for Fox Footy, who many of you know well. So one of many servicemen and women who we remember today, obviously with so many with footballing links, as we'll touch on as we work our way through.
Do we, in the States, I don't think I'm always critical that we sort of take on too many things for our game from the States, but they respect their servicemen like no other, and they hold seats for them. I'm just wondering, do we do that here? I don't know whether we do or don't. I'm just, there's a question.
I'm pretty sure we do today on Anzac Day. I'm not sure about other games.
You know, it would not be a bad thing. We don't fill the stadiums, to have maybe 2 or 3 lines, maybe up to 20 or 30 people that could, for our service people, to be able to come to a game and be acknowledged, because I think they deserve to be acknowledged.
We've been at American sports, Corbin, where they often stop the game at 3/4 time, bring out a service man or woman, and the crowd stops and applauds and
so they should,
celebrates their service to the country.
It's good, isn't it, when they do that, Ben?
It is. It's a really nice moment. They're often in prime seats, courtside, or very close to the action in the NFL or ice hockey, whatever it may be. The jumpers over the course of the day as well, Corbin. I did have Dave and Sandra Quarrell in earlier. So that is the grandson and daughter of Keith Rawle, who is the man that is honoured with Essendon's jumper today. So he's a 1946 and 1949 premiership player. In 1943, he won the Best Utility Player. He was known for his team-first mentality, most unselfish in 46 and 48. But he went away as a 21-year-old in 1942 to join the RAAF and served there. He worked with the Bristol Bowfighter Manufacturing in World War II, and that is what is depicted across the Essendon jumper today, making up the sash. It's the Bristol Bowfighter, which, believe it or not, was manufactured in the Essendon fields.
Yeah, right.
So that is the link to Essendon.
Was that part of the Bomber Command, was it?
Yeah.
Taken overseas, defend Australia's shores. It's a beautiful jumper, and I think the clubs have done such a good job with the bespoke jumpers this weekend, where the thing I love about them is the subtlety, that most of them look like the original designs, and then upon further inspection you think, oh, there's the silhouette of a soldier or a bugler, or on this case the Essendon jumper's made up of a bowfighter, and so from a distance it looks like a black jumper with a red sash, but as you get a little closer, you start to realise just the artwork that's gone into it and the meaning behind them.
It does also carry the 231 names of the past Essendon players who have served their country. So they are written in sort of a dark grey on the black part of the jumper. On the bottom left, it has number 2, KR. So that was his number when he played for Essendon, and Jacob Farrow will wear that jumper today.
Was that the same last night with Richmond?
Yeah.
It was. So the jumper was dedicated to Anzac, so it was...
The Richmond one had the golden wattle making up the sash.
Right.
And the Melbourne one still had the chevron or the V, and it was all the poppies, basically, where the red would be.
It's not that my eyesight's so bad, because I did present the jumpers, but it was in a box, and because you're a bit wound up, I was just wondering what the significance was. So it was the wattle. It looked brilliant. Yeah.
Just while we're on the theme of the day and the football and crossover, one of my favourite interviews I've ever had the chance to do was with you, Ben, when we interviewed a guy by the name of Alec Matheson. So he was actually one of the last or longest surviving members of the war that obviously went and served his country, and with the football and crossover. He died aged 101 just a couple of days after his 101st birthday back in May of 2022. We interviewed him during COVID, so it was 2020 and there was obviously no football, nothing going on, and we had the opportunity on this day to chat to him. Played 7 games for Geelong, was a leading aircraftman in the RAAF and served 2 years from March 1944. But he told a story about attending the 1937 grand final. So think about going to the 1937 grand final as a Geelong supporter.
Did he say where he was an engineer at all for the RAAF?
I might be able to get through to that. He ended up in New Guinea. Sorry, in Port Moresby is where he ended up.
Yeah, okay.
But he basically, story in the 1937 grand final. So polio was rife at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, his parents were saying, hey, you're not allowed to go up there to the city and everything else, stay down here. So essentially, he told his parents that they were going rabbiting. So they disappeared at the start of the day, and I said, look, we'll come back at the end of the day. All of a sudden, jumps on the train at 7:15, gets to Melbourne. He was 4 or 5 deep, sitting inside the boundary line and watching the Cats play in the 37 grand final. On the station on the way home, he ran into the train conductor, who was a friend of his old man, who then spoiled the story and essentially told them where they went. He went on to talk about the fact that that the Air Force had a team in the Sunday League. They used to verse the Navy and the Army. And they wouldn't give him leave unless he played for them. So as a result, he left Geelong and went and played for the Air Force. While playing for Geelong, he kicked a goal with his first kick against the Bombers. He also played fullback on Jack Dyer in the latter stages of his career, Captain Blood. He said he was at the end of his tether then. He said he was one of 10 boys. 7 of them went to war.
Wow.
7 of them came back. So 4 in the Army and 3 in the Air Force. But the quote that gets me every time is he said, we played a fair bit of football at Port Moresby, moved to Lae and Madang, and then the football ground was coral. The Japanese would use the palm trees for sniping, so they used to shoot the tops off the palm trees so they couldn't hide in them. I had a feeling when I got back, thank God I was out of there. I went home with malaria. It took me about 2 years to get out of my system and ended my football career. You never forget those sort of things. We had a chance to...
as I say, I spoke at a couple of functions at Collingwood today, and there was Simon Pritchard coming and Ben Johnson and Alex Fasolo. And we all said the same thing. We are custodians of this game, but reality is this is not war. And, it's a small price to pay is to make sure you're staying in line with the ball. If you get knocked over, get back up again because you know what you're doing it for. And these are the sort of stories that you just read. They just make you. It sends a shiver up your spine.
I'll remember that interview for the rest of my life.
Absolutely.
Like, I think I will remember the name Alex Matheson for the rest of my life. That was such a special interview that we did. Not because we did the interview well, but because of the stories he told us and his story.
And he was 99 at the time. His hearing wasn't that strong, and so he had his daughter with him at the time. And basically, we would ask the questions, and then his daughter would ask the question to Alec in the room, and then he would give us the answer back. And essentially, through a nice bit of editing in the modern way, we were able to get the interview out.
I got a gentleman to talk to our players at Collingwood, and he was one of Tom, Dick and Harry, the tunnellers in that Great Escape. And he was a one-eyed Melbourne supporter, absolutely one-eyed. And I'm not sure whether he played with them or not, but he managed to get through. He was one of the Australians that escaped from that compound. And we went and presented him a Collingwood jumper, and he said, and he was so articulate. He was fantastic. Were you there, Bully?
Yeah.
And he said, you can stick that jumper away. He didn't want it.
Nice gesture, but you can go.
I do not want that jumper.
Yeah.
How good.
It was fair.
Yeah. I'll use that to dry the dishes. Is that?
He'll be pleased now. Melbourne obviously pay homage in their own way to Anzac Day with their Anzac Eve match now, don't they?
Yeah.
Between Richmond, so
that's what I mean. It's growing so big. It's got to be bigger than just the one day here in Victoria.
Well, I think we
got to go out
by virtue of a Saturday game. We get it today.
We get
a game in Adelaide,
the 4 games.
There's a game in WA as well, and Tassie.
But Freo have done that game so well for such a long time. The 29th annual Len Hall match.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense as the nighttime slot to Anzac Day. Play this, play that in the evening in Perth.
Well, I'm going to be a bit greedy and say, and I know it's an early, and I remember being asked as a coach, you've only got a 4-day break. I said, if it's a 1-day break, our boys will play in it because it's such an honour to play in it. I reckon you get a South Australian game up at 12:30 and you get the 3 games.
The Magpies make their way out onto the ground. There's no banner as they run out in a jumper that is predominantly white with the black stripes, and it's got a bit of meaning attached to that as well, the Collingwood strip. The white base, the black stripes, but the stripes end with silhouettes of soldiers standing in formation, one soldier sounding a bugle, and the Gallipoli landscape stretches across the Guernsey. There's no banner because, of course, on this day we're all on the same team, and these 2 clubs will run through the same banner, which is set up with the cheer squads of both teams. So the banner crews from both the Bombers and the Magpies have the joint banner that is about to be put up on the broadcast wing. We're at the MCG. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas and Ben Cameron to call the game. Ray Chamberlain, who's umpired in 3 of these, will be on the boundary. Plus, he'll give us all our analysis on the rules as we work our way through. Mick Malthouse, who's coached on this day 12 times. Luke Ball, who's undefeated in 3 appearances on Anzac Day, to talk you through it as we progress. There's no late change. Just repeating, there's 9 Bombers who are playing on Anzac Day for the first time. They have 11 guys who have played 33 games or less. They are a young team, Essendon, and in the competition they are the 2nd youngest on average in the season so far. Up against the Magpies, who are the oldest, they're the most experienced. They've only got 4 guys out there who are playing on Anzac Day for the first time.
Yeah, and look, we might be proven wrong, but I do, just as I'm thinking about it now, I'm watching them run out, I look at the teams, so even the ends, Pryor and Sharp, less than 50 games of experience between them, to go inside bottom over 500 games. I feel like today is a sort of day where experience counts.
That's right.
Now, again, I might be proven wrong, but, I came here today thinking Bombers are right in this and have turned it around the last couple of weeks, and they have, no doubt about that, and it has been off the back of their experienced players. We mentioned Archie Roberts is having a really good, consistent year, but the last 2 weeks it's been Merritt, it's been Parrish. Andy McGrath last week goes into the middle and takes
Ridley
a scalp.
was good until he got injured.
Ridley goes out. So, and even Peter Wright going into the ruck, and Langford going back behind the ball, which they've had to do. But I just feel like, across the ground today, experience might tell. I might be proven wrong.
And what about this? So Scott Pendlebury is playing in his 19th Anzac Day match, which is a record. He goes past Dustin Fletcher on 18, still side bottom has played 14 times on this day, and then it's Matthew Lloyd on 13. But Scott Pendlebury, it's nearly a season of Anzac Day games.
Yeah. How many times has he won the medal? Is it twice?
Three.
Oh, it's three. So, that's pretty good strike rate.
He's got
really good strike rate.
Yeah, side bottom 2. So, again, he comes back into the team. He's really experienced. We know that he relishes these sort of games, so that's a big positive for the Pies today.
Yeah. Here come the Bombers. They're predominantly in black. They've got the red sash, as we touched on, which is made up by the detailed blueprint of the Bristol Beaufighter aircraft, which was taken overseas to keep Australia's shores safe. It's also got the names of the 231 defence personnel who represented the Essendon Football Club and, of course, defended their country. So the Bombers out on the ground. Feels like the wheels turned over the last 10 quarters of footy. There's a bit of data that supports that as well, Mick, and the one thing in particular that stands out is their control of the footy. So it's a pretty simple game when you look at it in these terms. So from rounds 1 to 4, they were 16th in the competition for uncontested marks, and they were 17th in the competition for time in possession. That's completely flipped. Over the last fortnight, they're now second for uncontested marks, and they're second for time in possession. So rather than the opposition controlling the ball and they can't get it back off them, it's the Bombers who are defending and attacking with ball in hand.
Well, also, scores inside 50, Corby, is very interesting. The Bombers are going at 48%. This won't surprise Collingwood supporters. They're going at 38%. That has to improve. It should improve with the personnel in front of them. It's whether they can get the ball to McStay, Elliott, Membry, these sort of players that do mark the football and can have set shots. Because we know that Membry basically has got to mark the football, have a kick. Elliott's pretty good either way. McStay probably has to mark the football.
I reckon Cameron will be down there a bit today.
He has to be.
Steve will play more ruck and Cameron forward today.
Well, he's going to have to, and he does take a good mark.
We'll come back to the full preview next, and then, of course, the Anzac observance. But the two teams are slowly walking towards one another on the northern wing. And Braden Maynard shaking hands and dapping it up with Andy McGrath, who captains the team on Anzac Day for the first time. The joint banner, which reads "Always Remembered," and it's got the names of all 30 players that were killed in active service that have represented the Bombers and the Magpies. A nice touchy moment too between Scott Pendlebury and Archie Roberts. Pendlebury was part of the coaching staff at Halebreed that actually coached Roberts when he was at school, and Pendlebury's played so long that now he gets to play against him for a second time on Anzac Day as they run through the joint banner. What a day it is, a tribute today to the men and women who gave their best years to something far greater than themselves. It is Anzac Day at the MCG. You couldn't have asked for a better day, Bally. Sunbathed, 24 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, and no late change.
Yeah, beauty, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit of breeze outside. The MCG tends to absorb that pretty well, and if anything, it'll swirl around a little bit. But yeah, perfect conditions. And yeah, we were just talking, Corb, and you mentioned the turnaround, particularly over the last couple of weeks for the Bombers games. Well, they come up against a team today who have liked to control the footy, certainly by foot. They're a good kicking team, Collingwood. Saw them last week, I think, come out and take, it was over 40 marks, uncontested marks in that first quarter against Carlton, who really just were all at sea in terms of their team defence. And it was only Collingwood's lack of connection and conversion centre forward that kept Carlton in that game at times. And that's going to be the challenge for the Bombers today. Can they locate, switch into defence? If they turn the ball over, how quickly can they locate and find an opponent and disrupt Collingwood's kick mark game? And then, of course, Collingwood's challenge is, we spoke to Darcy Moore about it, can they continue to improve and find avenues to goal? I do get the sense that we'll see Darcy coming a little bit more forward today as that marking target, as Dan McStay and Tim Membry struggle a little bit with consistency in terms of being able to impact the game. So it's going to be an interesting tactical battle today.
I've got one for you, Bally. This is the sports guy on the radio, most simplistic view of a game of football, and that's why we have you and Mick Malthouse here to be able to give us the far more detailed analysis. But as someone coming along today looking at it on the absolute top-line thoughts, you would think the best player on the ground is so clearly number one, with almost daylight second in Nick Dacos. So for the Bombers to win, he can't be the best player on the ground.
No.
How do they make sure he's not today? Have they got an answer?
Well, I do. I think that not many teams have got an answer. Let's be honest. He's such a good player. But I do think if you were to scour the competition for a matchup, someone who can play midfield, has reasonably similar running power, I guess, both in terms of speed and endurance, and then like we saw last week in that last quarter, if Nick's going to push forward and impact in the front half can go back with experience of playing behind the ball, and that's Andy McGrath, and he just so happens to be the skipper as well. So I'd be staggered if he hasn't put his hand up. In fact, I think maybe the move into the middle last week to play on Matt Rowell was probably with a little eye to this week as well, because that's how much, as you said, you have to put into at least curbing. You're never going to be able to fully stop Nick, but at least curbing the influence and the impact and the score involvement, the possession forward of centre. We just saw in that 10-minute burst in the last quarter last week, he really won the game for Collingwood. He saved them to an extent. So Andy McGrath's a man, and I do, as I said, I feel like
as good a match.
Oh, I do. I really do feel like that. Yeah, in terms of size and experience now. He's a 150 game plus player, Andy McGrath. Has he played 200, Mick? Just look at that one for me.
186.
Yeah, 186. So he's approaching 200 games, and he's a leader. He's a captain. So I'd be staggered if we don't see from the very first bounce, number one for the Bombers go and stand next to the Pies Dynamo.
Well, it's an interesting, what you say, 150 games, and this is certainly not about me. Go back to the early days in the 70s when I first started. Jeans would put me on, and I played on Peterborough for the Brownlow medalists. He worked on the other theory, was the younger you are, have a crack, there's no fear, you're just going to go in, you're up against a name, and you save your better players to get the job done on like Glenn Elliott and whoever else was in the middle. So use your younger players, see how they go against it. And Dacos can rip you apart in 2 seconds, we know that. And he's a give-and-get player, which is very hard to stop. Standing next to him is a waste of time. You've got to net him. You've got to be on the other side of him. And as he comes through, just go crunch.
Yeah. He's going to need some help. Yeah.
No, it's really good. And don't start ringing up saying what's crunch mean. Crunch means hit hard. If you want to know, but hit fairly. The whole game is built around making sure you don't give away the ball to the opposition through a free kick or something like that. But there's methods of tagging players, and if you've got a player that's not that quick, you can stand next to him and you can work him over close, which you've done a couple of times, Paulie. But if you're not as quick as this bloke and he's a 1-2 player, get on the other side as he comes through your net, and you've got to limit. You've got to limit what they do with the football. They might have the same number, but don't let him do the same damage.
Yeah, I think what Andy McGrath was able to do last week was free up their better users, let's call it. So Zach Merritt and Darcy Parish is starting to find some form. 33 and 30 the last 2 weeks. Elijah Sardis has come back into the team and started to show why they invested a top 10 pick in him in the last couple of weeks as well. And then we spoke about Archie Roberts pinching hit in there, and then they've got the tough play. They've got those sort of players as well.
Well, I'm going to jump in here.
Yeah, go for it.
This is smart. This is where it's a quarter, maybe even 0.1%. I've been here for a while, as we've seen, and we've watched the sides come out. Collingwood have had their kick around in the shade.
Yep.
Essendon have come out and had the first one out in the sun. I'm thinking,
typical Collingwood, all the advantages.
But no, it's smart. It's smart. Why would Essendon go to both ends? Why would they go to both ends of the ground?
I think you get allocated an end.
No, you use your brains. It's your home game. You come down here and you say,
I like it though as a theory.
Oh, I don't think it's a theory.
Well, I'll be winning the toss and kicking that way as well, because
so you're not looking
into the sun, the sun will be gone at quarter time. So you're a big 1%er man. I know you are. You're all over it, Mick. You're a big 1%er man. I was just going to finish by saying that, that midfield mix which they stumbled upon last week, or they planned for, and they slaughtered the goal. A really good Gold Coast centre square bounce lineup. They absolutely sorted them out of the middle. So that's a big challenge for Collingwood today as well. And I like the fact that Wright's gone into the middle. It's forced him to be more competitive, more aggressive.
Well, look, he's given the rules, but he is tailor-made. Yeah. He jumps. He doesn't. He's not a big contact player. So let him jump in. I thought Bolter last night was outstanding in the first 5 or 6 tap downs against Gawn, and you go, this is not going to last. And sure enough, they wear out. But Wright is a ruckman, so he should ruck as often as he can. The trouble is with Essendon. Well, I don't say trouble. I guess you've got a young fella. They're going to be rucking against 2 recognised ruck. One young and one is very, very good in
Darcy Cameron.
Yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind is the coaches are obviously out there for this period as well. So Brad Scott and Craig McRae line up alongside their teams
in the sun.
The Bombers a little slow to get into position. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. It is Essendon and Collingwood. There is no late change. And, of course, Brad Scott, such a heavy family connection, having lost his father as a result of the events in Vietnam, who is lining up alongside his team, Hamish McLaughlin, the master of ceremonies, as we're set to go for the Anzac observance here at the MCG.
A guard is with us in honour of the Anzacs on Anzac Day, and all those who followed them in the service of Australia.
Caravan party! By the right! Oh! Arch!
The Australian Football League, Essendon and Collingwood football clubs and the MCC invite you to join the coaches, players and umpires in honouring the memory of Australia's servicemen and women who gave their lives for the nation. Please now welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. to welcome us to country.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations. But I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them. But today I want to make a special acknowledgement. And I want to acknowledge the men and women, both past and present, that have served this country and pay my deepest respects to them. Woman Checker, welcome. Wurundjeri Balak, Yuma Kondi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no, Buddambor War, Kondi Neng Nuk Dubban Big Bullet Bor Tilligan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wonwong language group. And while on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woman Checker, welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. Our thoughts are with those currently deployed. If you're able, would you please rise, remove your hats for the Anzac observance. We welcome today the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Mark Schroeffel.
They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Caravan party! Caravan party! Praise and arms!
Let's begin.
Please remain standing for the New Zealand National Anthem to be performed today by Lance Corporal Bryony Williams from the New Zealand Army Band.
Cannonball Party, General Salute, President of...
Please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed today by Lauren Stewart from the Australian Army Band, Melbourne.
say it every year, but if you were to assign a seat to every Australian killed in the First and Second World War, this ground would not be big enough for it. Over 100,000 Australians lost in the First and Second World War alone. It is a haunting visual to try and get your head around, and this ground is full today on what is the most special day on the Australian calendar, Anzac Day. And for the 31st time, we will get Essendon and Collingwood at the mighty MCG. It's all here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas and Ben Cameron to call the action. Luke Ball, who's undefeated on this day in 3 matches for the Magpies, and Mick Malthouse, who's been here 12 times as the coach of Collingwood. And Ray Chamberlain is in the front row of the grandstand. He's been here 3 times as the official. It's a big day for them as well. Brett Roseberry, Hayden Meyer, Jamie Broadbent and Martin Roger. Ray, it's great to have you with us every Saturday afternoon, but what a special day this is. Welcome back to ABC Sport.
Thank you, Corb. And I tell you what, it never grows old. And to the AFL, the Essendon Football Club, the Collingwood Football Club, and everybody who's involved today, what an incredible thing they do. It's the best day on the calendar outside of grand final day for mine. I spoke with Frank upstairs. Corby reckons it'll punch 93,000 today. Perfect conditions. Can't wait for it to get underway.
Full time, by the way, down in Launceston, a 49-point win for the Hawks over the Suns. Jack Gunston kicked 5 goals from his 9 scoring shots, and Jamari Ugle-Hagan kicked 1 for the Suns. They're about to take the flagpoles off the ground, and the 2 teams have got one last mini warm-up before the coin toss in a few moments. Last word from Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Mick, the day itself, when you're sending your players out there, what's the last thing you tell them before they hit the MCG on Anzac Day?
Well, it's interesting to say, Corby, because as they're going up the race, I would say to them, never even think of embarrassing yourself on a day like this. And if you're going to, it's an old cliche and it's an old word from many of the poets and people who have written about the First World War. We fell facing the enemy. So, you know, don't turn your back, don't lay on the ground, get up and keep going, because this is a day, transcends football. This is about the Anzacs. So we just happen to be very lucky to run up that race. That's about it.
First contest, calm mind if you can, hard body, calm mind. That'll be the message, I think, certainly with those experienced Collingwood players, and likewise the experienced Essendon players who, as you said, we've got 9 debutants today, so their heart will be pumping. Their nerves will be there. They want to get that first early touch of the footy just to settle the nerves.
Mixed 1 percenters. Essendon are going to be looking into the sun, so they're going to kick to the punt road end.
That's right. As I say, you've got to pinch every little bit you can legally.
I can't tell you who won the toss because they both pointed to the other end of the ground. So Maynard pointed to the city end and McGrath pointed to the punt road end. The jackets are out and
wow, look at the scarves.
Ordinarily a tradition we see, obviously, in the West Coast and Essendon games from...
It looks great. It really does.
Doesn't it?
Fabulous.
The Essendon fans trying to make it their own thing on every home game, and so it is again today on the biggest home and away game of all.
Yeah, Beck Heron leading that scarf waving at the moment. 21 years of service in the Air Force as a nurse, worked on aeromedical evacuations. Long-time Essendon fan leading that scarf and jacket waving here today.
I'm not sure it gets better than this. Anzac Day at the MCG, 24 degrees, one of the game's great rivalries on a day which means so much more to Australians everywhere. It is the closest thing to footy in the spring, in a setting that only one day in the autumn can provide. Essendon and Collingwood, Anzac Day at the G on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
And we're underway. Wright and Cameron. Cameron wins the tap. McGrath doesn't quite gather it cleanly. Wright goes in. Jordan to go. He's scrapping for it. Gets it out to Nick Dacos. Handball's over his head. McGrath goes and wins it. Essendon ball in the middle. Merritt dispossessed. Holding the ball. Free kick to Lipinski and Collingwood in the middle. Lipinski shorts it to Crisp. Attacking edge of the square, sends Collingwood inside 50. Turnover, Mackay marks defensively for the Dons.
Dangerous exiting kick, trying to get it to Caldwell. Maynard knocks it away, knocks further afield by Daywex. Essendon keep it. Caddy gives it to Sardell Hawley. His kick smothered. Spills down the way of Roan Steele. Look away, handball inside 50. Parrish picks it off. Handball looking for El Hawley. Just got it on the hop. Handball meant for Durham, not to be. Scooped up there by Pryor against the boundary line. Little kick, just got it away. Back to Caddy. Long ball down the wing. Howe puts his fist through it. Logo commentary side. Merritt overran it. His opposite number, Josh Dacos, wins it. Gives it to Crisp. Handball to Pendles. Pendles through centre half forward. Goes back by hand to Houston. Houston kicks to a vacant man on the flank. It's Roan Steele. He wasn't on a list this time last year, the mid-season recruit. He marks here in front of over 90,000 right half forward on Anzac Day.
Yeah, very... the ball movement was haphazard at best. But Essendon got locked looking at the ball. So Collingwood player was able to sneak out the side, and when you get the ball with Pendlebury, something.
Well, they got caught skinny too, the Bombers. And the Pies were able to shape corridor.
Oh, Roan Steele brings it back beautifully. What a way to start. The mid-season recruit kicks the first on Anzac Day. And every Magpie rushes to him. 1 straight 6. Essendon yet to score. We're 2 minutes in. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, what a finish. He's become a goal kicker, hasn't he, Roan Steele? Really cemented his spot in this Collingwood team. But you're right, Mick. I mean, scrappy start, as you'd expect. High pressure. Everyone trying to get their hands on the footy. It was the kick to the contest and the Jeremy Howe spoil. And as I said, the Bombers just got caught too skinny. Had no representation through the corridor. And 3 Collingwood players who held their space. Pendlebury, one of them, was able to set up Dan Houston, who pinpointed Roan Steele. Looks like he's starting on the wing, just pushing forward into space. And, yeah, that's a beautiful finish from 50. Peter Wright starting in the ruck, as we said, and certainly Andy McGrath, rather, with Nick Dacos.
Roan Steele, one of four Pies on debut on Anzac Day. Their first effort in this fixture, and 9 for Essendon here today. Secondary ball up in the middle. Cameron hacks it out there for Collingwood, turns it over. Archie Roberts marks on the back flank here for the Dons, kicks out to the logo and finds Caddy.
Yeah, the Bombers have got an extra player at the stoppages too. Collingwood dropping off.
Caddy looks inside 50, right in good position, rids himself with Cameron and gives away a free kick.
What was he doing?
Collingwood ruckman to get it at fullback.
Sure, he's not going to look at the umpire and ask how it was. He just moved him and threw him off the ball.
Late, wasn't it? Players shielding their eyes there. Early one there, long ball in. Bombers forward line. It's going to be hard to mark it in this first quarter.
Our Mick all over it. Collingwood with the opening goal through Roan Steele. 1 straight 6, plays no score, 3 minutes play.
Frampton to Howe, kicks down the boundary line to Steele, the goal kicker. Handball away to Nick Dacos. Darts away, got a hand pass away to Crisp. His hand pass stolen. McGrath for the Bombers, to Daywicks, to Parrish, all by hand on the wing. Now to Caldwell, goes inside, he misses Merritt by hand. Josh Dacos knocks it away to Schultz. Handball further afield, McCreary and DeGoey in between them. McCreary wins it. His handball missed a target. Gee, some hot footy early and some sloppy skill errors by hand. Pack forms half forward for the Pies and a ball up.
Some nerves there, isn't there?
Oh, just overuse.
Yeah, but nerves, isn't it?
Well, you can say...
I mean, they're 2 metre handballs, man. All AFL players.
Nerves are out.
Put that on your teammate's chest.
Oh, Bally.
I'm with you, boy.
Ball up, half forward for the Pies. Cameron down for Dacos. Kick goes straight up and down. Roberts, he loses it. Ball jars free. Elliott soccers it boundary side. McCreary tracking it. Right there with him is Roberts. Knocked out, throw in 40 around from the attacking goal for Collingwood.
Reminds me of what we used Brendan Goddard working for us, and we used to talk about the yips, how you get a goal kicking yips. He said, I don't understand how anyone can possibly get the yips. I've never had the yips ever. How have you never had the yips? He said, no, not over a putt, nothing. Don't understand it.
Oh, well.
DJ, kindred spirits.
Yeah, he must have been was he, how many Brownlows did he win?
Tapped down by Cameron, coming through Elliott. He coughs it up, and now Essendon off the back flank. Kako away to Durham, who steps his man Maynard, kicks forward of halfway. Sully Roby takes it.
What a day for him. Game number 3. Hand pass away to the number 3. Parrish lifts it further forward to Durham. All kicks into Howe right in front of him, intercepted by Josh Dacos. Back flank. It's down the line to Steele. He's busy early, Roan Steele. Centering kick to Pendlebury. Hand pass away to Maynard, the acting skipper. Puts it to centre half forward. El Hooley breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Tagoe inadvertently soccers it away. They all overrun it. Loose footy scooped up by Elliott. Hand pass inboard. Maynard trying to tap it away. Coughs it up. Caldwell by hand away to Langford off the back flank for Essendon, to Roberts, and now to El Hooley again. Here go the Bombers. Hand pass down the wing to Merritt.
Merritt just chips it for Kako. 55 out from goal. Nothing he likes, so he stops, props, kicks inside 50. Ball kick, Howe heads to it. One umpire,
yeah.
One said play on, Howe gets it. Last line for Collingwood. They've got the only score in the game. It was a goal to Roan Steele. He's looking to have his Mark McGough moment today, perhaps. Collingwood by 6 points.
Had a good start. Beautiful draw on that kick too, from right to left to bring it through from left half forward. Collingwood work it up to the wing. He's Pendlebury. Played in more of these games than anyone else. Pokes the kick out on the full. It is an Essendon home game, and it feels like an Essendon crowd. They've got plenty of voice.
They've had plenty of time to store it up. Must be said, the Essendon faithful as Caldwell kicks out to the boundary line, southern side. Wright's kick is a stinker. Turns it over. Howe with the intercept. Handball away to Maynard. He gives it to Cameron. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Swings a kick out towards the northern wing. Nice work, McCreery. Got rid of his direct opponent. He's out the back. Daywick's right there with him. McCreery scoops it up. Collects 60 out. Centering kick back inboard. De Goey can't quite trap it. Puts his head over it. In comes Crisp to lend a hand. Somehow got a kick away. Elliott at the drop, not the required range. Tackled immediately by Caldwell. Ball up half forward for the Pies.
Haven't Essendon given away 3 or 4 great opportunities in their forward line?
Just inside 50 here for Collingwood. Right, palming it down. Nick Dacos shrugs a tackle, snaps on goal, and misses the set. That's not what he's known for, but he was strong there, Dacos. Reading himself the tackle. Oh, the kick is poor, a turnover. The kick from Mackay was looking for young Farrow, but he's turned it straight over. And the mark taken by Schultz, 20 out, directly in front.
Yeah, just a bad error. Mackay, good to see a few Collingwood players wanting to go and talk to him about it. Bombers sticking up for their man there.
Well, he's experienced enough not to do that. That is a hot. That's just joining in the chorus at the moment because they're giving the ball back terribly.
Lockie Schultz pops it through. Dream start for Collingwood. 2 straight 12. Essendon yet to score. We've played 7.5 minutes. Anzac Day on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball.
Well, it's actually been a pretty open, wide game at the moment. Plenty of uncontested footy, really, for both teams. And you're right, in the end, it's just been execution with that last kick inside 50 for the Bombers. They've given up 3 really golden opportunities. They've moved the ball well, haven't they, through the middle part of the ground. And we know that the money kick in footy is that kick inside 50. They've had space inside 50. They just haven't kicked it to their teammates' advantage. And that time there, I mean, just a poor turnover, as we said, for Ben Mackay. So he's an experienced player. He's got to make amends for that now. And Lockie Schultz is in the game. That's good alert, though. Lockie Schultz, just to be able to sweep on that mistake and kick the goal. But, yeah, both teams at the moment attacking with a really wide open ground, just not being able to execute that last kick inside 50.
Luke Ball on ABC Sport, out of the middle. Merritt first disposal to Roberts coming off the square. Handball to Sardis, handball to Xavier Dersma. Flares his handball wide to Reid. Another handball. Away to McGrath. Now a kick. Turns and a high bomb inside 50. Can someone mark it? Punched away by Howe. Ball hits the deck. Unkind bounce for the Bombers. And Houston scoops it up. Handball away to Hayes. The youngest Magpie out there, kicks wide, and that's a good kick to Membry.
Great kick. That is a beauty. That is a kick under pressure, finding it. Oh, he only had a half a yard on his opponent. That is a wonderful kick.
Had some good moments last week, young Hayes. He's an impressive young player.
Membry on the back flank, kicks to the wing. Hayes again, trying to take the mark here, brings it down, gets it back from Anderson. Loops the handball to McStay, tight roping the boundary line. Kicks Collingwood inside 50. To the pocket, Elliott nearly drops the mark. Sardell Hooley comes in for the Dons, gets rid of it to Edwards. In their back pocket, Roberts' kick goes 7 metres, and Merritt will clear to the worn wing.
Oh, he's trying to find Durham, missed him on the kick. The ball will slide. No, it won't. Stays alive. Durham straddling the boundary line, keeps it going. Kicks down to Kako. He marks it half forward, looks for Caddy. Leading Maynard to the footy and marking against the boundary line, right half forward, 30 out.
Well, they're forced wide, Mick, but they finally get a mark inside 50. Kako to Caddy. The Bombers supporters love that. But as we spoke about Darcy Moore before the game, this Collingwood defence, and we saw it last week against Carlton early days too, just being pulled out, losing their structure a bit. Not used to seeing them so disorganised behind the footy.
Caddy outside of the right boot, trying the check side right to the behind line and a minor score.
That's an impossible kick to do that from that far out. And they've been forced out wide with that kick too. That I know he led wide. Just wondering whether he should have held the ball a bit longer and made him double back because he had time.
2 straight to 1 behind. The Bombers' first score. It's the Magpies by 11, 10 minutes in.
Howe brings it into Houston. Handball away to Frampton. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball for Elliott. Pies through the corridor. De Goey takes them out wide with a kick to half forward. On the flank. Membry marks, gives it off to side bottom, kicks inside 50. Schultz drops the chest mark. Pryor pinches it, back pocket for the Dons. Handball to Farrow, to Mackay. They're under pressure here. Farrow just dribbles a kick neatly away to right, and he connects at the D50 for the Dons.
He's had a mixed start, Peter Wright, as he kicks down the wing, and in the end, Sharp takes evasive action, punches it away from Perryman, and a throw-in on the wing.
Gee, it was good ball movement from Collingwood. If only Schultz took the mark at the end.
Yeah, well, it's two.
It's two men.
Yeah, Elliott and Schultz now, chest mark. In fact, both coaches would be a little bit concerned about how easily the ball's moving from one end to the other. Just mistakes, not being able to capitalise at the moment.
Wright and Steen, they both miss it from the boundary throw-in. Spills down to Sardis. He can't pick it up. Ball trickles away from him. Got a hand pass away to Dersma. Handball to Parrish. To Wright. He goes back by hand to the lefty, and Roberts kicks down the wing and finds Sharp. One of the two inclusions this week in for his first Anzac Day fixture, obviously, in his debut season. Dyson Sharp, the 18-year-old, heads down to half forward with the kick. May flies for the footy. Ball spills down to Kako. Knocked it out towards Durham. Took on the tackler. She was given a bit of time. Gives it back to Merritt. Great centering kick.
That's a great kick.
And that will work. Caddy Marks, true centre half forward.
Well, that's an outstanding kick under pressure. He held the ball back there. Corbin, I'm sorry to rob you there. I know he's your Essendon player. You got a little bit excited, but you can afford to with a kick like that going in. And Caddy was, I mean, it was just perfect. It's one of the, well, Collingwood couldn't get to it because the kick was so perfect.
This is a much easier conversion. He missed the first from out wide. Caddy's drop punt. Misses again.
He let back and didn't push through the kick.
So 2 straight to 2 behinds. That's the game. A dozen minutes in. Collingwood by 10 points. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Going to throw down to you soon, Chambo, for a read on the breeze, please. It was swirly last week. I want a little read. Just looking at the flags. MCG, I reckon that one looked like it was going through and just caught a bit of breeze late.
He just didn't kick through it, Paulie.
Collingwood work it out to the back flank. Side bottom, twice best on ground on this day. Kicks around the wing, out the back it goes, running onto it. Willie Hayes, he just fumbled it at the worst possible moment. Out of play it goes, throwing coming. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, in relation to the breeze, there's nothing happening with my fringe, Bally, so we'll just go back to Mick. It was just lean back on the kick, I think.
Thank you, Rob. We go back a long way.
Sorry, we can't use your fringe as a guide. We're going to have to find something else. I'm looking at the flags, Chambo, more so than that fringe.
Throw in at half forward. That's for Collingwood. Picked off by Sardis. Braden Maynard steals his handball. Hurries the kick inside 50. Membry can't mark it. Low down, gathered by Reid for Essendon. Handball to Pryor. Then Parrish runs beyond the defensive arc.
Kicks down the wing. Getting up Maynard just punches it away from Sharp and out of bounds. So throwing on halfway. Just repeating full-time. Hawks by 49 over Gold Coast. First game of the day. 5 goals for Jack Gunston. And Jamara kicked one in his return for the Suns. 10-point lead for the Magpies here. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron calling the footy. Ray Chamberlain, Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball. Your call team, Anzac Day footy on ABC Sports. Steen grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass, though, picked off. Edwards misses a target by hand to Roberts. So nervy start here. Goes back by hand towards Reid. He gives it away to Langford, to Roberts. All by hand. Essendon retreating. Now at full back. El Hooley, dangerous kick. Just got it to Mackay. And Mackay comes out wide to Dersma on the back flank.
He goes for a run in front of the members. Kicks around the wing, looking for Durham. Arriving late House, wheels it away. Quaynor pinches it for Collingwood. There's a free kick, it'll come back.
Why?
Essendon fans want 50.
Chop of the arms.
Oh, I think he's going for the mark.
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job, Jeremy Howe, but umpire adjudicating that he chopped the hands. Anyway,
the Quaynor kicks going for a mark.
Collingwood players, the Collingwood teammates, plenty of chance to set up behind the ball here.
2 goals to 2 behinds. Collingwood lead by 10 points. Durham with the free kick from the wing. Low ball inside 50. Quaynor marks. Ends up with the footy anyway at full back for Collingwood. Kicks out wide to the run of Josh Dacos.
It opens up field for him. Josh Dacos taking a few moments. He wants to try and back out the northern side. Retreats to his brother. Mick Dacos deep in defence. A lot of conversation this week about where he's best deployed. Kicks to half-back. And now that's an absolute laser there from Perryman off the back flank. But turnover, middle of the ground. And Essendon go back the other way. Roberts, the short kick to Durham. Durham continues to move it laterally. Out to Pryor.
His dad, Michael, played twice on this day in the 90s. He moves it out wide for Dersma.
Started well, Roberts. Picked up where he left off, up to 9 possessions already.
Just in front of the interchange gates. Kicks Essendon inside 50, coming across. Good mark from the developing ruckman and big Oscar Steen. And retreat and go right back to Nick Dacos. Alongside the defensive goal square, kicks across the goal mouth into the sunshine for side bottom and moves it on to Frampton. Collingwood by 10 points, quarter hour mark opening term. Frampton lifts it to Perryman as the Pies try out the worn wing.
Plenty of hang time in the kick. Lipinski the target, floating through Roberts, competed in the air. Lipinski wins it on the ground. Hand pass away to Anderson. His handball in the centre square. Broken up there by Mackay. Forced down though in front of Membry off his knees. Gives it to Josh Dacos to side bottom. Handball to Hayes. Hayes is going to go back by hand. He finds Perryman here. Just in the shadows. Kicks down to half forward. Wanted Elliott in a tangle with Al Hooley. Ball slides out of bounds. There's in fact a free kick against Elliott, and he dragged down El Hooley, so the Bombers will take it. And immediately goes back to Roberts, who's on the switch.
Moves it out to Reid. He can kick to the wing. Dersma making space again, and he'll take the mark. Tumbles to ground.
Essendon seem to be coming out this side virtually on every occasion. I'm just not sure it has worked for them, so maybe they have to change that up.
Infield to Sada, so kicks up to Archer May, launching at the footy, brings it down in front. Parrish coming through. Howe right there is pretty content to take it out. The experienced Collingwood defender, so a throw in. 60 around from the attacking goal for the Dons at the punt road end. 2 behinds to 2 goals. Collingwood by 10 points, 17 trouble.
Yeah, it's a clear plan, isn't it, Mick, to switch and bring it out to the open side and really try and attack with the big ground, trying to stretch this Collingwood team defence. I'm just looking at Archie Roberts. Doesn't really have an opponent at the moment. Hence, he's had 10 possessions. Collingwood happy to leave him play by himself.
Nice from the stoppage. Josh Dacos to Degoe to Quaynor, all by hand. Now to Crisp. Runs, carries up over halfway. Back to Josh Dacos. Second touch in the chain. Kicks to full forward. A tangle again. Schultz and El Hooley. Schultz just tucked the jumper. Free kick for El Hooley. Full back for the Bombers.
Mick, that's a great example right there of Collingwood's forward offensive struggles this year. Great passage of play. Chain the ball through, outnumber through the corridor. That last link in the chain. Where's the forward leading up at the footy for a nice, easy, 25, 30 metre tick lead, easy shot at goal.
Roberts trying to exit defensive 50, sharp the target, can't mark, spills down to Nick Dacos, sells a dummy, kicks into the pocket, not to be. Roberts trying to make up for it, inadvertently knocks it away towards Caldwell. He gives it to Langford, his hand pass stolen, Nick Dacos on it again. Hand pass in the pocket to Hayes, handball top of the goal square, to go in the target, still alive, Schultz threw it out, smother on the kick there from Membry, Pack forms behind him, says keep going, Pryor for the Bombers, to Sardis, to Mackay, to Langford. He gives it to Roberts in the back pocket. The Dons have got to get it out of there.
He does that. Kicks as long as he can. Caddy got upstairs. Didn't quite drag in the mark. Ball hits the deck. Umpire lets them rumble. Parrish picks it up. Centre half back. Handball to Edwards. Look out. It was a hospital hand pass. Sharp was met. Merrick gathers. He clears for the Dons. Looking for Blackiston. Forward of the logo. Taps it on up towards the attacking arc. Blackiston for Essendon. At half forward. In they go. And still they scrap after it. Maynard reels it back in. Over it now. Sullivan Roby gets it out. And there's a whistle on the play somewhere.
Played a throw.
Yeah, throw. So it'll go to Quaynor. And Collingwood's defence holds up. Collingwood by 10 points. 19 travelled. Essendon looking for their first goal.
Both defences are holding up at the moment. Yeah. Under heat there. That was a big 50-50 ball. Good contest, really, between the two players. Maynard, gee whiz.
Nick Dacos pushes it coming out of defence. Over kicks it. Taken by Langford. Puts it back inside 50. And Day Wicks marks. It's true centre half forward. He's 47 out.
This might be a bit, just a little bit. Not sure whether he's good for 53, 54 metres, that's how far he's going to have to kick it. Mind you, he's backed himself here. He's certainly gone back far enough. I mean, it is gettable, and never be fooled by the flags at the MCG.
Oh, here we go. Edwards is just coming in to stand alongside Nick Dacos, almost like he was trying to shepherd the man on the mark. You can't do that, Ray.
Well, you certainly...
The protected area also extends 5 metres behind the man on the mark, so no one's allowed in there.
If you're going to do it, stand on the right side for a left footer too.
Archer Day Wicks kicks a cannon. Archer Day for it. On Anzac Day, pumps it through. 20 minutes into the opening term, Collingwood 2 straight, Essendon 1-2. They're on the board now. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport, a 4-point lead for the Magpies.
Never in doubt, he didn't need it. He kicked that beautifully, hasn't he?
I did, and he had to go 50-odd. When you kick on that line, you've got to get over the top of the blokes on the goal line. That was a very, very well orchestrated kick. Come in, good lead up. Obviously, has got a good routine. Took a good mark for a start off. So
well, it's just a poor turnover from Nick Dacos, who's actually getting a lot of. He's up to 9 possessions.
They're
6
all in the
kicks,
back half.
but they're all in the back half. So the Bombers are happy with that. It looks like McGrath's got the matchup, but they're happy to let him go deep in defence and get his footy back there. That time,
well, that's smart. That's smart. You chase him around all over the place. You wear yourself out. It's best to let him go in that back 50.
Back in the middle, Steen hooks it behind his head, trying to get onto it. Jordan De Goey. Eventually, Pendlebury just hacks it forward with the soccer. Lipinski trying to paddle. Blackiston trying to break it up. Lipinski wins the day. Handball forward for De Goey. Gathers, runs inside 50. De Goey, goal! JDG at his best. And Collingwood immediately answer. 3 straight 18. Plays 1-2-8, 21 minutes into the first. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. 2 men who know the day well, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball.
Well, it'll go down as technically a centre bounce goal, Mick. Nothing pretty about it, was it? It was a lot of fumbles and then a little hack kick from Pendlebury forward. They just kept the ball going forward. In the end, Pat Lipinski was the one who put his head over the footy and won the big ball. And again, a bit of a scrappy handball, but De Goey, who he's looked a bit rusty. A few of them have, just a little bit fumbly at times in this first 15 minutes. That time, or 20 minutes, that time was good enough to get out the front. And a lovely finish. Big Oscar Steen getting up over Peter Wright here. It's a real weapon for Collingwood.
Back in the middle, Steen gets first hands on that one on the way down as the ball spills underneath Pendlebury. He's tackled immediately by Caldwell.
So this is where Wright needs to use his size and experience and in the wrestle.
Wright swats it down a second time, straight to Pendlebury, kicks inside 50 for the Magpies. Inadvertently knocked away from Langford. He goes back, tries to get it. It will sit for Cameron. Handball further forward, scooped up by Will Hayes, the youngest Magpie out there. Kicks one on Anzac Day. Will Hayes pops it through. And the Bombers had a play on it multiple times in their D50. Couldn't get a handle on it. And the Magpies swooping on it. 4 straight to 1-2, 23 minutes in. It is Collingwood by 16 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, there's a couple of opportunities there for Essendon players to put their body in line with the ball, and they didn't. They played a penalty because Collingwood come out of the centre like it was a tsunami, and there's just too many Essendon players were just content to not necessarily put their head right over the football. And you pay a penalty at this level, particularly if you've got an opposition that are prepared to do it. So I don't want to be too harsh, but I reckon Essendon gave them that guy. And the one before that too, I thought the way Essendon just, again, couldn't control the ball when De Goey kicked his goal. So they've paid a penalty, and they've got to learn from it.
More assertive.
Well, hit the ball hard and go straight at it. Don't muck around by going sideways.
Steen again down to Pendlebury. Back inside 50 for Collingwood. Cameron gathers at ground level. The big ruckman. Handball for Elliott. Throws a boot at it. Misses it. Langford cleans up back pocket for the Dons. Handball to Farrow. Mackay with the clearing kick. Up towards the wing. Right underneath it. He can't take the mark. Edwards is there to gather. He'll hurry a kick around the wing and it might work out for Merritt.
Merritt knows all about this stage. An Anzac Day medalist in the past. Handball down to Kako. Just runs around Frampton in the sunshine. Long kick down to half forward.
Oh!
Day-Wicks! Archer Day-Wicks, third up, rips it down.
Absolute ripper.
Your man is bouncy.
Wow. That is a big, big mark under the circumstances. Like, he's come from nowhere.
Didn't know he had that.
He really had to take it, didn't he?
Corby, haven't seen a heap of him, if I'm being honest, but didn't know he had that. Some serious hops.
Yeah, landed on both feet too, which is really, that means he's going to go around the corner too.
He's a left footer, so he's going to walk around. The mark deserves a goal. He adds it to it. 2 for Day-Wicks. He's having himself an afternoon on Anzac Day.
Wow.
2-2 to 4 straight. 10-point lead for Collingwood. 25 gone opening term. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, just for those bullies that are sort of sitting at their farm or sitting home, just that mark, the ball actually come into probably in a position where it was a bit of an iffy kick. It was just one that was hacked into the forward line. He's come from about 15 metres deep and jumped over the top. He's actually used his teammate as a bit of a ladder, but he's gone straight up. Kako was the one that created it, though, because his sidestep was just beautiful to get that ball in there, and then he was under pressure to kick it in. Yeah, that's memorable, that. I hope someone's got that on a shot from one of the newspapers, because that is an absolute cracker.
Yeah, the snappers are down in that Dom Sheed pocket, Mick, so I dare say they would have. Ray Chamberlain?
Just as that goal was being kicked, Archer made his way off the ground alongside the doctor. I'll give you an update as it unfolds.
Free kick to Steen in the middle. He turns it over, and now Essendon quickly out to the worn wing. Ball sits up for Kako. Forward handball to Roby. He looks into the pocket. Caddy's all alone, and it gets to him. Oh, he was clobbered. Surely a free kick. Perryman arriving late.
Well, yeah, certain free kick. This Collingwood defence is all at sea. So just making some horror decisions to trade up, come forward to try and impact. And the flow-on effect of that is when they don't impact, is they're leaving free players out. The last 2 shots on goal, direct result of that.
15 out, in the pocket, he misses. 3 behind from Caddy.
We'll get off the hook there, but it's a real watch, Mick, this Collingwood defence. They are all at sea at the moment.
Well, I wouldn't be jumping up and down, because I reckon Essendon's just as bad.
Collingwood by 9 points, 26 minutes travelled opening term.
Oh, exiting kick, not a good one from Houston. Touched on the way through by Dersmer, and out of play half forward for the Dons. Essendon, by the way, the #1 team in the competition for accuracy. And they Caddy 0-3 from 3 set shots, but they were kicking them at 55% leading into the afternoon, best in the comp.
Corby, that last one, he rushed. He thought he was getting protection by the umpire. Should have just waited.
Boundary throw in. Cameron palms it down. Durham knocks it back into traffic. Caldwell tries to extract it. Free kick. Out of zone umpire says Caldwell taken high. So here's Jai Caldwell as the shadow's starting to lengthen at the punt road end. Kicks from 60 metres out to full forward. Leap at the back from Roby. Forced the ball out, but a mark was paid. The man in front had enough of it. It's going to come back to Frampton at full back for the Magpies. What's the margin? 9. Collingwood by 9 points. 28 gone opening term.
I don't reckon either backline are playing particularly well, but I think Collingwood are holding up 12 to 14 times it's gone in. I think they've done okay. I think the worry for me would be Essendon's ground ball putting their nose over it. That's where Collingwood have got their goals from.
Collingwood with the double switch. Frampton goes out to Dacos. That's Josh, who goes back to Frampton. Now Quaynor kicks to the members' wing. Blackiston comes in and breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Dersman's there for the Dons. Retreats a long way with his kick. Just finds Reid. So Reid backward of halfway. Members' side of the ground. Shorts it for McGrath. Collingwood by 9 points. McGrath for the former skipper in Merritt. Off to Parrish by hand. Back to McGrath. Now Dersmer again. Chaining handballs here, Essendon. Merritt a fumble and a second. Now he's under the pump. Has to get rid of it. Dersmer's under pressure again at ground level. He's tackled, nowhere to go. And a ball up between wing and half forward for Essendon. Collingwood by 9 points. Nearly 29 travelled in the opening term.
Well, he's busted open too. So,
yeah,
Xavier Dersman just been signalled for the blood rule.
Collingwood are dropping a player back from these stoppages, and I think it's a really good ploy. But Essendon got players in front of the ball, but they're not manning this bloke up, and that's why Collingwood are able to take the ball out so quickly.
Pies by 9, approaching quarter time from the stoppage. Nick Dacos to Pendlebury to Josh Dacos. Dangerous handball. Cameron Clever knocks it down to Lipinski's advantage. Hand pass away for the Pies to McCreary. In front of the benches, he's off and running. Long, high kick inside 50. Getting across Mackay. Pulls it down. Mackay on the back flank for the Bombers.
That is a good mark. Can be very critical.
Oh, retreats to Reid. His kick not great. Put Farrow under pressure. Got it on the bounce. Handball away to Langford, and that'll do us. We're away on Anzac Day, and it is Collingwood by 9 points at quarter time. So 4 straight, they lead Essendon 2-3. It's a 9-point advantage for the Magpies at quarter time. The goal kickers, Roan Steele, kicked the first of the game, and then 1 each for DeGoey, Schultz and Hayes. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Archer Day-Wicks has both of their goals. He's also got a pretty sweet hanger too, leaping up on the shoulders of his own teammate. In all of that, sat on the shoulders of his namesake, Archer May. Ripped it down. Nice mark and goal from Day-Wicks in that opening term. Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary. Razor, Xavier Dersmer came off late in the quarter with a blood rule. What happened there?
He appeared to go into the knee of an opponent. He had split on his eyebrow. I can say Archer May has come back from the rooms and he's out on the ground with his teammates. So I suspect he's fine.
Thanks, Ray. More from you coming up. 9-point lead for the Magpies. We'll hear from Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse next. This is Anzac Day Footy on ABC Sport.
Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This fun. No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is Anzac Day Footy
with ABC Sport.
Oh, the kick is poor, a turnover. The kick from Mackay was looking for young Farrow, but he's turned it straight over. And the mark taken by Schultz, 20 out, directly in front. Lockie Schultz hops it through. Dream start for Collingwood. Lipinski trying to paddle. Blackiston trying to break it up. Lipinski wins the day. Handball forward for DeGoey. Gathers, runs inside 50. DeGoey, goal! JDG at his best. And Collingwood immediately answer.
Inadvertently knocked away from Langford. He goes back, tries to get it. It will sit for Cameron. Handball further forward. Scooped up by Will Hayes. The youngest Magpie out there. Kicks one on Anzac Day. Handball down to Kako. Just runs around Frampton in the sunshine. Long kick down to half forward. Oh! Day-Wicks! Archer Day-Wicks, third up, rips it down. He's a left footer, so he's going to arc around. The mark deserves a goal. He adds it to it. 2 for Day-Wicks.
Anzac Day Footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
In his first Anzac Day game, it's just his 10th match of footy overall. He's had a quarter to remember. Archer Day-Wicks kicked Essendon's only 2 goals and taken a hanger. 4 straight, the Magpies. They lead the game. Essendon 2-3. It's a 9-point advantage for the Pies. Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse, 3-1.
It's an interesting game, Mick. It's quite open. A lot of uncontested footy, isn't there? In fact, a lot of both teams well on track for over 400 disposals and over 120 uncontested marks. So we probably tended to think that early on in particular it would be a little bit more contested and a little bit more in close sort of work. But once it leaves that initial stoppage, both teams struggling with their mid-forward connection. And then how many times have Collingwood gone forward, turned it over, and then Essendon have been able to march the ball back down the end of the ground, then they've turned it over, and likewise Collingwood's in. At the moment, it's a turnover game. But both teams aren't able or aren't good enough to execute that last kick inside 50. And we've spoken about Collingwood's mid-forward connection troubles. How many times have they been shoulders out, even coming through the middle of the ground, and they haven't had that forward leading up for an easy 20, 25-metre kick. And the Bombers as well have left a few out there in terms of their forward half. I mentioned, that 5 minutes there, Collingwood's defence were all at sea. I mentioned that because they were trading up, they were coming forward to defend, not having an impact and leaving their direct opponent. And Caddy in the end let him off the hook. He kicked one, but certainly could have kicked another. And in the end, they go 2 goals, 3 from 12 entries. Collingwood have kicked 4 straight from 15. But both teams have had chances, more chances than that, it's felt like, hasn't it? And so, you've spoken about both teams committing forwards to the stoppage. Well, Archie Roberts' opponent, clearly the message for him is let your opponent get up into the mess. Back. You stay back and impact, and he's good enough to do that. He's had 12 possessions himself, having a real impact on the game.
And they like Houston or Josh Dacos to do the same.
Other end to do the same.
And Quayno sometimes they've got 3 players in Collingwood who can switch and get a good result from. But you're right, Bully. One of the things that you expected early on with I guess it's the old trench stuff, is you wanted a real fight early just to establish yourself in it, but it was very open. There's no way knowing they're going to go 400 possessions each because they can't keep running at this level. I was looking for the stats here to find out what the meterage was, which I can't get because I'm not that good on this computer, but the thing is about it is you've nailed it. The fact is that Collingwood have gone in there 4 times out of 50, scored 4 times for 15. Well, that's 26-27%. I mean, that's horrible.
Yep.
But Essendon aren't much better when you see the 3 points that were kicked. I'll let Caddy off one of them, but the other 2, he rushed it. Yeah. And he is causing all sorts. And the fact is, his direct opponent is Howe. And I'm not sure that is the great matchup.
Well, it's Howe and Maynard, but
what's wrong with Frampton? Frampton's done great jobs on tools before.
He's my other big fella, isn't he? But but again, that to my point around, they just look a bit disorganised without more back there, in particular.
Yeah,
they did last week, I thought, at times against Carlton. And Carlton weren't good enough to punish them. Well, at the moment, the Bombers haven't been good enough to punish them either. And in the end, I mean, it's been the unlikely source of Day-Wicks, hasn't it? Who's bobbed up and kicked the 2 goals for the Bombers with Caddy letting them off the hook. So you just hope that from the Bombers' point of view that they with that momentum or with the dominance, the amount of footy that they had that quarter, that they didn't make them pay, and that Collingwood will tighten up defensively, you'd think, from here.
Paulie, you're a midfielder. Tell me, if for people that aren't watching on TV and listen to us, tell me about Nick Dacos. Like, he's had 10 possessions. Tell me about him.
Haven't been a huge impact. It seemed like, McGrath's definitely got the match-up. It's not an out-and-out tag. So Nick, I think, for the first half of that quarter, went back behind the footy to get himself into the game and get his hands on the footy. He had a couple of really critical touches around stoppage, around clearance, but he hasn't had the impact like he did.
A lot behind the ball, though,
we know, really high standard, but you think about the last quarter last week where all his touches were damaging. They were all mid and forward of centre, and he had 4 score involvements, kicked the goal himself, hasn't been able to impact forward of the ball yet. He's had 10 possessions. And from the Bombers' point of view, they'd feel okay with his impact on the game.
Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse, we're so lucky to have them with us on ABC Sport as we start the second term on Anzac Day. Collingwood by 9, and there he is right on cue. First touch of the second term, Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Pendlebury, handball all the way out to the wing for Perryman. Scoops it up, gives it to Nick. He's now up to a dozen touches. Another little handball away to Lipinski, kicks back inboard, and Pendlebury leaping up, just knocked off it illegally by Kako. So a free kick for Pendlebury.
How quick did that was, it's interesting, like, Kako was able to pick the ball up and run off and take 2 or 3 steps and kick it. Is it the noise? Are they going to let him a little bit of noise?
A little bit of slack. It was a latish call, I think, too. They only let him off the hook there.
The ray on that in a minute as Pendlebury straight up the pipe, punched away by Mackay at fullback for the Bombers. Picked up between the legs of McGrath, gives it to Merritt. Somehow got it out, spills to DeGoey. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos, who shoots goalward hurriedly, misses to the left or behind. Collingwood by 10, 60 seconds into the second term. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, with those ones, Mick, you'll see the umpire will have a second whistle to blow time on to say to the player, don't kick it. And the umpire was quite late in getting there, so no 50 applied.
No, I think it's common sense. It's a good decision. Really good decision.
Happy with that.
Roberts bringing Essendon out to the back flank, gives it off to Langford, who gets rid of a handball away towards a teammate in Caldwell. He looks back for Roberts on the wing. He's buffeted off it. Strong bump from Frampton. Now they go at it. Bit of a difference in the weight classes there. We get a throw in on the wing, worn wing side of the ground in the last remaining sunshine. Collingwood by 10. Umpire brings us back in. Both rucks with hands on it. Ball spills towards the logo. Lipinski trying to soccer it on. Parrish tracking it. Gathers the footy. Manages to get a handball out. Roby goes in. So too Josh Dacos. He knocks it out and wins a free kick for high contact. So Collingwood ball on the wing. One wing side of the ground. They lead by 10 points.
This is the intended target. Scooped up out there at half-back by Farrow. Retreats by hand to Roberts. He goes all the way back to Langford.
If he can't play on what he can play on, I was going to say it's a wasted ball.
Switches to El Hooley. He's off and running from the back pocket to half-back. Kicks down the wing. Gee, unrealistic attempt from Durham. He not only went early,
just didn't need to do it.
He jumped about 5 metres before where the ball landed.
Because Houston had taken his eyes off the ball. He just didn't need to do it. Then Sam Durham.
He's actually been pretty ordinary, I reckon, Durham, today.
Was he trying to draw a block? Is that kind of what he's trying to emphasise? Anyway, free kick for the Pies. Short kick to Maynard, short to DeGoey. DeGoey, handball away to Maynard. Maynard dabs it into the pocket. Hand on it from both Langford and McCreary, and out of play. Forward pocket for the Pies. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Durham just needed to apply the Tommy Lynch there, and rather than jump, just run into the back of his opponent and put his arms out, because obviously Houston had no intention to go for the football.
Thanks, Ray. Forward 50 stoppage here for the Pies. Punt road end of the ground. Cameron palming it down, coming through Anderson. Gets the handball away towards Elliott. Picked up by Pendlebury. Handball for side bottom. Coughs it up. Allows McGrath to clear for the Dons. And here is Durham. Takes the mark and bursts away with it. Gives it to Merritt through the middle of the MCG.
Oh, that's a great
Merritt. Kick out in front of Caddy. He's got 3 behinds today. All from the set shot. He runs onto it here. 55 metres out. Centering kick. Tough one to mark. Not for this man. And Durham, who's run the length of the ground to mark it full forward.
Well, that was an extraordinary kick. Extraordinary bit of play. A very ordinary ball that went in, but the Collingwood player next to him, what's he thinking? That could have been spoilt 10 times. You could have had a cup of tea in between. That's Houston.
or Lipinski as well.
Well, both of them. Oh,
Great work rate from Durham, though.
Fantastic.
Charlie was smarting.
Fantastic.
He knew he made the error. He wins the next 50-50 and then charges forward and should finish here.
Kind of blue-collar guy that every team craves. Sam Durham knocks it through. One-score game at the G. 4 minutes into the second term, Collingwood 4-1. Essendon moved to 3-3. Magpies by 4 points. They've led from the jump. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Paulie, I'll tell you who's causing all sorts of trouble is Caddy. Like, he's coming up the ground. His ability to win the first touch. He could have had 3 or 4 goals, or certainly 3 goals.
It's great vision by Merritt, wasn't it?
Magnificent.
He got the handball release. He looked up. Jeremy Howe was in line. Was the only one back for Collingwood. And he just only had to hook the ball across his body to Caddy, who, as you said, put his head down and worked hard. He's a bit too athletic for Billy Frampton.
Well, Frampton's on him now. So, I call for that change. But I think closer into the goals, he's got to stay on him.
Right, Steen taps it down. Nick Dacos just zipping through, gets the handball away, looking for Anderson. Stolen there by Merritt. His handball a turnover. Josh Dacos shorts it to side bottom, gives it back to Anderson. Here's Nick, 40 out, directly in front and off target. He's just a little bit off, I reckon. Oh, you'd expect him to finish that, I'd say 95 times out of 100. Yeah. Not on this occasion. Collingwood by 5 points. 5 travelled second term. Even the handball before that was the wrong decision and poorly executed. So, I mean, you know he'll keep working here, Nick, but he's just a little bit off his best at the moment.
Don's out of defence from the kick out, but wide. So Langford off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Howe competes in the air ball, spills down Essendon's way. Caldwell, handball away to Edwards, kicks to half forward. Caddy overruns it. Easy intercept there for Frampton. Handball away to Perryman. Hot handball to Josh Dacos. Great pursuit from Durham. Hurries up Houston, who receives the handball and then gives one back to Josh Dacos. Handball out to Frampton. Gets around Caddy, kicks down the wing, and that's a nice spot. Finds Lipinski. Southern boundary line, just on the defensive side of halfway. 6 gone in the second. Collingwood by 5.
Kicks around the boundary for Membry, leading up, neutral territory, worn wing side of the ground.
Didn't see much of him. That's a good lead, though. Good hard lead.
Kicks infield. It has to be a good kick. It does find Houston in the corridor. Looks inside 50 now. Lateral lead from Elliott, and it hits him on the chest. 45 out, 45-degree angle. Well, it's risk reward, isn't it, Mick?
Well, he's passed that in to a better spot. Mind you, Elliott can knock him over from anywhere. If I can just say one thing for the game's point of view, I know Essendon are going okay. But when there's a line ball decision, I reckon Collingwood are winning every one of them. I know they might be a bit leaner, a bit younger, the Essendon players.
Is that an experience thing?
Well, I've seen 7. I've seen a world champion at 18.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be an age. It's not age.
Elliott came infield with the kick to Bo McCreary. Boot the ball from 50 out. It looks good off the boot, and it's there. Collingwood just steady. And they lead by 11 points. 5-2-32 plays 3-3-21. 7 travelled in this second term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. It's a kick from memory, isn't it, Nick? The risk reward. You said it was almost a 50-50, and in the end, Houston was in a better position, stood his ground and took the mark. And once they'd come inside, it opened up the whole fat side of the ground, and Jamie Elliott, just with his superior athleticism there, was able to get some separation from El Hawley.
What do you think of Parrish there in the marking contest?
No, I think it's one of those ones.
Is it?
Yeah, no, he didn't. No, I don't think so. I think he probably either got to stay.
Well, you've got to.
No, he couldn't have got there. He couldn't have got there.
This is Anzac Day. You get there.
If he doesn't score the ball, he's got to
at least try and stay. Make a decision to stay down and hold his player up, because once he was out,
I'd be absolutely livid if I was the coach.
11-point lead for Collingwood. Out of the middle go the Bombers. Sardis on the end of the handball chain. Kicks into the forward pocket. Ball slides through to Roby. Look away handball straight to his opposite number, Houston. Back pocket. There's that kick. Straight down the pipe. Finds Crisp. Marks the centre-half back. Handball to Nick Dacos. Trying to get him involved. Kicks to centre-half forward. On the hop. Reaches Elliott. Can't trap it. El Hawley got it out the back door to Mackay. Now to Pryor. Kicks wide to Dersma, who marks it right half back for the Bombers. Pies by 11. 8.5 gone in the second term.
Essendon just holding it up for the time being. Dersma just swirling the Sharon in his hands, then kicks across defensive 50. Kick not a good one, but it works out for Farrow, who gets rid of it away to Roberts.
Roberts touches it on the ground. Gets a forward handball. Away to Reid. Kick charge down. Well smothered by Lipinski. Ball hits the deck again. Lipinski still fighting after it. And now it eventually spits out for Membry. Collingwood ball on the wing. Perryman away for Schultz. Forward handball away to Crisp. Back to Pendlebury, who will kick across the centre square to his old mate side bottom.
Side bottom. Short kick down to half forward. Here's McCreary. Dersma comes in to stand the mark. McCreary's just going to dab it back to side bottom. Would be talking about this guy's longevity completely differently if he didn't play in the same team as Scott Pendlebury. He's up to 360 games today, side bottom.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. 10 goals in this game, on this ground as a junior, and that's why we drafted him. 10 goals.
No movement here in the Collingwood forward line, Mick. You've still got to move.
Short to Maynard. Maynard high bomb to a pack. Lands out the back with Mackay. Spills a chest mark. Goes back, gets it, and he's locked up, and we'll have a ball up. Forward pocket here for the Pies, punt road end.
Yeah, so he dropped the mark, but in fairness to him, he was coming at the back of the pack, come right over, no sight.
Right, taps it down and onto it. Sardell Hawley releases the run of Roberts. Running around the boundary line, he kicks up towards the wing, misses the target there of May. Goes back after it. Quaynor's there too. Collingwood ball. Handball for Perryman. Handball for Houston. Handball back to Quaynor, overruns it. Gets some support from Houston. Collingwood back with it. And now Josh Dacos will just kick for distance up to half forward.
At the drop, Cameron along with Wright. Wright puts his fist through it, finds the safety of the boundary line southern side.
Yeah, he's been okay, Peter Wright. Big 2-metre Peter. He's probably found his niche more so than in the forward line at the moment. He's been able to get where the ball is, use his athleticism. Gets a good player, Cameron.
Archie Roberts with a game-high 19. 17 touches for Josh Dacos. Leading possession getters from the boundary throw-in. Darcy Cameron grabs it out of the ruck. He was taken high in all of that, trying to get a handball away. A lad from Albany, premiership winner. Son of Jared Cameron, who league footballer for both South Fremantle and Claremont. Best and fairest winner, of course. Last year, somewhat controversially, goes short to De Goey. I feel like even his own club didn't quite celebrate that as much with the change of the rules in the off-season. De Goey to centre half forward, shoots like he's in the gully, diving out and marking, true centre half forward, 40 out.
Well, I called for it before. You kept moving, Lachie Schultz. They're a bit stagnant at the moment, this Collingwood forward line, and it was De Goey who led up at the footy, and sure enough, he gets it. Here he goes.
Well, he's not going to wait. Hands it off to Nick Dacos, who's trying to find his range. He's now missed 3 times. So another behind for Nick Dacos. He and Caddy both have 3 behinds without a goal. They're the only 6 behinds in the game. It's 5-3 to 3-3. 12 minutes into the... 12 points the Collingwood lead. And I was right the first time. 12 minutes into the second term.
Bit off, but you don't want to give him too many more chances.
Well, Essendon have worked themselves into trouble here. Roberts trying to run through a tackle. Is pinged holding the ball.
Just don't get this type of play on. It's not calculated. It's risky. You've got to take... every now and again, you know, a 50-metre kick up the ground just takes the pressure off.
Schultz gives it off to Houston, who's trying to send it home from 53, a little narrow. Misses to the left-hand side. Collingwood by 13 points.
It's a bit sore, Lachie Schultz, after that effort.
Side 56-2, by the way, Collingwood's favour, and it'll stay that way the way Essendon are playing or using the ball. It's just too many possessions for little ground.
Is that from the diving mark, Paulie? For Schultz?
No, I think it was from that tackle effort there.
So back pocket, mark taken by McGrath, drives a kick up to the wing, but it's coming back. Collingwood keep it in the front half. Pendlebury sweeping, Polyfarmer hand pass to Steele. What a kick. Hits up Elliott. Now Channel at left half forward. He'll have a look from about 35, 40 out.
Yeah, just lost their run and dare a bit, the Bombers. Haven't you called it, Mick, there? Just long to a contest a bit too often now this quarter, and just Pendlebury there, just the experience and vision. Essendon all collapsing in to the contest, too skinny. Collingwood holding their width. Pendlebury handball over, released into space. And Rowan Steele's having a good game, isn't he? Having a real impact.
So Jamie Elliott in the All-Australian mix last year, a slower start to this season. On the drop punt here. He's left that out there too. Misses near side. 14-point game. So 5-5 to 3-3. Collingwood by 14 points. 14 minutes gone in the second term. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball, your call team.
Roberts bringing the Dons back in, finds Pryor on the back flank. And the last of the sunshine on the MCG. His kick precise for Edwards. Low down, sliding into mark.
So this is where I say they're going too slow. You're not going to catch a back line out now because they've got everyone back. But if you move it quick, it just puts doubt in their minds.
Edwards kicks up towards half forward. No one can mark for the Dons. Ball hits the deck. Crisp comes away with it. Off to Pendlebury, who gives it to Schultz. Through the middle of the G. Kicks for Elliott. Sardo Hooley does well. Spoils it down. Roberts roves and clears the defensive arc.
Short kick to Dersma. Dishes it off by hand to El Hooley in front of the benches. Centering kicks good. Daywicks jumps in front of Roby. Rips it down. The lefty turns and rolls. Kicks inside 50. Mays down there. Cameron beats into it.
Well positioned. Really well positioned. And good hands by Cameron. He's saved Collingwood time and time again.
Just pulled the kick though. He had Caddy leading up at the ball. Both teams butchering it, going inside 50. The Schultz kick to Elliott was a shocker as well. Both teams just really struggling to find any sort of efficiency going forward at the moment.
Cameron intercept mark, gives it to Quaynor. Long kick to half-back. Schultz the target, punched away from him. Crisp, 1-2 with Lipinski, and then dabs a kick down the wing, and Nick Dacos is all alone.
Just come off the interchange gates, and then Archie Roberts was coming in from behind to stand the mark, Ray Chamberlain, and you're not allowed to do that, are you?
If you're not in the protected area, you've got to do the J-curve and hook your way out. That's a brain fade.
So a 50-metre penalty, and Nick Dacos dabs it away to Schultz. 2 kicks from home still here, Collingwood.
This game's going to be broken open if they kick a couple of quick goals, which they look like doing, the Pies.
Schultz centres it to Crisp. Centre half forward here for the Pies.
Well, they should, Mick, but they're struggling. This is the point. They really can't find an easy avenue to goal at the moment, Collingwood. They're not blowing anyone away. They're absolutely dominating this quarter, you're right.
They've missed sitters, though. So it's not that they're not in a good position.
Just working it around the arc here, the Pies. So Crisp went to Quaynor, who came back to Houston.
Remember, they were 4 straight too, so they're now 5-5.
Kicked 1-5 this quarter from 8 entries.
The mark 55 out. Houston likes the look of it. It won't go all of the way back there. Pryor punches it through. It was always going to be ambitious.
Yeah, that's a case in point. Exactly. Yeah, they're resorting to a shot from goal from 64 metres out. And it drops on the goal line.
It makes no sense, does it, boy?
Reid marks the kick out in the back pocket for the Bombers.
There's not many better sides to close teams down in the front half. And Collingwood are just showing that right now.
Short to McGrath, kicks to Mackay. Tried to hand it off to Pryor. Pryor just has to retreat. So well set up. McGrath drops the mark he should have taken. Ugly kick to half-back. Langford caught immediately. Got a kick away. Mackay on the back flank. Collingwood was so well set up. The Bombers trying to find a way through the maze. El Hooley to Pryor. Away to Sharp by hand to Parrish. Walls closing in. Handball away to Sharp. Handball to El Hooley. Hot handball to Sharp. Back to Parrish. And then a loose handball trying to get it to Daywicks. Houston's got it. He's tackling the ball up on the wing.
This is handball, European handball.
Well, it's like the handball game you play in pre-season, isn't it? The hot potato there. Collingwood felt like they had a nail a couple of times in the end. The Bombers probably do a good job to get the stoppage on the wing.
Blackiston taps it down. Caldwell away to Merritt. He rushes a kick, bounces up to no one for Essendon. Quaynor there for the Pies, and they're back with it, and they want the open side. Perryman receives it, kicks to Howe. Goes for a little gallop. He'll kick to half forward. Up there, McStay can't take the mark. Down at ground level, Reid wins it for the Dons. Now maybe they're away through Edwards. Running down the worn wing. He can feed Merritt, and he's got room to run.
So he has a bounce. Merritt against the boundary line. Runs a long way the second time, and now the long kick inside 50. May! Archer May! Velcro for hands, takes it against the boundary line.
Very good mark under pressure too. Really good mark. Because he had it wasn't as if it was just an easy freebie kick. It was a high ball come in, and Frampton is very good at doing what he does, is spoiling. So great mark.
Of course, he had that opportunity moments ago where Darcy Cameron stood in front of him. Next time he gets a look at it, big contested grab. He's trying to hook it across the body from 45 out. This is near side or behind. So 5-6 to 3-4, 18.5 gone in the second term, but at least the footy's at Essendon's end of the field. The game's been living in Collingwood's front half. Pies by 14. 18 gone second quarter. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
And living is the appropriate word, Corby, but it's 9-4 inside. It's just that when it goes into Collingwood's forward line, it stays in there. So you don't see numbers.
Perryman long up to the wing. McStay juggling it. 3 bites at it. Not paid the mark. Picks it up off the ground. Gives it off to Roan Steele. On to Willie Hayes. Going for a run down the Warren wing. Flower bag of a kick, and it allows in the Dons to work it out through Langford on their back flank, and then Caldwell kicks across centre half back. Roberts can take it. You'll look out to the wing for Dersma. Look out. Broken up by Houston. Dersma keeps his feet, goes after it at ground level. Might have coughed it up with the handball, he did. Side bottom picks it up for the Pies. Neutral territory on the wing. Handball back to Crisp, to side bottom. Hospital handball. Caldwell gets Houston. Might have held on to him. Ball stealing the contest at the moment.
Corridor. Nick Dacos wins it, gives it to Josh Dacos. Tumbles a kick, out of play.
This is awful footy.
Nick. Free kick Essendon. Last disposal rule. Here's Roberts, who arcs around and then kicks down to half forward. Big leap from Caddy at the back, flying with Howe in the air. Spills down in front to Kako. Handball to Dersma. Handball picked off. Pendlebury trying to get it to Quaynor. Parrish collects. Quaynor's got him. Ball up.
Well, that's the first. I'm pleased for who's that on the bottom of the pack there? Parrish. Because a couple of times he's the one that's been a little bit fragile, but that time he stood over the ball and he's caused a turnover.
He's fighting after it again at ground level. Tackling Anderson here. Kako can't handle it. Caldwell can. Holding the ball.
That's stiff.
Free kick going the way of Scotty Pendlebury. How did you see it behind that big sign that's in front of you? You might not have, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, no, the umpire said prior opportunity, taking the ball from low to high. I thought it was red hot, but in saying that, that area of the game today, I think the umpires have been really great, actually.
Oh, who do you bury for?
I'm just calling it as I see it, Mick.
Come on, you know they're in, what are they, yellow, canary yellow. I know you're barracking for today.
Yet to win a free kick in this quarter, Essendon. 6 going the way of the Pies. Collingwood by 14 points, time on second term.
Is that it, 6 this quarter? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
No, Ray, sports team green. The third team out there. Long kick down to half forward from the Pies. Picked off the side bottom kick, and Wright takes the intercept mark.
That's a good mark. That's what you want from your ruckman behind the ball. That's like Cameron does this end. So, you know, then it forces Collingwood next time to reconsider what they do when they see Peter Wright there.
Right short to Dersma. Dersma, long kick down the line. Howe flying for it. Spoils away from Durham and out of play. Happy with Team Green so far, Ray? What you've seen through a quarter and a half?
Yeah, the early doors with the nerves, and I heard, hard bodies calm mind. A little bit different for the umpires. Marking contest a couple early, but tackle and contest for the football, I think they've been excellent.
Hawks by 49 in the earlier game over the Suns. Here it's a 14-point lead for the Pies from the boundary throw-in. Merritt, hot hands, too hot for Durham, couldn't trap it. Pendlebury tried to give it to Anderson. He overruns it, knocks back towards Durham. Handball to Dersma. There's another fumble picked up by Merritt. Hands it back to Wright for the Dons.
Kick up to half forward, low down. May can't gather it cleanly. Sharp comes in. He's wrapped up very quickly and a ball up. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Round 7 from the MCG. Up it goes. Steen hands to it. Ends up with Wright. Shovels out a handball. And Dacos, that's Nick, shepherds it out, wins a free kick. Bites off the 45. Kako comes to try and break it up. It ends up with Roberts. Essendon ball on the wing. Dersma to Caldwell to Parrish. Left foot kick inside 50. Sharp's in good position. Hands to it. Doesn't quite complete it. Free kick.
No, it's a mark. He's paid the mark.
So Sharp paid the mark. 45 out, slightly right of centre.
Probably a good decision, Ray.
Well, I like it, Mick.
He's controlled it, hasn't he? And he's lost the ball on the way down through front on.
He's also clobbered by Maynard.
Well, he's front on, so it could have been a free kick as well.
Free kick or mark, absolutely.
I agree with Ray. The umpires have been good. The players aren't holding up their end of the bargain at the moment. This has been a really ordinary, scrappy second quarter, hasn't it? Similar to last week, you recall, Collingwood Carlton. An Essendon fan growing up, Dyson Sharp, he kicks into the man on the mark. And it ricochets away. Still a live ball inside 50. Merritt comes in, tries to apply the tackle. McGrath too. Collingwood have it. Side bottom Pendlebury. Cool heads from the vets to Howe to Quaynor to Perryman. All by hand, and now Maynard
Chips towards the wing.
Oh, and couldn't hit a target. Knocked out of bounds by Reid. Boundary umpire slips over, but he's okay. We'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Dons.
How do I know he's going to kick it into the man?
I was going to say, right as Luke Ball saying, hey, it hasn't been a high-quality game. There's been errors everywhere. Kicks it in the man.
He ran into the bloke on the man in the mark. He must have been, he thought he was invisible. Like, he go to specs over, he needs his eyes checked. Fair dinkum. He's taken 3 steps straight into the bloke on the mark.
Pies by 14, time on second term. Anzac Day footy, ABC Sport. Free kick, hold, Essendon.
First free for the quarter?
That's right, 6-1. And it was Nick Dacos who was hanging on to Andy McGrath.
He's been all right, McGrath.
The Bombers' only number 1 pick in club history with the one on his back. Kicks it into the forward pocket. Howe climbed up, forced to spoil late. Picked up by side bottom, and Archie Wicks takes him out of play. So throw in here about 40 metres out from the Essendon goal. That's the Collingwood race. It's Eddie Maguire's deal, despite the fact they're the away team today. They still get the brooms with the wide race. So that's why Collingwood are using those today, despite the Bombers' home game.
They lead by 14 late in the second term. From the ruck tap, it spills out to Archer. May kicks on goal, and Frampton marks last line. Collingwood at fullback. Frampton feeds Pendlebury, who stops props, kicks across the goal mouth for Howe. Just gets it to him. Howe kicks for Sidebottom in the back pocket. Sidebottom stabs it to Chris.
They're getting out of it too easy. This is the 4th kick, and it hasn't been any Essendon players near these. If Collingwood, what they do well is they keep the ball inside their front 50. And this is now the 6th kick, and Essendon still can't stop it. So, 7th kick, another mark. So that's 7 kicks, 7 marks.
Well, 64 uncontested marks for the half, and I feel like it hasn't been, in terms of what they can do,
7.
I feel like they've been well below their best in terms of their kicking and skill level. Collingwood, so just haven't been able to shut down space when they've turned the footy over and flick into defence quick enough, which has been a bit of a theme, hasn't it, Corb, for the Bombers?
Absolutely, and that's the thing that turned around in their success the last 2 weeks, better performances. They've dominated uncontested marks, not today. So now the long forward kick from Maynard, up to half forward, punched away by Reid. Mackay went without it, McCreary collects. Collingwood with it, handball away to Schultz. Handball down to half forward, McCreary, like the Roadrunner, zips through, Meep wins it, gives it to Anderson. Handball away to Degoe to Hayes, and that'll do us. As a nice string of play was unfolding with some clean possessions, time beats the Pies. And that is half-time after a 26-minute quarter, just 1 goal each. And at half-time, the Magpies 5-6-36 lead Essendon 3-4-22. So 14-point lead for the Magpies, 5 goals to 3. And in that quarter, Collingwood kicked 1 goal 6. 1 goal 6 in the term to Essendon's 1-1. The goal kickers in the game for Collingwood, singles. For Degoe, Schultz, McCreary, Hayes and Roan Steele kicked the first of the game. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Archie Wicks is the only multiple goal kicker. He kicked 2 in the opening term, and Sam Durham kicked their major in that second quarter. Beansy off the SMS says, hey, Razor, are you sure that there's no breeze? It's very swirly, as we know, here at the MCG. Luke Ball's got other ideas on that. Tim from Cheltenham to fill in some gaps on the story you were telling earlier, Mick, about the Australian prisoner of war. Bill Fordyce is his name. Right. So I've met him a few times. Great man, says Tim. The man depicted in the Great Escape. And this from Guy. Hi, ABC team. Here in the Riverina in New South Wales, we've been honouring a former Essendon and Collingwood player, Norm LeBrun. He was shot by a sniper fatality in New Guinea. Search him. It's a great story. Guy, I appreciate that. We did actually talk about him pre-game. It might have been before you joined us, but he's an incredible figure. Played for 4 clubs, including both of these teams, Essendon and Collingwood, as well as South Melbourne and Carlton. He was the first known Indigenous player to represent Collingwood, the 10th and last Magpie footballer to be killed as a result of war. Shot by a rifleman and concealed among the root of a large tree where the country was too steep and too thick for the patrol to bring his body back, and he was buried a few metres away from where he fell. So we remember Norm LeBrun today, along with so many of our fallen soldiers, former footballers. Of course, the heavy crossover between football and war, which we've shone a light on as part of our pre-game. And of course, not only just remembering all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, but all those who have served and continue to our country on this day. Collingwood by 14 points. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse at half-time at the MCG.
Pretty ordinary, scrappy quarter, Mick. I think you said it, Collingwood threatened, didn't they? They dominated, they controlled field position for a lot of it. And the Bombers, both with a combination of Collingwood's, again, lack of connection inside 50 and ability to execute, make the right decision and then execute their skills going inside 50. And the Bombers just hanging in there, I think. They still find themselves, within 3 goals of the game. But yeah, it was a pretty ordinary quarter in terms of skill level and execution. As I said, 1 goal, 6 for the Pies from their entries. I think you look at the numbers. Pendlebury had a big quarter. He's had 15 possessions, and he's one, in fairness, who's looked like actually using it, putting it on a teammate's chest every time he's got it. Nick Dacos had 11 possessions for the quarter, but he's only going at, 48% for the game. So, again, if you're an Essendon coach and supporter, I mean, we said in that quarter, how many times did he bob up in space? They don't want to give him too many opportunities for it to click, because we know that he can do that in the space of 5 minutes like he showed last week. But 21 possessions at 48%, only 4 score involvements, 3 behind. So he hasn't really, he's threatened, but he hasn't really, a bit like the Collingwood team, hasn't really taken over the game as yet. And at the other end, Archie Roberts, well, he's got a really, obviously a high footy IQ and a great reader of the game. He's had 25 possessions, 20 of those uncontested. So he's been more than happy for his opponent to go up into the play. He's had McCreary at times. He's had, who else has he had there? Lipinski and Schultz at times. He's allowed them to go up high, and they've had the footy. But again, they've been a lot of the times they've just kicked it back to him to an extent, and he's probably been Essendon's best player. Well, certainly from a possession point of view, clearly Essendon's best player, but he's the one as part of the back six who held up okay in that second quarter.
25 and a half.
Yeah, it's a lot of footy. And you can see, though, just watch him for a bit. He reads it really well, and they look for him too when they're trying to exit out of back 50. But the challenge for him is if his opponent starts to really impact the scoreboard. Which, with Collingwood struggles.
Well, McCreary certainly was on. And he's kicked a goal, hasn't he? Yes, he has.
Yeah,
he was on him then.
He set up a few others.
But getting back to Roberts, he's had unbelievable number of possessions, 25 from half-back flank, none inside 50. None inside 50. And I don't know, okay, that might be, he kicks the ball, but I'd like to know how many, if he kicks the football a teammate, how many of those teammates actually get the ball inside 50. Let me tell you, Essendon, 6th for the quarter. 6th for the quarter. They scored at 1 goal 2, so they've gone up 30%. The other side, that's why Collingwood could be, I reckon Collingwood could be 7 or 8 in front, in all honesty. How often would Dacos miss something when no one comes near him and he has a shot from 40 metres? They've gone in 7 times. They've scored at 70% on entry, 70% that quarter. But this is where the old stats get very, very distorted. As you called, Corby, it's lived in their forward line. Now, you'd say, they must have had 20 inside their 50. No, they only had 10. But it did live in. It lived in the front 50, and they just couldn't score from it.
The time in front half felt like 70% to 30% worse.
And look, if you're going to get that, I was over at Collingwood rooms today, and I said, I think 14 goals, you've got to weigh up your opposition. I think 14 goals would win the game. Because everyone was saying, can Collingwood kick 14 goals? Well, they may not have to kick 14 today.
Is there a part you can spin that if you're Brad Scott to say, hey, boys, big occasion with, what did I say in the pre-game, 11 guys, 33 games or less, over-possessed it at times, to basically say, let's reset, we're still in the game. We're in the game.
They are in the game. They're in the game up to their neck. Make no mistake about it, because Collingwood have allowed them, but the time that the Bombers have gone forward, they've probably given up. I know Collingwood have had shots. Let's put that aside. Essendon have gone forward on 3 or 4 occasions that should have been absolute goals. Whether a Collingwood player been anywhere near them, but they've just mucked up the second last possession. Essendon players in position, and they haven't taken full toll. So they are probably only, for the Essendon supporters, they're probably only 1 goal, maybe the first goal of the third quarter, away from being right back in the match. And because of slow scoring, that 1 goal brings them back to 8 or 9 points. That could be, that could happen, be gobbled up in a split second. So they're right in the game, make no mistake about it.
I'll ask you, Mick, because Bawley's on the voting panel, but who's been the best player on the ground in the first half?
Well, I think it might be the old fella. Pendlebury. He buggered up one on the far side when it went out of bounds, but outside of that, he holds his hand pass back, he finds the right taker. A lot of players could learn from what he's doing at the moment. Essendon go bang, 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 and whoever's in front of them, they give it, and all of a sudden they get crunched.
Yep.
What Pendlebury does, he looks, and I'll give it to the second bloke who's out further. He's had the ball 22 times, and he's going at 82%. If he's not the best on the ground at this stage, I'll be very, very surprised.
He's had 5 score involvements as well, which I think is a game high, so equal game high with Zach.
So
Yeah,
I think he's that far in.
And you're right. On the flip side, Merritt is the one for the Bombers. When he gets it out of space,
absolutely.
He's the one who makes the right decision.
Yeah.
So they've got to keep trying to find it to him. And maybe it is Roberts who needs to come into the middle of the ground, because you're right. 25 possessions, but only 2 score involvements, and a lot of those backward of centre. Maybe now's the time to get him, inject him into the middle of the ground and see if he can't create something mid-forward.
He's their best user. That's why he's getting the ball so many times. He may as well.
Because they give it to him, that's right. And on the other side of the thing, I'll call them the Simon Presti Como kicks. When Simon's got it, we say, kick the ball long, Simon. What we say with Roberts, with Mackay, when you've got the football, kick the ball 60 metres. Forget about being thorough. Merritt, by the way. He's related to Merritt out here.
Zach, is he really?
Yes, he is. Great uncle.
Wow.
So, and he's in a nursing home at the moment. But so Mackay's got to kick the ball 55 to 60 metres, which he's capable. And if it goes down the mouth of the throat of a Collingwood player, albeit, because better there than giving it away 15 metres out, which he's done too regularly.
Scott Pendlebury, game number 431 today. He's the best player on the ground at half-time. He's now played in more Anzac Day clashes than anyone else. This is his 19th, so he goes past Dustin Fletcher. And, of course, he's one away from equaling Brent Harvey's all-time record for most games played in VFL, AFL footy. What a half he's put together here. So 22 disposals to be best out there for the Pies at the half. It's Collingwood by 14 points. More from you off the SMS in just a moment. Second half not too far away. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen says hecklers who disrupted this morning's dawn service at Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance go against everything that Anzac Day represents. A small group of people booed during First Nations elder Mark Brown's Welcome to Country, although the shouting was quickly drowned out by much louder applause from the rest of the crowd. Victorian Police are still working to identify the hecklers who left before the end of the service. Ms Allen says they deeply disrespected Australia's veteran community.
That is disgraceful behaviour, and frankly, stay home. If you cannot show respect for just a few moments, don't come, stay home, because it's not protest, it's not patriotism, it's disgraceful division that stands against everything that Anzac Day represents.
Crowds have lined the streets of Brisbane CBD in wet conditions for the annual Anzac Day parade. Joshua McIntosh was there.
Thousands of people have packed the CBD, many waving Australian flags as Anzac Day commemorations continue, despite persistent showers and rain. The Royal Australian Navy is leading the march, marking 125 years since the naval branch was formally set up. More than 2,000 Army, Navy and Air Force personnel are taking part in today's parade, as well as World War II veterans and community groups. They're marching through George and Adelaide streets before finishing at the corner of Elizabeth and Creek streets.
Townsville woman Andrea Farron says she was proud to watch her granddaughter march with the medals her grandfather was awarded for his service in the Pacific Theatre during World War II.
She's 9 years old, Hammond Park School, so I really enjoy seeing her march. He was actually in the road building, so go in, build a road so the troops could go through. And then when he came home, he was in the RSL band as the tuba player.
The United States says it's intercepted an Iranian-flagged ship attempting to sail to a port in Iran. Larry Buttrose has more.
The US Central Command has posted a photo on X of 2 ships saying the guided missile destroyer USS Rafael Peralta enforced the US blockade on Iranian ports against the Iranian-flagged ship. The US military has redirected at least 34 ships since the White House imposed the blockade on April the 13th. The latest comes as Pakistani officials try to get the United States and Iran to a second round of ceasefire negotiations. US envoy Steve Witkoff and US President Donald Trump's son-in-law are due to travel to Islamabad tomorrow, while Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has already touched down, but a spokesperson insists he won't meet the Americans, preferring to speak through mediators.
Shadow Home Affairs Minister John O'Donoghue says the federal government needs to be clear about what checks have been done on Australian women and children attempting to return from Syria. 4 women with ties to the Islamic State group and 9 children have left the Al-Roj camp in Syria and are believed to be trying to return to Australia. A government spokesperson says security agencies have been monitoring the situation in Syria in order to ensure that they're prepared. However, Senator Donoghue says he's concerned about the background checks.
We don't know how old the children in this cohort are, how many of them were children when they went there, how many are adults now. Those sorts of questions remain unanswered, and until we have clarity and certainty and a guarantee from government there is no risk, and the opposition's belief is they should not be allowed back into Australia.
A US judge has dismissed Elon Musk's fraud claims in his lawsuit against OpenAI and its co-founder Sam Altman. The case centres on Musk's claim that OpenAI CEO, Mr. Altman, and one of the company's biggest investors, Microsoft, conned him and the public by forming a for-profit entity in 2019 after Musk left OpenAI's board. Musk had himself proposed dismissing the fraud claims, which he said would better focus on his case of the goal of ensuring that OpenAI benefits humanity rather than be a wealth machine. The trial is set to proceed on Musk's claims of breach of charitable trust and unjust enrichment. Jury selection is set to begin on Monday. Turning to sport now, and in AFL, Hawthorn has made it 6 victories on the trot with a convincing win over the Gold Coast at UTAS Stadium. The Hawks won 16-16-112 to 9-9-63. That brings you up to date with the latest ABC News.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts. Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
This is Anzac Day Footy
with ABC Sport.
Kick out in front of Caddy. He's got 3 behinds today. All from the set shot. He runs onto it here. 55 metres out. Centering kick. Tough one to mark. Not for this man. And Durham, who's run the length of the ground to mark it full forward. Kind of blue-collar guy that every team craves. Sam Durham knocks it through. 1 score game at the G.
War kicks infield. It has to be a good kick. It does find Houston in the corridor. Looks inside 50 now. Lateral leap from Elliott. And it hits him on the chest. 45 out. Elliott came infield with the kick to Bo McCreary. Boot the ball from 50 out. It looks good off the boot. And it's there.
Anzac Day Footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
Pies by 14 points. They kicked 1 goal, 6 in that second quarter. Anzac Day at the MCG. This is ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron, Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain, your call team. Rich from Ocean Grove off the SMS. Wonderful call of a frustrating game. Listening to Mick groan at a poor passage of play. I wonder if he misses coaching, or is he kind of glad that it's someone else's problem?
Someone else's problem every day of the week these days, particularly when I look at that. Fair dinkum.
Chris on the tractor, great call, guys. I wish I could have made it down to watch, but no tickets. Love the Bombers, but they need the lift. Thanks, Chris. Nice to hear from you. And from Bob, good afternoon, boys. From Bronte Park in Tasmania, another great call, especially Razor on the boundary. We love Razor. He's a great addition to our team in year 2. As not only our boundary rider, but our rules expert to be able to decipher some of the decisions out there and which way they should go. The AFL put a statement out just after 12 o'clock Eastern time saying that the AFL advises that it has terminated the appointment of Will Horton KC as the chair of the AFL Appeals Board effective immediately. This is following the reasoning as to why Lance Collard's sanction, his charge, which was upheld,
the sanction was reduced from 9 games with 2 suspended all the way down to 4 games with 2 suspended. Mr. Horton served as the chair since his appointment in March 2024 and has contributed at club level over many years. And the AFL thanks him for his service, but they wanted to announce that they've terminated the appointment of Will Horton KC as the chair. We had a couple of senior players on today. First of all, on AFL Saturday, you can catch up wherever you get your podcasts through ABC AFL Daily with 5 episodes a week. And I asked Max Gawn about the reasons that were provided in Collard's reduction, which, of course, part of that stated that it is a game in which racist, sexist and homophobic language is commonplace. I asked Max Gawn if that's the case.
Yeah, I appreciate the AFL and the AFLPA going quickly on this yesterday afternoon. I think it was an embarrassing day for the players for, roughly 6-7 hours while we had to stand behind that message that the appeals board gave out. So I'm glad of our bodies of the AFL and AFLPA that have come out and said we don't stand behind that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I heard you guys talking before. How many weeks is too many weeks? Is weeks? I've never been suspended, so I don't know if weeks is actually something that really would affect me. So I don't know if that's the way to go. I don't know what that is and what that looks like. But I certainly know that the game is not that hard that I can keep my mouth shut when it comes to homophobic and racist and other vilifications. I'm well aware that that is not the place for it. And, yeah, I was sort of embarrassed when I was reading that stuff from the appeals board yesterday morning.
And the same question to the Collingwood captain and the president of the Players Association, Darcy Moore, on ABC Sport.
Those comments were deeply concerning. And, you know, as a Players Association, clearly we've been very vocal about this case in particular and these issues. Clearly there's been a number of on-field homophobic language incidents used over the last few years, and it's a concern for us. And what we want to see from the AFL is really consistent action and consistency when it comes to sort of sanctioning players. And I think this case, we've been talking about this for a couple of seasons now, but I think this case, when you take it in isolation, is an example of what you know we want to fix. We want to see some sort of procedural fairness, some sort of system that makes a bit of sense. And I think clearly this case and the language used in that ruling was really proved our point in many ways.
So a little bit of Darcy Moore speaking with us pre-game on ABC Sport. ABC AFL Daily is the place to go for your home of footy conversation, 5 episodes per week. Halftime here at the G, Collingwood by 14 points. We're already 1 game down Anzac Day Saturday with Hawthorn 49-point winners over Gold Coast. So a 49-point win for the Hawks. Jack Gunston had 9 scores. He kicked 5 goals, 4. And Jamara Ugle-Hagan even knocked one through as well in his new colours. First game in 596 days at AFL level. So Ugle-Hagan finishing with 7 disposals and a goal, but a big win for the Hawks, even without Sicily and without Moore. Players just trotting out to their positions to start the second half in the NRL. 33 minutes in. It's all Sydney City. The Roosters 28 leading the Dragons 4 in the traditional clash there. If you want to listen to that, you can find it streamed through ABC Listen. Look out for the green ABC Sport logo. Pies by 14 points. Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball. Second half upon us. You're with Ben Cameron.
There is Steen jumping all over the top of Wright. Palms it forward, leaving it behind McCreary. Allows in Wright. His handball back into the muck. And Dacos, that's Nick coming through. Ball eventually spits out the umpire, letting them play. Jordan De Goey gives it off to Nick Dacos. He's dispossessed in the tackle. Ball in the middle of the ground. Houston gathers out to Josh Dacos. Forward handball for Collingwood. Along the wing to Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. Kicks inside 50. Overshoots the target of Elliott at the back. Sardell Hooley charged down and knocked out a player. Throw in left forward pocket. Collingwood by 14 points. 36 seconds into the second half.
Just not firing on all cylinders. Even there, in Dacos, you'd back him to hit that kick inside 50. As we said, only going at under 50% disposal efficiency. Getting a lot of it, but not quite clicking.
Cameron down to Jamie Elliott. Snaps, unguarded, goal line. Took a cruel bounce. Looks certain it was going to through and then just ripped a hard right, wrong side of the post and a minor score. Second behind for Elliott, 5-7 to 3-4. 1 minute into the third, it's Collingwood by 15.
Right, with the short kick in, away to Roberts, back pocket. His kick tight with the boundary line, looking for Blackiston and spoiled out of play. Throw in high half forward here for Collingwood, attacking the city end in this third term.
I don't understand that kick that goes 30 metres for a one-on-one. Wouldn't you go 55 metres to one-on-one, and you've got a 25-metre buffer up your sleeve so you can work on?
I was taught in junior footy, Mick, never go short to a one-on-one as Cameron taps it down to Parrish, who gives it off the Merritt. Essendon ball. Roberts, handball over his head. Emerging with it, Merritt. Kicks inside 50. Long one-on-one. Caddy and Frampton. Frampton goes to ground. It allows in Caddy. Tracks it to the pocket. The Pies fold back. Runs a long way. Snaps it over his shoulder. That is a Caddy special. An Anzac Day special. Caddy brilliant. And Essendon bring it back to a 9-point game. The first goal of the third term. 5-7-37. Plays 4-4-28. 2 minutes in. Mick, Malthouse and Luke Ball.
Oh, that was a magnificent goal. I'm hearing the siren now. There's a fire brigade coming to hose down 3 of his teammates because he burnt 3 of them. There were 3 that he had to kick the goal because they were absolutely on fire, the 3 bases that he ignored. Honestly, but take nothing away from him. If you took them out of the picture, his recovery was outstanding. Frampton tried to grab hold of him, but that was extraordinary.
Yeah, he probably almost could have got a free kick because Frampton had a fair piece of him on the way down. But you keep your feet in this game, and gives himself kicks a brilliant goal.
Back in the middle, Nick Dacos moves McGrath off the footy, kicks to full forward, wanted Membry, no mark, knocked away at the back by Blackiston. Membry follows up, gives it to McCreary, and mowed down by Daywicks. Chase down tackle, he's got 2 goals, he's taken a hanger. Daywicks now with the defensive effort.
Again, Nick Dacos just not quite hitting the kick. It was a brilliant bit of ruck and midfield craft.
Long kick down the wing, advantage applied as May goes running away with it, takes a bounce, centering kick, Houston leaps up, spoils, down in front of Steen, dishes it off to Josh Dacos, Collingwood off the back flank.
He kicks for Maynard, the captain today for Collingwood. Collingwood by 9 points. Only 1 goal apiece in the second term. Collingwood kicking 1 goal 6. Maynard chisels it to Crisp.
That's a great kick.
Forward of halfway, Crisp cuts infield. Long kick to full forward for the Pies. Pack forms, hands to it, no mark to Goey. Roves, snaps, goals! No! Into the post.
Should have,
nearly. Essendon live. 10 points, Collingwood's lead, 4 minutes travel, third term.
Just continue to let them off the hook, don't they?
Well, and the Bombers have only gone in once. I know we've only gone 3 minutes, but they've only gone in once. That's unsustainable, Bally.
It's very unusual for Collingwood too, isn't it? Usually they're pretty stingy in defence. As Parrish marks in the back pocket, goes long down the line. Mark can be paid. Langford's got it. Ball stays alive, and here go the Dons. Kicks down to Sharp. The 18-year-old who marks on the wing, continues to move it. Caddy to target. Howe leaps up, spoils, wins it. Collingwood with it. Handball away to Frampton. Goes back by hand to Howe. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks a high up and under down that southern wing. Punched away by Sharp. Hitting up Schultz. Collects clean. Handball to Lipinski. Kick to half forward. Turnover. And Mackay takes the intercept mark at half back for the Dons.
Short kick, not the 15 to McGrath. One umpire said it was. The other said it wasn't. And now the Dons with it, but under pressure. Handball from Parrish, a turnover. McCreary leaves it behind. To go, he gathers it. Pendlebury, room to step, steady, and finish. Class shows. And Pendlebury goals.
Best on the ground.
Collingwood lead by 16. 6-8-44, plays 4-4-28. 5 minutes into the third. Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball.
Well, they can't get the ball clear. The Bombers are overusing it. What I don't get, Bally, is when the ball goes in their forward line, Essendon one-on-one are generally okay. They're not bad. So the extra possession they use short as opposed to what Penbury does and weighs it up has now come to haunt them. And a bloke like Penbury, have a look at this. See his style here. He draws the opposition. Doesn't overhand pass, weighs it up myself. There was a hand pass on. No, I'll kick the goal myself. So maybe that's experience. Maybe
Well,
because he's such a great player.
It was like that. It was like, I'll just take the responsibility here and kick the goal. I'm not going to give it to someone else.
Steen down towards Nick Dacos. That's that new combination. Goes darting away. Has a bounce. Gives it to Pendlebury. Gets it back, Nick. Dabs it inside 50. Anderson marks under pressure from Roberts. And Oscar Steen and Nick Dacos, a partnership the Pies can build around.
Yeah, give and get. He's going to give and get all the time. That's why you've got to come up to that contest. You can't run away from the contest.
It's a better kick, though, inside 50, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Lovely touch.
Yep.
Yeah, as I say, just overcooked a few today.
I think this might be his first kick, you know. I don't know if he's had a kick today.
Angus Anderson, his first Anzac Day appearance, game number 3, won the Jack Odie medal. He's the player best of field in Sturt's premiership last year in the Sandful. Gets a look at it at AFL level at 22 years of age on the big stage. He's right at home. Anderson knocks it through. And all of a sudden, it's the Magpies playing new game high. 22 points Collingwood's way. 7-8-50. Essendon 4-4-28, 7 minutes gone in the third. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just the 5 handballs up until that point. Anderson just hasn't quite got himself into the game yet, but good call, Corb. Certainly doesn't look overawed. Last 2 weeks, he's looked right at home. He was part of the surge against the Blues last week, and what he does do, he goes back and kicks it. He's a nice kick of the footy. See now, he's starting forward. He's actually got the Archie Roberts matchup, so...
Big guy too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's big, strong body. Gives them another option to go through the middle of the ground. Just got to tighten up here. Looks like Durham's now gone to Dacos. He's just starting to look a bit dangerous, starting to get out in space.
3 of the Pies' first-timers on Anzac Day have kicked a goal. Steen tapping it down for Pendlebury. Through the legs of McGrath. They keep it moving forward here, Collingwood. Pendlebury still going. Anderson getting involved. That's centre-half forward for Collingwood. No room to work for Anderson. A ball up.
Yeah, that's
just Steen again, though, isn't it? Just the ability to get up just allows the Collingwood midfielders to get on the move, get proactive. Makes it really tough for the Essendon mids.
Well, they're just bulldozing the ball forward.
Cameron taps it down. Durham shovels out a handball. Onto it. Roan Steele. Somehow his kick goes inside 50. Elliott slick to Nick Dacos. Strong tackle from Durham, and it works out for Essendon.
Sardis had to try and trap it. Gives it to Caldwell. Can't take it clean either. Eventually scoops it up. Gives it to Merritt. Handball to Sardis. Ugly handball to Blackiston. Back to Sardis. Got it on the hop. Handball away to Farrow. Goes back by hand to Reed. Against the boundary line. That's a good kick. Short back to Sardis.
Yeah, but it's taken 6 possessions to go 15 metres. That's Collingwood eat that. That's what they prey on at training.
He's had career highs in his last 2 games. The only 2 of the year for Sardis. Kicks to the back. Gee, there's climbers everywhere in all of that. Caddy and May both flew. Spills down to Merritt. Just puts a bit of hang time in the kick. And Peter Wright marks it centre-half forward right on the 50.
Well, that's brilliant. Was that Merritt?
Merritt, yeah.
Well, so
he's
Merritt,
the one, Nick.
Well, Merritt had the ball at centre-half back. And then what he's doing, he's playing half forward, he's coming up the ground, leaving a Collingwood player behind the ball. That's fine. But if it's going to be Merritt, so he goes in the middle with no one on him, so he's going to be causing all sorts of damage. He'll probably keep Essendon in the game by this type of play if they finish off their goal kicking.
So Peter Wright, he can kick it all of 55, and he needs to here from straight in front. 2-metre Peter is wide right. Behind 7-8 to 4-6. That is a 4-5. It's a 21-point lead for Collingwood. 10 gone in the third.
Maynard up the middle to Howe, who moves it to Pendlebury. Still up the middle for Anderson for Collingwood. And Anderson shorts it to Elliott. Over halfway now, the Pies.
Yeah, and they're finding space all over the place too. Essendon just dropped off, and they just don't seem to be as keen to man up at the moment.
Elliott kicks inside 50 off the hands of the pack. Onto it quickly. Roan Steele second. Collingwood running away with it. A damn wall might have burst for Essendon.
Yep.
Collingwood by 27 points. 8-8-56 plays 4-5-29. 10 travelled in the third. Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball.
Yeah, it was too easy, wasn't it, Mick? Just from the kick out there. And even going back to the Peter Wright kick, there were 3 Collingwood players on the goal line, not one Essendon player.
Exactly.
So he misses the kick, and then they just waltz it out. Short kick through the middle of the ground too. I mean, that's inexcusable. That's, Brad Scott, you're tearing your hair out. If nothing else, guard the corridor. They march the ball up. long tick inside 50. Good contest from McStay, and then Roan Steele. As I said, he's a low possession player, but he's a high impact player still. He's had a lot of. What's he up to score involvements wise? I'll get that for you in a sec. But started the game well, kicked the first goal of the game. He's only had 8 possessions, but 3 or 4 score involvements and 2 goals.
Nick Dacos out of the middle, getting busy. He just runs away and leaves a trail. Durham in his wake, kicks to centre half forward. Oh, bursts through the hands of Membry, hit him in the head. Ricochets off a soccer from Lipinski. Back to Lipinski, he's mowed down. Had long enough, and Reid rewarded with the tackle.
Well, it's a real issue, this centre bounce now for the Bombers. They look all out of answers.
Dons come wide out of defence. Mackay gives it to Pryor. Short kick, made it tough for Dersma. Oh, handball to Blackiston. Went one-handed, lost it. Anderson wins it. Collingwood back the other way. Perryman to Steele. Handball away to Elliott. Centering kick to Nick Dacos. And jams it up high on his chest and below his chin as he just locks it in there. Marks it right half forward for the Magpies.
Well, it's another ball handling mistake by the Bombers. And without going again and again and again, you've got to know your limitations. You overhand pass the football, you're going to give the ball back at some stage, and that's exactly what's happened again and again and again.
McGrath coming off. I don't know what they're doing with Nick here. This will be his 8th possession in 10 minutes.
0-3 for the day. Nick Dacos on the drop punt. Make it 0-4. He's edging closer as he hits the post. A dozen minutes into the third, Collingwood threatening to bust this game open. They lead by 28, 8-9 to 4-5. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
I need to crunch the numbers, but it might be the worst kicking day I've seen from Nick Dacos in his 101 games. Short kick into the pocket. Now Pryor looks longer up to the wing for the Dons. Up they go, and Cameron tall for the Pies. He takes the mark.
He's got the new boots on, Benny. Just keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Haven't seen these boots before. Cameron need to go in the bin 3/4 time.
Cameron comes infield to Howe, who moves it to Josh Dacos.
Yeah, just cutting. This game really could. Very careful, Essendon. They're just cutting him up with marking. There's another one.
Crisp goes inside 50, and McStay cuts a swathe through the pack and takes the mark. 20 out, slight angle right of centre.
How many marks they had this quarter, Rory? What's the marking situation?
Yeah, 2 that's a second contested mark in the space of 30 seconds there. Darcy Cameron here with the intercept mark, strong on the wing, and then Dan McStay, who's again struggled to get into the game, but he can sniff a bit of an opportunity here.
McStay's drop punt is steered through the middle, and the route is on.
Yeah.
9-9-63 plays 4-5-29, 34 points. They've kicked the last 4 goals of the game, Collingwood. 14 minutes into the third. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Bolly, we're talking off air, thinking if Essendon can kick the first goal, it may just change what's happening out there. Well, they did, but then they went to sleep, and overuse gives Collingwood. When you overuse the football into the game, you're either on song or you're starting to get a bit tired. And if you are not on song, you are giving the ball back to an opposition who have got Pendlebury and Dacos and Houston and DeGoey side bottom. They're going to cut you to ribbons. Yeah. And that's exactly what has taken place.
Looking now, Zach Merritt sits on the bench. This is a time. It's really danger size, isn't it, for the Bombers?
Blackiston's in the ruck. Got it down to Durham. Handball away to Sardis. A rare centre break win for the Bombers. Kicks to centre half forward. No mark. Maynard and Langford tracking it. So Langford seemingly gone forward. Comes out Essendon's way. Roby got a hand pass away towards Sharp to Caddy, who lost his Dax. Got a handball away to Day Wicks, though. Centering kick. Sardis leaps up, decided to spoil. Right there with Lipinski. Ball hits the net. Kako pursuing. Kako worries about it. Kako goals.
Sensational goal.
Great forward pressure. Went hunting out after it. Shook side bottom. Threw the shoe at it. And Kako bounces one through from the right forward pocket to keep the Bombers in the fight. 15 gone in the third. 9-9 to 5-5. Collingwood by 28 points. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you reckon he played a bit of soccer in his time? I mean that. I really mean that. I reckon that is just an incredible goal, knowing when to put the boot into it. Essendon really struggled to get the ball clear, but when they did, he was fantastic.
Yeah, just good forward pressure. Little mistake from side bottom. The big ruckman's not the one that you want to be handballing the ball up to deep in defence, and Darcy Cameron was pretty slow to turn around, and young Kako just sniffed an opportunity and created something out of nothing. Just keeps them in it, as you said, Corb.
Cameron was the QE too. Forward pressure, it often takes you to the ball. Collingwood out of the middle. Crisp with the clearing kick, inside attacking 50. Roberts punches it away. Ball hits the deck. Membry arrives, so to Edwards. Picks it up, tackled by Membry. High free kick going the way of the Dons on their back flank.
I know he got the free kick, but he was so hesitant in taking that ball, Edwards. Look, I know they're only kids, but that was basically the difference.
Collingwood by 28 points. On to Farrow, to Caldwell, who goes, or Sardis rather, who moves it back to Farrow in the back pocket.
Third possession too, Benny, and they've gone, 35 metres.
Farrow's a long kick, though. He uses that here, kicks up to wing. Howe, up he goes. An Anzac Day climb from Jeremy Howe.
He called it.
He did say, I've got one left in me.
Is that the one?
I don't think that's it. He can go higher, Jeremy.
Similar spot from where Cosy took one last night. Howe lays it up in the McStay direction. He rips it down. And Dan McStay's getting involved.
And I blame Big Mackay for that one. He just stood there.
Too easy, wasn't it?
Oh, well, he's making out he's been shepherded. You know, if you're a big bloke like that and you get shepherded, just crunch the bloke next to you. Just crunch him into the mark so that you don't get, one, it's not a free kick. Two, you're defending the ball. Oh, that was horrible by Mackay.
Now he's got to stand on the mark as McStay's on his way in. The kick's out to the left and it stays there. And behind. So 9-10 to 5-5, 17 minutes into the third. Pies by 29, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, I'm curious, Mick and Borley, when you're talking about the slow ball movement coming out of defensive 50 for Essendon. They don't seem to have a bailout option up the line. I don't know whether that's structural, strategic. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Well, at the end of the day, Ray, up the line is a crunch time. You just got to spoil the ball if you can't mark it.
Frampton trying to take the mark here. Was there a whistle on the play? I thought there was. The umpire lets them rumble and then crosses himself and a ball up.
And you see, that's what happens, Ray. Now you've got something on the wing as opposed to losing the ball 30 metres short of this.
Collingwood by nigh on 5 goals, 29 points. Sardis coming through. Roves the tap, gives it off to Dersma, off to Parrish, kicks up to half forward. Maynard breaks it up. Collingwood ball on the back flank. Handball for Quaynor. Forward handball for Lipinski. Lipinski lifts it over the top, gets it onto the big ruckman Steen. He flicks a handball forward, turnover.
Sardis picks it off, handball away to Parrish off the non-preferred. Ugly kick down to half forward. Langford deflect, spills down to Steen, who scoops it up but coughs it up. Roby for the Bombers. Today Wicks who fumbles. Handball back inside. Dersma left it behind. The walls close in and he's tackled by Crisp outskirts of the centre square.
There's only a couple of reasons why you fumbled.
Give them to us.
Well, one's when it's wet.
The other one?
You don't want it bad enough.
Blackiston winning the tap down. Ball bobbling around in the middle of the MCG. Crisp getting a handball out. Roberts, he does want it. Wins it for Essendon. Hurries the kick inside 50. And Howe, first to respond, marks defensively for Collingwood. Kicks to Crisp at centre half back. He flares it out wide for the runner Perryman. Through the wing. Short kick for Pendlebury. Pendlebury moves it on to DeGoey. So the Pies just chipping it around. They lead by 29. DeGoey looks long inside 50. McStay, Elliott, take your pick. Whistle, free kick. It'll go to the Pies. Ben Mackay stands there and gives it the double teapot.
Ben Mackay, that's his role to get there and spoil that.
What on earth was that? What was that?
Eye on side.
Very, very, very
touched him on the face.
Fleeting arm to the face.
This happens all over the ground.
The umpire was right there. He saw it. So it is a free kick, letter of the law.
Oh, well.
Jamie Elliott arcs out, curls it through, and lets Sardel Hooley know all about it. A new game-high lead, 35 points. Time on third term, 10-10-70 plays 5-5-35. Mick Malthouse and loop ball.
Well, you say, Borley, that free kick was there. All around the ground. It's not deliberate. It doesn't hold back. It's a contest where they've locked together. But I'll go back again and just say Ben Mackay could have got there and been the third man up and just absolutely smashed the hell out of the football. He is just too tame. He's playing tame football. He's not supporting his teammates around him. You know, I'll do everything to pump him up when the time comes, but you've got to take responsibility. They've gone out to get you as a key back. You're a senior player. You have an obligation.
10th year in the system. Back in the middle, comes down Blackiston towards Sardis. He gives it by hand away to Cordwell, who took too long with it, was crunched in the tackle by De Goey. He wins the footy for Collingwood. Handball to Pendlebury, handball out wide to Josh Dacos. Kicks it deep to full forward. McStay down there. El Hooley covers across. Spoils. Oh, Pryor can't kill it. Anderson goals. Pryor tried to knock it through and couldn't get it over the line. Anderson shucks it, kicks one of the easiest goals he'll ever kick. Hot pies on Anzac Day. 11-10 to 5-5. Anderson's got a couple. And Collingwood lead by 41, time on in the third.
They all get to Jordan De Goey as they should. He was the one who closed down and put the pressure on. Big tackle on Jai Cordwell. Handball, Pendlebury involved again. And great kick from Josh Dacos. Stayed to a dangerous spot. Dan McStay that time almost could have got a free kick. And in the end, a little bit of luck. You feel a bit for Jackson Pryor there, who's trying to knock the ball forward. Although, if you're a metre out from goal, Mick, get a fist into it. Don't just try and tap it through. Didn't do enough. Now, oval ball bounced back in, and Angry Anderson on the spot. He's having a little impact this quarter as well.
Well, I want people to go back over this, and they'll see, who am I picking on, do you think? Ben McKay was clapping as the ball was punched in the air. Clapping and say, well, what a good job you've done. Trouble is, it's picked up in gold.
Out of the middle, Collingwood had it, but they turn it over through Pendlebury. Sardis bursting away with it, kicks the Dons to full forward. Quaynor a hand to it, Perryman at the back. Gathers, handball a turnover. Taco in the pocket, steps his man, and a second. Handball away, and he misses Caldwell. Ball jars free. And it's picked up by Roan Steele. Collingwood back pocket to Frampton, to Quaynor, kick to the wing. Contest kick, Zach Reid through his hands. Out the back it goes, allows in Collingwood. Schultz plays tunnel ball, knocks it out. Now Collingwood are away.
McCreary trying to burn off Roberts, gives a handball to Membry, handball further forward to Anderson. Had a busy quarter, gives it back to McCreary, tight angle, centering kick. Can't break it up. Dersma slips its way through to Lipinski, half forward. Handball to the pocket. McStay has his pocket picked. Nice work, Mackay. Then he's ragdolled without it, surely. No free kick. Anderson grabs it, kicks goalward. Misses, far side. Up behind. Was there one go begging there, Ray, and all of that?
I think we can scratch one up for a little bit of a review there.
Jeez, 24 minutes gone in the third. Collingwood all over them. 7-goal lead for the Pies, 24 gone in the third.
Short kick into the pocket. Pryor accepts it. Collingwood by 42. Back to Roberts. Collingwood have turned a 14-point lead at halftime to 42 points. Closing in on three-quarter time. The exiting kick looking for Dersma, and he can only knock it out. Throw-in coming.
Pendlebury's had another 9 in the quarter, by the way. 5 of them score involvements. Luke Ball very silent. He's on the voting panel along with Matthew Lloyd, Karen Lyon and Isaac Smith to decide the Anzac medalist. We have never before had a 4-time winner. So Pendlebury 3 times, James Hurd 3 times.
Both rucks lock up and miss the throw-in. At the back, Lipinski gathers it. Handball away to Josh Dacos. Slaps it to Crisp, to Pendlebury. All handballs here for the Pies. Back feeds it to Frampton. He'll go with a long kick inside 50. McStay squeezes it. 25 out. Tight angle left forward pocket.
Well, unfortunately, it's your man again, Mick. I mean, Dan McStay's really come to light, hasn't he, this quarter? And when he gets his hands on a few, he really grows in confidence. You can see that. But if you let him have a free run and jump at it, again, good clean hands from Collingwood to feed it out the back. If you let him have an unimpeded run and jump at the footy, Dan McStay, that's when he's at his best.
And Memory gave him beautiful coverage, but again, you've got to push through the coverage.
McStay hits the post.
Yeah, I mean, this should be dead and buried, this game, shouldn't it?
Well,
it's not already, but should be a 10-goaler. Bombers have just stopped a bit, haven't they?
Prize on a run to nowhere, then gives it to McGrath. McGrath crunched with the footy, and that is holding the ball. McCreary rewarded.
And the kick is going to come all the way back. And he'll get a look at it here, 15 metres out, just right of centre. What did you make of the report during the week? 7 years, 7 million go to Tassie? 7 years, 7 million.
Could be the beneficiary of some good timing, bro. He's going to be out of contract. He's at a good age profile.
Oh, no. You're a $1 million man. You've got to be kidding, don't you?
It's good money. I think we got $64 million players in the game.
Well, he's not one of them.
He may soon be. He skips in here. McCreary on the drop punt. Poster. I feel like we've had about 3 posters in the quarter.
Yep.
Collingwood, by the way, have kicked 6-7 to 2-1 in the term, having kicked 1-6 in the second quarter. They're 44 up. Feels like they should be about 70 up.
Essendon training handballs to exit their defensive arc. Out towards the worn wing. Sardell Hooley shows his fleet of foot, gathers the footy off to Sharp to Parrish. Back to El Hooley, turns it over with a kick.
Oh, this is dreadful.
And the mark taken by Houston, backward of the wing. Worn wing side of the ground.
It's European hand pass. Got to kick the football to put pressure on the... Yeah, everyone says, oh, you've got to use your hand pass. Yeah, 1 or 2 of them. And that's the 4th, 5th and 6th is in that with Collingwood. Have a look at the stats. Collingwood do not overuse the football. That's why they're miles in front.
Out of the middle of the ground, kicks to Crisp. His kick just a little over the head of McCreary. Oh, 2 bombers there. McCreary goes and wins it. It's been that kind of day for the Dons. Hand pass back to Steele. Handball to Houston. Handball to Perryman. They reload. Now the kick inside 50. The big men down there. Steen and Cameron fly for it. Spills to Roberts of Essendon. Hand pass away to McGrath. Handball to Langford back flank. Handball away to Day-Wick. Shoots a hand pass back inside. Blackiston knocks it to McGrath. He's under pressure. Still at half forward for Collingwood. Pendlebury scoops it up. Got it out by hand, turns it over, and El Hooley darting away. Oh, kicks it into Perryman. It'll ricochet to Schultz. He's buffeted off his kick.
Jeez, this is scrappy footy. It dribbles towards fullback for Essendon, picked up by Pryor. He gets it off to Mackay to Roberts. He can release Dersma. He'll kick outside of D50, and they are in heaps of space. Merritt will have it sit for him and go for a gallop. Takes a bounce, then chips it on to Dyson Sharp. Wide out. Could have kept going there, Merritt. Sharp kicks infield for Caldwell, who marks under pressure. Right on the attacking point of the centre square.
He hasn't put enough pressure on the midfield, Caldwell, either. He's been pretty patchy.
Collingwood by 44. Caldwell kicks into the pocket. Right, slides in and marks. 45 out, very tight angle, right half forward.
Essendon look exhausted because they've chased all day. Collingwood still look up. Hands on, a lot of Essendon players, hands on hips, heads bowed. This is Anzac Day. They've got to realise they've got to dig deep. Collingwood have. That's why they've been able to break Essendon open really in this quarter.
Two-metre Peter looking for the 7-metre opening. Can't quite find it here. Misses right. Collingwood by 43.
They also haven't been able to take a breather with ball in hand, have they, the Bombers? They haven't got their uncontested marking game up and going, and that just gives you the chance not only to control the game but defend with ball in hand. As Maynard goes short to Quaynor and back to Maynard, kicking game deep in defence for the Pies. And that'll do us. 6-goal quarter for the Magpies. They pull further in front, and it's Collingwood by 43 points at the final change. Feels like it could have been a whole lot more. They kicked 6 goals, 7 in that quarter. So basically, if you stretch it back across quarters 2 and 3, the Magpies have kicked 7 goals, 13 to Essendon's 3-3. 11-13-79 Collingwood. Essendon 5-6-36. The margin is 43. After Collingwood led by 9 at quarter time and 14 at the half. The goal kickers for Collingwood marked down 2 for Anderson and 2 for Roan Steele, and then singles DeGoey, Elliott, Schultz, Pendlebury, McStay and McCreary. Meanwhile, for Essendon, 2 goals for Day-Wicks. They came way back in the first quarter. Singles for Caddy, Kako and Durham. 11 goals to 5. It's 3-quarter time here at the MCG. Off the SMS, Shannon from Frankston. Scott Pendlebury has thrown the ball at least 6 of his 11 handballs. The umpires are so poor at calling the basic disposal skill these days. It's not a big one, is it, Ray Chamberlain? Ray on the boundary with us. Pretty tough to officiate in real time, the modern hand pass.
Yeah, the way the law and the interpretation's far looser. You used to have to project the ball off the ball-carrying hand, and now the game just asks the umpires to make sure that that one hand catches up with the other. So you'd want to see it nice and clear. They're pretty fast, these players.
One hand, that's the interpretation, is it? One hand catches up to the other.
That's correct.
I like it. Gordon from Bunbury. This would have to be the worst game of ball control I've ever seen from both sides.
Really has been. It's uncharacteristic and all across the board too. Yeah, that quarter.
I think when you've got a Pendlebury in the side, that makes it better.
For well-paid, so-called professional footballers, it is terrible. From Gordon. Gordon, appreciate your message. More from Bawley and Mick coming up next. Collingwood by 43, and this is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, No Filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula starts Wednesday, April 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is Anzac Day footy
With ABC Sport.
Emerging with it, Merritt. Kicks inside 50. Long one-on-one. Caddy and Frampton. Frampton goes to ground. It allows in Caddy. Tracks it to the pocket. The Pies fold back. Runs a long way. Snaps it over his shoulder. That is a Caddy special. An Anzac Day special. And now the Dons with it, but under pressure. Handball from Parrish. A turnover. McCreary leaves it behind. Kagoe gathers it. Pendlebury. Room to step. Steady. And finish. Class shows. And Pendlebury goals.
Roby got a hand pass away towards Sharp to Caddy, who lost his dacks. Got a handball away to Day Wicks, though. Centering kick. Sada sleeps up, decided to spoil. Right there with Lipinski. Ball hits the net. Kako pursuing. Kako worries about it. Kako goals. Caldwell, who took so long with it, was crunched in the tackle by De Goey, wins the footy for Collingwood. Handball to Pendlebury, handball out wide to Josh Dacos, kicks it deep to full forward, McStay down there, El Hawley covers across, spoils, Pryor can't kill it, Anderson goals!
Anzac Day footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
Hot Pies in that third term. They kicked 6 goals to 2 and Collingwood by 43 at the final change. The footy's not done yet. 2 games to come tonight. First off to Adelaide. It'll be the match between Port Adelaide and Geelong. For everyone out west, don't worry, you get the full build-up and the call. Both games available through ABC Listen if you want to stream them there. But it'll be Fremantle and Carlton, and that's a late jump, by the way. So we will take you there for the concluding stages if you're getting the Power Geelong game first. Here, Collingwood by more than 7 goals. Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse, 3-3.
Well, it opened up that quarter, Mick, and it started again in the centre bounce. We said it, we were chatting at half-time. This game, the Collingwood-Carlton game last week, and just pretty similar in the sense that it was very scrappy and both teams really struggled to get fluency with their ball movement and any sort of efficiency in that midfield sort of forward connection. But that quarter, it was Collingwood out of the middle. It was with their class players. It was Pendlebury again at 9 or 10 for the quarter. Nick Dacos, who really, but for just a little bit of finishing, as I said, he's got the new boots on today. I'm not sure they're the ones going forward because his kicking's just been a little bit off, and that's meant that, it's meant that it hasn't been a great game from him. It's just been just a solid game. But they absolutely dominated the corner. 19 inside 50s to 6, and in the end, really bad kicking has kept. I mean, you wouldn't say they're not in with a chance of winning the game, but it's kept them. It's kept them from being a blowout, really.
2 or 3 posters?
A couple of posters, yeah. And you called it too. The handball game just invited the pressure, and then Collingwood really got a sniff. And when they're at their best, Collingwood, that's how they play. So
that's what I don't get. When you analyse and you know the strength of it, speaking, when you know the strength, then you've got to make sure that you don't give them the opportunity to exploit that strength.
So, and you called it too, Mick. I mean, this could go either way here. This could really blow out. From Collingwood's point of view. And I think that's the message for Craig McCarthy. We're not playing at our best, but let's see if we can put the foot on the throat here and really put the foot down and run over and put this team away. They haven't been able to do that at all this year. And from the Bombers, can they just hang in there? Anzac Day, you're right, Mick, play the game out.
Well, they have to play the game out. This is Anzac Day. You don't turn your toes up at all, so I have a horrid feeling about this. I'm just watching a young side. They've got their head bowed. Collingwood are up and about. it'll take an amazing effort. It'll take Collingwood to have to put the foot off the accelerator for Essendon to get back. They're not going to win the game. At three-quarter time, they were 5-6. Collingwood were 5-6 at half-time, and they've had 13 shots from 19 entrances. 19 entrances to 6. That tells you that all Essendon's possessions are in the back half trying to get out. And you've got to get your players up the ground to have at least a contest as opposed to overusing the football.
Felt a bit like early season Essendon in that third quarter. What can they do after a chant from their coach Brad Scott at three-quarter time? The game seemingly done. Can the Bombers try and put a pretty face on it? Free kick here for Parrish. Collingwood by 43. Final term underway. Parrish inside 50. May forced to spoil from the back. Spills down Collingwood's way. Hand pass from Maynard to Nick Dacos. Then back towards Maynard. He just taps it away to Houston. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Kicks a tumbler through the middle of the G. A little Sunday hop for the veteran Pendlebury. Scoops it up. Handball to Degoe. Another one coming up. Degoe knocks it through on the run. More of the same to start the last. And the Magpies are looking to a blowout. 49 points their lead, 48 seconds into the final term. Degoe's got a couple, 12-13 to 5-6.
Well, the kick from Parrish out of the middle, just shallow, wasn't it? Just no penetration whatsoever, and not to advantage, and the big spoil, and then Collingwood with their numbers, they've owned the corridor today, haven't they? And we've said it certain times throughout the day, the Bombers getting way too skinny, all collapsing into the contest, and the smart players, Pendlebury again, Degoe, just holding their width, holding their space. The corridor was open, and that's the easiest of goals. Geordie Degoe. It's been a good return, I reckon, from Degoe, isn't it? I think he's looked sharp, a few fumbles early on, but after that, he's looked pretty good, he's looked explosive, and he's hit the scoreboard.
Ball spits out forward for Essendon, but onto it quickly. Josh Dacos from the restart. He'll turn and kick from half-back to half-forward. El Woolley, nice mark. Right on the defensive arc for Essendon. Just pokes it over the top to Caldwell.
First thing they want to do is they stop and prop. Now he goes to the Richmond station instead of going down to City Hall. No, he wants to go via the railway line. I mean, fair dinkum.
Now very wide to the southern side of the ground where Farrow takes it. Now kick up to half forward, and he'll go even wider.
Yeah, well,
what's that to? That's to Fran Station.
Well, he's kicked out to Frankston.
But you can see this. It feels like the life sucked out of the team a bit. This is where you need your leaders, Mick, just to.
They haven't got a lot of them.
Well, and that is the challenge, isn't it? Yeah, that's right.
Well, it is a challenge.
You've got to puff your chest out and just continue to play, continue to try.
11 guys, 33 games or less. Now line up. They've got 4 teenagers out there today, the Bombers. Straight up the pipe they go. The kick from Nick Dacos finds Pendlebury. Hand pass away to Perryman.
Too easy.
Mick stays centre half forward. Handball away to Anderson. Anderson on the run. Misses.
You knew when he was in the side and they dropped long that they had great faith in this kid. He is a serious player, Anderson.
2 goals, 1 in the second half for Anderson. 50-point lead for Collingwood. New game high early in the last.
Roberts heaves it out a defensive 50 for Essendon. Maynard steals it back half forward for Collingwood. Off to side bottom to Houston. Beautiful for Elliott. Bursts through the hands to go. He picks it up. Shrugs a tackle. Snaps a goal. 3 for JDG. The goey goals and the game is gone. Collingwood by 56. 13-14-92. Plays 5-6-36. 3 minutes into the fourth. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Well, party time a bit now, but you called it, Corby. I'm just looking down now. I'm looking for the Bombers leaders. Just looking at body language. Zach Merritt, Andy McGrath, Darcy Parish played a lot of footy. This is the time. Okay, the times when the going gets tough, you've just got to continue to find a way to dig in and fight, which is far too easy the last 5 minutes. Geordie Degoe, who, if you want to get a confidence booster, has been really good, hasn't he? And that time just shrugged off tackles far too easily. Corby, as you said, it's got a bit of that whiff of the Bombers, prior to the last 2 weeks where they really didn't give much of a fight after quarter time.
Hawthorn and the Port Adelaide game coming to mind. Blackiston out of the middle, kicks out to half forward, so a centre clearance here for the Dons. Slides past right, inside the forward 50, picked up though by Perryman of the Magpies. Handball to Maynard, he's dispossessed. Roby goes and wins it. Handball ends up out of play, half forward pocket for the Dons. I'll just get Ray to see if there's any movement down there in just a moment. Archer May just came Ray's way and then disappeared. Looked a little uncertain on his feet walking down to the rooms with the trainers. So if he comes back up, Ray, I'll get you to update us further.
Did have a blood nose earlier on in the season, and it looked like he was bleeding from the beak again here. So had a few issues with that. We'll get down to Ray in a moment. Don's on the back flank, or the forward flank, sorry. As Merritt back feeds it away to Sardell Hooley, kicks to full forward. Edwards can't mark it. Ground level. Kako goes in. Ball still bobbling around. Pendlebury manages to get out of handball. Merritt tracks it. He's stripped of it in the Anderson tackle. Umpire still lets them rumble.
Sardis hands it out, coughs it up though. Anderson gives a handball away to Josh Dacos, kicks down the wing. He's memory. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Razor.
Yeah, he's headed straight down into the rooms with the doctor.
Okay. Please. Okay.
Corridor again.
To Houston, straight through the middle. There's Pendlebury waiting. Handball away to the acting captain Maynard. Kicks wide to side bottom. Thought about it. Decides to dab it to the pocket. And McCreary marks. He was all alone right on the 50. And rather than stretch the 35-year-old legs, just dabs it to the pocket.
Just quickly, the biggest margin in an Anzac Day game, 73 points in 2008, a Collingwood win. Feels like that's in danger here.
Yeah, it is. It'll only be poor kicking that might save the Bombers from that, Benny.
McCreary arcs around. He's going to try and hawk it back. And he does expertly. Party pies on Anzac Day. 6 minutes into the final term, it's Collingwood beyond 10 goals. 14-14 to 5-6. Magpies by 62. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. McCreary doubles up.
Paul, it really does look like men playing against boys. You try not to use the youth as a factor, but that was either going to be the winning formula because they're enthusiastic and they get the run and that sort of stuff, or they're going to crumble and crumble badly. And unfortunately, it's not only the kids that have crumbled, it's the senior players that have been horrible. I can't think of one Essendon player that you would hang your hat on and say, well, he's had a decent day.
You could argue in their wins that the senior players have been really good.
Well,
yes,
I mean, Roberts is the one. And just to highlight it, Roberts has had 38 possessions. The next best is 20. Next best is 20, Merritt and Parrish. So it has been a significant, probably, well, even after quarter time, because really that second quarter, the Collingwood dominated, but they just, their skills were horrible and they didn't put them away. But yeah, it has. It's been the effort. You know, you can cop the skill level, can't you, Mick, with the younger players, and the senior players, but yeah, they haven't given much of a yelp after that, after half time.
Long kick inside 50 for Essendon. It spills off the pack to Kako, right forward pocket. Retreats with the handball beyond the arc to McGrath. High kick towards full forward. Underneath it, Cameron stands.
Free kick.
Daywick punched the ball and Cameron.
Yeah, he's taken out of the play. No suppleness whatsoever. But even that, the Essendon players getting in each other's road, not knowing who's going to take it.
Free kick to Caddy in amongst all of that.
Yeah.
Against Jeremy Howe. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't allowed to go near the ball. If you have a look, he's just been taken out of the ball.
He's going to get 50 as well, so he will be marched right to the line. Jeremy Howe just blocked him out and told the umpire, I think, what he thought about it. So a Caddy consolation. And Collingwood, their lead back to 56 points. 14-14-98, plays 6-6-42. 8 minutes into this final term. 2 for Caddy. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, a little bit going on here on the Essendon bench. Archer Mate's come back up onto the bench. He's got ice strapped on his left leg. And Peter Wright was just going through some tests with the physio, looking at just checking the stability of his knee.
Oh, that's no good. Remarkably, they're getting a little bit out of the ruck at the moment.
Blackiston, yeah.
Yeah, he's able to jump. This is what I say about this new rule. It takes the bigger player or the heavier player out. These jumping players can now have some impact. Mind you, you've still got to palm it down and you've got to get it close to your teammate.
Collingwood by 56.
There it is again.
In the middle, Blackiston hooks it down behind, but first possession goes the way of Anderson. Kicks Collingwood out to half forward. Hayes trying to keep it out in front of him. Eventually collects, got a handball away, but he's dumped doing so, and it's going to come back and a free kick to the young man for the Pies. Will Hayes, the 19-year-old, is the only teenager out there
I mean, he's got the Bobby Hill position at the moment, doesn't he, Hayes? But I like what he brings. He's, again, not a high possession player, but he's got speed, hasn't he? And he's lively.
High up and under kick. Rainbow drop punt to the top of the goal square. Spills down to Steen. He's tackled dispossessed. Falls away with McGrath. Squeeze a kick out to half-back. Sada shoots a hurried handball, trying to get it to the advantage of Roberts. Too hot for him. Regathers. Somehow got a handball to McGrath, and out of defence the Bombers come. Hand pass away to Caldwell. Shocking kick. Just butchers it, trying to hit sharp. Put it over his head and out of bounds on the hop. So last disposal free for Collingwood. Perryman takes it. Goes short to Crisp.
He had no pressure on him whatsoever. Unfortunately, his game's been like that for most of the day.
Crisp kicks infield to Houston, who moves it on to Pendlebury. He will turn and kick to half forward. And Mackay could have marked, but elects to punch it away. Day Weeks arrives, but Lipinski splits the pair of Bombers, wins the footy, gives it to Maynard, kicks inside 50, and McStay takes it. 45 out, wide out, left half forward.
Well, Ben Mackay.
Okay. Well, he's just all out of confidence at the moment, isn't he? I mean,
well, he's been out of confidence for 4 years. I mean, when was his best game, Bally? I haven't seen him play a good game of football.
McStay from the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Off the post.
Poster.
Looked good for a lot of the journey. Just a little draw at the very end. Into the post, Collingwood by 57.
Still haven't reached the three figures. They're looking for their first time this year, the Pies. Haven't kicked 100 points yet.
14-15 to 6-6. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood intercept again at high half forward. Quaynor by hand to Houston to Crisp. Thought about handballing, just runs it out of there. Had three Bombers around him. Gives it to Lipinski. Short kick into the pocket and hitting up Elliott takes the mark. Left forward pocket for the Pies, and they are toying with Essendon.
Yeah, it's disappointing for a game like this. A lot of seats being vacated at a rate of knots.
In the old line about the hope that kills you, Essendon came here today with a lot of optimism. Their fans thought we are dovetailing nicely. The Pies are coming off as the Bombers are building, and they are not going to get within Kui.
Well, it could be a record score against them for Anzac Day.
Elliott from a tight angle. His drop punt is across the face. Oh, big sit there from Hayes, who got upstairs, but it's punched into the behind post and a throw-in forward pocket for Collingwood. 12 minutes into the last, 57 points, Collingwood's lead.
I know they got some...
It was a hot game last week, Gold Coast. I'm just trying... They look out on their feet and have from a long time out, the Bombers. Again, young team.
Up in the sun.
Yeah, up on the Gold Coast.
Tapping it down Blackiston and then bouncing out with it is McGrath. A couple of bounces as he darts up the corridor. Kicks for Langford at half forward. He marks. Did well to judge it. And 50, Lipinski.
Who ran through there?
Zipped through the protected area.
Oh, he didn't. He wasn't anywhere near that. He ran... Is Ray, what do you reckon for that? That is a give me. That's not 50 metres.
Look at the replay.
So, Mick, on the either side, it's 10 metres, and all the umpire wants to see there is Lipinski take a little vector out to the left, just veer out, don't just roll straight through. He gave him nothing.
Yeah, he interfered with the play, didn't he? I mean, really.
Needed to take the vector.
He can only officiate the rule, though.
Yeah, to be fair, Mick, they've got a direct set of instructions, so the umpire's not making it up. He's implying what he's applying what he's got to, and he's got nothing to hang his hat on there, unfortunately.
Langford, 20 out, kicks the goal. Something for Essendon. It's back to 51 points. 14-15, 99 Collingwood. Essendon 7-6, 48. 13 minutes played, fourth term. Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball.
Well, I will follow up by saying I get that. But are we too... Well, anyway, this is for another moment. It just, to me, is far too severe. If you don't interfere with the kicker, I just don't get that. We've got enough rules in place to protect the kicker without having something that is not being... He's not interfering. But anyway, that's for another moment. Essendon kick a goal from it. Peter Wright can't be too bad. He's back in the ruck.
So that's good news. Just having his knee looked at earlier. Archer May's out of the game with a left leg complaint, so he's got ice on that. The only injury concern to speak of, no major MRO incidents that are caught our attention. 14 minutes in the final term. Collingwood lopsided by 51. Nick Dacos first possession, gives it to Big Bro as Josh kicks down to half forward for Collingwood. It'll slide through in front of Schultz and Hayes. The two Pies collide with each other, and then the hand pass ends up out of bounds. Last disposal free going Essendon's way.
He came off Steele Cyber. I think he's playing for Australia in the soccer.
As Roberts going short with the kick, finds Farrow.
So their first kick from here is they look lateral instead of inboard, and then they play it up the line.
Farrow kicks up to Durham, who goes up to mark. It's a nice kick, Farrow, isn't it? Really good left leg.
That was good. But also the action of having the ball there is good, because if you lose it, it's at least on the wing.
Durham runs away with it. Drives the Dons inside 50. Frampton, 2 bites at it. Doesn't come down with the mark. Wins it at ground level. Handball to Josh Dacos. He flicks it onto Houston, who looks out wide. And a good kick for Roan Steele. Then chips it to Nick Dacos. Right on the centre line, southern side of the ground. Collingwood by 51 points. Quarter hour mark, fourth term. Comes infield to brother Josh.
Nick's going to have 33 minimum, 4 scoring shots, 8 score involvements in not one of his better games. Amazing stat line. As the kick goes down towards McStay, who's got it at high half forward and then laces it out towards Membry, trying to take the chest mark. Punched away from him, still a live footy, scooped up by Membry. Handball towards Pendlebury to McCreary, who just chips it laterally, and now Lipinski marks left half forward. Thought it was coming back for a moment there. Lipinski's got it.
So everyone else, I think, Corby. So
yeah, everyone kind of
boys.
stopped,
They all stopped, yeah.
What's going on here? But Lipinski will have a look, 45 out, left half forward.
Right, you mentioned Nick. He's had plenty of space, certainly since quarter time. Hasn't looked like a hard run with or anything like that. And really, in that third quarter, he was the one that lit it up out of the centre bounce. They couldn't go with him.
Lipinski to finish off the work. The drop punt is neat. Straight through it goes. The Pies crack the ton for the first time in the season. And they have made a mess of the Bombers on the biggest day of their home and away season. 15-15 to 7-6. 16 minutes gone in the final term in front of 92,231. It is Collingwood by 57.
Makes up for his mistake, doesn't he? Makes up for his blue. Paddy Lipinski. Another solid contribution today. 17 possessions, 7 score involvements. Again, was one of the Collingwood players who just looked a little bit off with his disposal. He's such a good user. They love the ball in his hands going inside 50. Certainly after half time, he's got going. He's having a pretty good year, pretty consistent year, Pat. Plenty of time here for the Pies to get well beyond that 100 mark.
Possibly beyond the biggest winning margin on Anzac Day as well. Tapped down by Steen. Nick Dacos backtracking, takes a bounce. Look out now. Handball back into the middle of the ground. McGrath tries to make it his. Leaves it behind. Steen picks it up. Feeds Crisp. Collingwood at half forward. Kicks to Lipinski in nearly the same spot he marks. 40 out, slightly a tighter angle this time. And he'll try and double dip here, Pat Lipinski.
It's been so easy at times, isn't it? Again, Collingwood have made it harder than it's needed to be at times, but how many times have they been able to turn the ball over and then score, go back the other way without any pressure whatsoever?
How typical 2 Essendon players bounced off each other and lost momentum.
Pat Lipinski puts his boot through it from 47, and this is a shocker. The last kick was a beauty, and this one is not. Just sneaks it through for a minor score. Collingwood by 58 points, 18 minutes into this fourth term.
Lipinski now 2 goals, 5 on the season. Don's out of defence. Pryor down the line, comes back Collingwood's way though as Maynard with the spoil, and then into the hands of Lipinski to Pendlebury to Maynard. Handball away to Crisp. Crisp on the run. The AFL's Iron Man slots it. Make it game number 269 consecutively. And a goal to put the cherry on top of that. 64 points, Collingwood's lead. 19 gone final term, 16-16 to 7-6.
Jack Crisp getting in on the act now. And this is where, for a Collingwood player, this is a nice time to be out there playing footy. Big occasion, big crowd. Well and truly on top. The resistance from the opponents is well and truly faded away. It's where they say, if you can't get a kick out there now, You're probably in the twos next week, I reckon.
Goal 99 in Jack Crisp's career.
Yeah, what a player he is.
Incredible. Like Corbin said, 269. Scott Pendlebury, 40 disposals.
Incredible.
He's the first player, 38
Steen,
and over to have 38 disposals or more. Steen down to Nick Dacos, inside 50 again. No mark for Cameron. Side bottom taps it out. A hurried kick from the Dons, and O'Hawley is picked off by Pendlebury. Make that 41. Schultz keeps it alive to side bottom to Lipinski. Handball back to Cameron. Now Pendlebury again. He just chips it back centrally. And McStay marks. He is outstanding, Scotty Pendlebury.
So the next time he plays, he's going to equal the all-time games record, and he's one disposal shy of having his biggest day out ever in terms of touches. So
virtuoso.
So you say to yourself, who are they tagging? Was it Nick? You know, we know
well, they haven't tagged anyone, really.
No, they haven't. There's the one they should have sat on.
He might be about to have a fourth medal draped around his neck as well. McStay finishes it off. A couple for Dan McStay. The Dons were finished off a long time ago, though. 17-16, 118. They 7-6-48. 70 points with 7.5 minutes remaining. The largest ever Anzac Day margin, 73.
Pendlebury's 42, by the way, so he's got 42 today. The only other time in his career he had 42, which is currently his equal high, he was 25 years of age. He's now 38. It was game number 163. He's now playing game number 431. And he was a couple of lockers down from a guy who was 29 years of age in his 200th game. It was Luke Ball's 200th.
There you go.
Wow.
Did you know that, Paulie?
I didn't. No.
He probably got inspired
Never ceases
by
to amaze me.
The highlight reel that they showed during the week, Pendles.
Amazing. 431.
Why wasn't that advantage?
But not only that, though, what is the free kick for?
Steen's been good again.
Is that crossing the circle line? Steen gives a handball away to Nick Dacos. Hand pass on to Quaynor from the wing. Kicks inside 50. They come from all directions. Two bombers flew. Slides out the back for Elliott. He goes. And the Pies are humiliating Essendon on Anzac Day. 76 points. And this is in the all-time territory now. 22 gone final term. Collingwood, large, 18-16, lead Essendon 7-6.
Yeah, 13 goals to 4 after half-time. It's
a smacking.
Well, it's
57 inside.
If you look around the ground, you know who the Essendon supporters are. There's a few that might stay, but by and large, it's just an exodus like Moses crossing the Red Sea. Have a look at it, will you? It's just unbelievable.
Well, it's just a lack of physical pressure in this, second half, really. You saw signs late in that second quarter.
Yeah, you did.
The second half, it's really been bruise-free footy.
Can you blame them,
from Bombers' point of view? No. They beat the traffic, Bomber supporters.
They've been through plenty.
And here's the 250th meeting, for whatever it's worth, between these two sides as well. Here on Anzac Day for the 31st time, and it might be a record margin on this day for Collingwood. They'll win a free kick at half forward here too. Rone Steele emerges with the footy. Pendlebury needs one more for a new career high. Steele kicks inside 50, reaching for it, unable to mark. There is De Goey. Ball spits out. Kick from Roberts, ricochets away. Merritt gathers, handball away to Pryor. Handball to Sardis, and Essendon can clear up to the worn wing.
Kicks to a genuine one-on-one out there, Wright and Frampton. No mark taken. Umpire says keep rolling. As Collingwood through a string of handballs, try and work it out. Eventually back into the path of Steele, who kicks a high up and under. Attacking the footy, Roberts threw his body at it. Free kick. It's going Collingwood's way, though, in the marking contest, coming back to Cameron. Thought about the little give round the back to Nick Dacos. He does so eventually. He's standing in front of him. Possession 38 for Nick. He gives it away to Steele. Centering kick to fall forward. Side bottom leaves up. Trying to play on. Didn't have the first touch. Steele gets the kick away. Side bottom goal somehow. He flew second in line. The mark wasn't paid, and he kicks it through a pack of bodies to make it a 19th for the Pies. And this is embarrassing for Essendon. As Collingwood are running up a score, they've kicked 8 in the final quarter. 19-16 to 7-6. 24 minutes gone in the final term, and the most one-sided Anzac Day clash we've ever seen.
Oh, it's just dreadful, isn't it, really? Feel sorry for the people who have, when they come to this game with so much expectation, just to see a really good contest. Well, unfortunately, this probably ended midway through the second quarter, even though it was a bit closer. 1 goal, 6 the Pies kicked, of which could have been 6-1, and they made sure that has happened this time.
Blackiston palming it forward, but it's pinched by McCreery. Handball to Nick Dacos. Pies in the middle of the ground. Handball to brother Josh. Sweeping handball from McCreery again. Stripped in the mirror tackle. Ball jars free. Gathered by Parrish. Essendon back the other way. Blackiston away to Durham. Sweeping handball. Roby kicks into the pocket. Langford with separation. He takes the mark. 40 out. 45-degree angle. Right half forward.
Hasn't been their worst.
Langford.
Kyle Langford.
Oh, he's held up well on the back line, and then...
Well, they've shifted him forward to try and...
Well, you'd like 2 Langfords, wouldn't you? 1 back and 1 forward. No, he's been okay.
Possession 19. Kicked a goal. This will be his second.
Oh, Langford. Crosses the 50. His set shot from 40 metres out.
Beautiful kick.
Never deviates. Straight through the middle. A couple for Kyle Langford. And it's back to 76 points. Essendon a chance of avoiding the heaviest ever Anzac Day defeat. 19-16, 130. Plays 8-6, 54, 26 into the fourth.
Yeah, you're right. He's been pretty good when you consider the amount of supply in the forward line. How many times they got on the forward line?
31. 31. So 59 to 31 on the day.
But the 59 Bally is with 35 scores.
Yeah.
35 from 59.
Well, and again, there's still...
That has been monstered.
And it's opened up. You still wouldn't say that Collingwood have fixed, today, have come out of today thinking, all our attack and our offensive struggles are fixed, I reckon. They struggled, really, in that first half. The game's really opened up and they've been able to execute a bit better in the second half. But it's been more of an indication of Essendon's lack of pressure in this second half.
Blackiston, long kick inside, down to Durham, long kick inside 50. Quaynor coughed it up, straight to Langford. He gave it away towards Roby. Kick smothered by Quaynor. Collingwood win it back. Steele, hand pass to Frampton, tried to take on the tackler. In fact, Frampton was taken high. Durham can't believe it.
Well, I just don't know about that.
He throws his hands out and demonstrably argues the point. Meanwhile, Collingwood race away, take the advantage through the middle. Houston to McCreery. Handball over to Cameron. Cameron kicks deep. Ball forward. Pendlebury's down there. He's getting the free. One out in the cage with young Archie Roberts, his former student.
I'll show you, son. Hey, old coach, still got it.
I'm surprised you haven't got him at getting 3 base, Bully. I really am.
No, we've still got to think about that, I think, Mick. I think it's,
what, he needs to kick the goal?
Well, what a virtuoso performance. And just watching here, if he sneaks this one through against his young charge from Haileybury College. They shook hands before the game, before they ran through the banner.
The ageless one, Pendlebury, a phenom. Pops it through. He's second of the day. And it's the biggest day he's ever had. 43 disposals after 431 games. Collingwood by 82. Just tipped his lid to young Archie Roberts too after popping it over his head. They're bowing in the terraces. And Pendlebury showing he's still got every bit of it. 2016 to 8-6. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
No, he just drew just again using the brain, the footy IQ. Wasn't a heap in it, but just almost drew the arm over the shoulder from Archie Roberts. He's been Essendon's best, but what a performance.
Did make me think of, I taught you everything you know, not everything I know. Still had a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Scott Pendlebury. Essendon out of the middle through Durham. Dribbles it up towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Lipinski goes and picks it up. Collingwood by 82. As Langford fights after it at half forward. Caught holding the ball. Josh Dacos ends up with it, feeds it to brother Nick, loops a handball. Perryman off half-back. He'll kick out very wide. Edwards, good mark.
Good mark.
Very sticky fingers. Takes it back for Essendon on the logo. Infield to Dersma. Collingwood by 82. Dersma out wide.
Yeah, that's what they've been forced to do all day. Collingwood just take that corridor and monster them.
Roberts looking inside 50, standing in front. Frampton.
Been good for Frampton.
Oh, he's been
having a good year.
Well, he's been a good player from since they've had him. He's a premiership player.
Standing up, no Darcy Moore, so he comes back next week.
Well, who do you drop for him? I mean, he's going to come back. There's no question. They play Hawthorn. But who goes out of the side as a key back? You can't take Frampton out. He's been terrific. Unless they give...
Well, I think the key... I mean, usually Frampton's been the beneficiary of Darcy Moore playing and Howe and that support. But I think what Moore not being out there has done, it's forced him to really lock down and play a bit tighter as a key defender. And yeah, he's having a really good year, Billy Frampton. Still has the odd brain fade and the old heart in the mouth sometimes, but yeah, he's been a really consistent player this year. Look at this, though, way too easy.
Nick Dacos kicks out of the back half. He's up to 42 himself, Nick. And what's meant to be a below par day for him. Cameron comes wide towards Lipinski. Hand pass to Quaynor. That's a dart. Onto the chest of Elliott. Marks at half forward. They're just queuing up in the corridor.
Training drill.
And this is just absolutely effortless. Crisp marks, true centre half forward. He's got a 40 out straight in front.
If you ever look,
Collingwood doing as they please.
And Corby, I know you're an Essendon supporter, I hate to hear this, but there was more Collingwood, more Essendon players behind that, in front of the ball. So in other words, in their forward line, midfield, than Collingwood, who had pushed forward. So he had probably 3 or 4 targets he could have picked out, and they're all clear.
Crisp on the drop punt. Misses. Make it 83 points, the margin in front of over 92,000. The Pies honouring the day with a huge win, perhaps the biggest one we'll ever see in the history of this clash. 83 points.
Sardo Hooley with a kick up to the wing and Frampton spoiling it away. Farrow can't quite run it in. Collected jumpers growing up, had one from every team. I'm sure he'll keep this Anzac Day jumper. Jacob Farrow wearing the number 2 of Keith Rawle, who the jumper honours.
Throwing. Goodness gracious me, that's an Essendon throw-in.
Short throw in and tracking it back is Blackiston. Down as close to the boundary line, off to Dersma, who kicks back inside, defensive 50. That's a turnover. Ends with Josh Dacos. Fires on goal, last line. Sardo Hawley pinches it back for Essendon and kicks from the last line out towards Parrish on the back flank.
See, everyone in Sydney's having a ball too with the close game up there.
Parrish, his 23rd touch of the day, kicks down the wing, spills off hands down towards Merritt. Hand pass inside to Caddy. Look away, hand pass back into dispute. Pryor's got it, feeds it out by hand to Sharp. He heads out to half forward with the kick, and Edwards marks right on the 50.
66-16 in the NRL, Corbin.
Wow.
Way of Sydney City over the Dragons.
Edwards to full forward, hands on it from Caddy. He's going to get a free at full forward.
He's tried pretty hard, mate, Caddy.
Oh, he has.
Yeah. And that was just an example. He put the head down. Everyone else has slowed to a walk, but he charged forward into space and earned himself a free kick. And this will be 3, I think. He probably could have had 4 or 5. Missed a couple early.
Yeah. 3 behinds to start the game. He's going to have the last kick of it. And Collingwood make a mess of the Bombers. Caddy goals after the bell, but it can't save Essendon from the heaviest all-time Anzac Day clash defeat. 77 points in a Pendlebury performance for the ages.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Scott Pendlebury had a career day. In game number 431, a career high
43 disposals, 19 of them led to scores. He kicked 2 himself. A phenomenal performance from one of the all-time greats who next week will equal Brent Harvey, or at least when he next plays, as the most capped player in the history of the game. Collingwood, they won every quarter and just about every moment. The Magpies by 77.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
We've never before had a 4-time winner of the Anzac medal, 3 times for James Hird, 3 times for Scott Pendlebury. He may be into new ground again, Pendlebury, in a few moments from now. The goal kickers, 3 for De Goey, 2 each for Pendlebury, McStay, McCreery, Anderson and Steele, who kicked the first of the game. Meanwhile, 1 each for Lipinski, Elliott, Schultz, Sidebottom, Crisp and Hayes. Everybody got a lick of the ice cream from a Collingwood perspective. While for the Bombers, 3 for Caddy, 2 for Day Wicks, 2 for Langford, 1 for Kako and 1 for Durham. It was a false dawn for the Dons after a spirited couple of weeks. They are back in the doldrums. Collingwood by a record margin in the 31 editions of these games. They win by 77.
Oh, I don't know how to say this, but I think Justin Trudeau, the former Canadian Prime Minister, is just out on the ground chatting to Craig McRae and Darcy Moore at the moment as well.
Well, that's the way to say it.
That's the way to say it. Yeah,
There he is.
Just say it. Yeah, just say what you see.
Very bizarre.
Yeah, well, there you go. It was that sort of day, to be honest, Ben. It was well, certainly from a first half point of view, Mick, we won't be watching that one again. We won't be watching the highlights from the first half. There weren't too many of them. It was a really scrappy, and both teams not quite finding any sort of fluency with the footy like we spoke about. Yeah, if it was there, it was okay, but as we said, probably late in that second quarter, you had the feeling that Collingwood were starting to dominate and take control, and then that's how it played out in the second half. It was a procession, really, after half-time. All one-way traffic, 62 inside, 50s to 34, and in the end, it was just Collingwood. They're still trying to find, aren't they, that best mid-forward mix, that that sort of connection piece there, and that included converting. They had 3 posters in the third quarter and then another 2 in the last. So
12 goal kicks, Wally.
Yeah, well, that's a good sign, isn't it?
It's a great sign.
And sometimes when it's not really clicking, early in the season, if you just get even contribution, as a coach, that's a good way to start and get yourself back into form. So, a big win in the end and pretty disappointing second half performance from the Bombers.
Yeah, I feel, as a football purist, I feel really sorry for the public that have 93,000, I think, have turned up. It's such an important game. It sort of throws it out there again. Do you play the last year's grand finals?
Don't do this.
But we've got to ask the question when you have games like this. I only say that because is there an absolute guarantee that these two sides have to play? Yep, we've had it for 31 years.
31 editions.
31 years.
Always brings a crowd.
Yeah, well, that's right. We don't want them leaving at three-quarter time, though.
Yep.
Which they have done on a few occasions.
If they build the day and they tell the stories, and I don't know, I feel like why mix up?
Look, I'm sort of caught because I just think, I was fortunate. I've coached 12 here and 1 over New Zealand, and I felt as if I felt at times, not overly privileged. I was overly privileged to be, because Collingwood and Essendon sort of invented it, do they own it? And I guess at times I thought, we were close to the bottom of the ladder and thinking, I wonder if there's a better game for the supporters.
Here's Hamish McLaughlin.
The Essendon Football Club were beaten by a better side today. Would you now please welcome Jennifer Ward, mother of Benjamin Renato, who paid the ultimate sacrifice in action in Afghanistan in 2009 while serving in the Australian Army. Jennifer will present the Anzac Day medal to the player whose conduct and play during the game best exemplifies the Anzac spirit. Skill, courage in adversity, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. And the winner of the Anzac Day medal for the 4th time. Is Scott Pendlebury of the Collingwood Football Club.
I'd just like to thank every fan that rocks up today on behalf of both footy clubs. You make today such a privilege to play on. The atmosphere you guys create for both sides is unbelievable. To Essendon, it's always a great fight to play against you guys on a day like today. Keep chipping away at it. And to our boys, well done. Great win. Let's go on to the next one. Cheers, guys.
Would you now please welcome Braden Maynard, today's captain of the Collingwood Football Club, to receive the Anzac Day trophy from both President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Mark Schroeffel, and Jack Crawford, acting CEO of RSL Victoria. This is a perpetual trophy provided by the RSL in dedication to the memory of those footballers who served in times of war. The names of the VFL footballers known to have sacrificed their lives during active service are inscribed on the trophy.
Oh, what a champion Scott Pendlebury is. Give it up for him one more time. Firstly, just want to say thank you to both clubs for participating in today. It's such a great game. It's more than a game today. We just want to show our respect to the ones that served and the ones that are serving today. So thank you very much for that. And then just respect to Essendon for coming today. It's a great game always. It's a massive occasion for all, and it's such a great day to be a part of. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Braden. Thank you all very much for coming. Get home safely. That concludes the Anzac Day at the MCG for 2026.
It's an incredible trophy. The trophy which features a base of ironbark from a World War I ammunition wagon and bronze columns containing metal from the Gallipoli battlefield. So it's an incredible piece of silverware that the teams get to win as the perpetual trophy here in the games between Collingwood and Essendon. 19 wins for Collingwood, 10 losses and 2 draws. So in 31 editions, the Magpies have dominated this clash, and so they have again today. Luke Ball, you were part of the voting panel. Is that one of the easiest medals you voted on?
It's nice, isn't it, when you get you don't have to think too hard about that one. And say to Mick, I think that last quarter, it was real junk time, wasn't it? And really, you could argue from halfway through the third quarter. But what a marvel he is. I feel privileged, Mick, to have called him an ex-teammate. Privileged to say he's a premiership teammate. It's just unbelievable. I remember the impression he made when I arrived at the club. I'd been playing for 8 years, and I think it was only his third, and he just commanded a presence, the way he trained, the way he prepared. In the end, I learned a lot off him, and in a lot of ways, tried to follow him and model him the way I prepared myself, and he continues to do it today. Yep. To some of these players who weren't born when he started playing. It's incredible, isn't it? And how sort of lovely little twist of irony that he ends up one-on-one in the goal square with the guy who was Essendon's best player today, must be said, Archie Roberts, but a guy who developed under Scott's mentorship as well in his part-time role as an assistant coach. I mean, you sort of feel like he'll move into coaching at some stage. But when you see that, I mean, as long as the team's still around the mark, he can just keep playing.
Why should he? That's exactly. Yeah. Why should he even contemplate? It's the same with Steel Sovereign. Well, smart players will stay in this game because there's not a lot of great players coming through, or good players.
It's a great point. In that first half, which I mean, the second quarter in particular, let's be honest, the skill level from both teams was really poor. Fumbles and poor. He stood out, didn't he? Yeah. Scott stood out because he was the one who said, "Okay, when I've got the footy, I'm going to treat it like gold. I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to have some composure, not just cough it up, not to give it to a teammate who's in a worse position or who's under pressure. And it just stands out. And yeah, I mean, Sidebottom worked into the game, didn't he? But he's another one who's in that mould. And how lucky this Collingwood team are to have them both out there.
Does it matter where he breaks the record? So they play off a 5-day break, so Thursday night against the Hawks?
Well, I mean, they're not in the position, really, depending on how, and let's be honest, that was training drill like, really, that second half. So,
right.
yes, it'll be a short turnaround to Thursday, but at the moment, Collingwood aren't in a position to be able to be flirting with their form. If he's in their top 3 players at the moment, and they're coming up, they've got a tough run, they're coming up against a steaming Hawthorn team, they need him out there to be any chance of winning the game. So I'm not sure that they have the ability to manage his, maybe the travel. So maybe he misses the travel, which I think is the week after.
Or the week after that. At the moment, if he plays against Hawthorn, he'll equal the record next Thursday night. And then the record-breaking games against Geelong here at the G.
So why not make it that one on Saturday night?
Otherwise, if he misses this Thursday, for example, off the short week, it would knock the record-breaking game to Sydney in Sydney.
No, I think he's got to play, Paulie. I'm with you.
Well, he won't want to rest.
And the thing is about him, though, you're right. He was hardly in a contest. I mean, he controlled. You look at Scotty Pendlebury, and I was just watching his positional play for a lot of the day, and he ran between centre-back and centre-forward through the middle.
Corridor.
Through the middle, no one went near him.
Classic old centreman role, wasn't it?
Yep, so he's able to get the ball and then distribute the ball. He has had a what you call a 2-hour training session today, so I wouldn't be overly... I'd certainly...
I was going to be... I only laid the one tackle, so I was going to be a bit critical of my old mate. So a bit of work, bit of work to do.
You know what he'll say to you? When you've got the ball,
you don't need a tackle.
Why would you tackle
exactly.
when you've got the ball?
He used to say that's what you blue collar blokes are for. You do all the tackling, Mick, and fair enough.
Well, if he's got the ball, you can't tackle when you've got the ball, Benny, can you?
Malcolm Blight taught me that. He said the ruckman taps it to the rover, who kicks it to the full forward, kicks the goal, it goes back to the middle. He said, where do you tackle in all of that?
Who got the 2 and the 1? Bally in the votes?
I mean, it was daylight, wasn't it? But in the end, I went with Nick, who numbers are one thing. I just thought, and it wasn't his absolute best game. I mean, he has 14 score involvements, kicks 4 behinds. But I thought the third quarter, when they really put the gap on them, Nick's third quarter was magnificent out of the centre. And sometimes he's a victim of his own high standards, isn't he? So, an 80% Nick Dacos game is better than most players in the competition. So went with Nick, and then went with his brother for the 1 vote. I thought his first quarter, Josh, was really good.
Yeah.
12 possessions and
when the pressure was on too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And in the end, Chris was good. They all got involved, didn't they? Lipinski, Houston. Like Frampton's game, DeGoey was good in his first game back. They all got involved, and in the end, McCreery had some moments. So there was probably 12 Collingwood players before Archie Roberts, in fairness.
We'll take those in the ABC Footballer of the Year. 3 for Pendlebury, 2 for Nick Dacos, 1 for Josh Dacos. It was a record-winning margin, 77 points. Collingwood over Essendon. They won every single quarter, 2017 to 9-6, and Pendlebury had an all-time day, 43 disposals, the best in his 431-game career. For the folks listening in South Australia, you'll be off to Port Adelaide and Geelong coming up. So Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Ebony Marinoff, Rod Jamieson and Braden Ingram will let you duck out after the completion of the Magpies song, so we'll let you depart at that particular stage. 77-point win for the Pies. Let's go celebrate with the winners. Ray Chamberlain's down there. Razor.
G'day, Corbin. It's a buoyant mood, as you can imagine. A massive day. It's full down here, I can assure you of that. And there's plenty of smiles. And I love with the Collingwood side. You talk about the ageing Collingwood stars. Well, what comes with that are kids and families, and all the young children come down and get in the circle. It's brilliant. Circling up now for the song. Just lining up all the kids under 3.
The day ends pretty similar to how it started, just the silence and just a crying baby in the background, which is what you heard in the Collingwood rooms. What a day for the Magpies. So 77-point winners over Essendon. If you haven't already in South Australia, get out of here off to Port Adelaide and Geelong. For everybody else, we'll be taking you there shortly. If you're in WA, though, or on News Radio throughout Sydney and Brisbane, if you want to find a call of that game, you better stream it through ABC Listen. So there's a call available through ABC Listen. If you're on ABC Radio in WA, we'll take you over to Perth, all the build-up. The Len Hall game, something I grew up with. It's really run almost concurrently with this Anzac Day clash for a long period of time. The Dockers have done such a great job with it. They've had rotating opponents, and again tonight, the Carlton is the team that they host. So Fremantle and Carlton, for those of you in WA.
Gee, that one, you don't want to say it, but there's potential for a few more blowouts, isn't there, tonight? So we've had Hawthorn towel up the Suns.
And see who's out of the Carlton side. Key ruck and key forward.
Yep, Mackay.
Yep.
Yep, Collins obviously isn't playing.
There's another one. Fremantle, they'd be happy if they kick 15 goals. But they've got a better forward line, but they don't have as deep.
Well, there's a live kill there tonight. Port Adelaide, Port were really good last week. In the end, they could have pinched the game against the Hawks. So, that's true.
It's a good call out, though, Bally. I mean, we did a victory lap on Monday thinking, how great's the season? We had 5 games decided by 9 points or less. This weekend, by the way, we've gone 11 goals on Thursday night, Sydney over the Bulldogs. We've gone 9 goals on Friday night, Melbourne over Richmond. We've had 49 points, Hawthorn over the Gold Coast. And then today, the all-time record winning margin in one of these matches, Collingwood by 77 points over Essendon. I cut you off before, Mick, but it is an important conversation to have. Do you think Collingwood and Essendon should be bumped off the date on Anzac Day as the blockbuster here at the MCG?
I've just seen, I was over at Collingwood this afternoon, before this, and there are 3 different groups, and you try to be as informative as you can. And I wouldn't want to rob Collingwood or Essendon of the game but what right have they got over 31 games? So it's 31 years. So the rights have been, we've had draws, we've had some great games, we've had some great players. The medal can only go to a Collingwood Essendon player. The others just look back and go, wouldn't it be, I'd love to play. I don't know what the answer is. You've said it, which I really didn't take into consideration. There's 93,000. You could have a game of 2 up out there, you're going to get 92,000 or 93,000 because it's the occasion. But at some stage, don't we want to say the reward for an Anzac Day may well be last year's grand final? This could have been Brisbane Geelong. We don't know. One could have tailed right off. You don't know, and you can't make up the draw as you're going along. So you've got to pre-arrange the draw. I'm not sold either way. I'd hate to think I'm trying to downgrade what Collingwood have done nor what Sheedy's done at Essendon, but I just feel that the seats were starting to empty two-thirds way through the third quarter.
It's better than having them not filled at the start, though, isn't it?
So you're suggesting that a Brisbane-Geelong game may not get 93,000?
I don't think so. I think it wasn't as if we didn't play footy on Anzac Day before 1995, but we built it up into this game.
I understand.
So then to say, hey, thanks for all that. By the way, we're now going to share it around and give it to someone else.
As I say, I'm divided because I see a game like this and I'm thinking, look, I did pick Collingwood and I thought I was hoping for a close game, but reality was that you can't go on 10 quarters of football and go, we're over the hump. And Collingwood, I know the way Collingwood play. And as soon as you read about the young kids playing, you think they're going to squeeze them up and squeeze the life out of them. And this could go anywhere. But the only thing why I didn't pick Collingwood for bigger margins is they haven't kicked big scores. Yeah. They've just smashed the scoreboard today. No, I'm going to leave it open. I'm not saying one way or the other. I will say, though, I'd love to think there's a game, which there is in Perth, and it becomes a permanent fixture on Anzac Day. And I'd love to think that Adelaide go, look, we might have to start a bit earlier. We have to start earlier than the Melbourne game. But let's get the southern states who have been so football since 1880s involved, where Port or Adelaide have the game and they play whoever. And you've got the southern, because we keep feeding the northern states, so let's have that.
And the problem for Essendon fans, and there'll be people out there getting prickly about the conversation, if you play like that
it leaves yourself open for questions. The same way it did for Richmond and Carlton. All-time record winning margin, Collingwood by 77. Let's go back, celebrate with the winners, and Ray Chamberlain. Razor.
Thanks, Corbin. And look, we're down in the winning rooms here. We've been, Billy Frampton's taken some time out of his aftermatch. Thank you very much, Bill. Mate, there's never a dull week in the AFL, and you guys have had a massive month. 4th win for the season, just to tilt the ledger in your favour. On field, what was the focus coming into this week?
Yeah, our focus is pretty simple, really. We just wanted to bring our pressure. I think a lot of people have been talking about our offence and how that's been maybe not clicking how we want, but we knew the bones were in place, and we just had to let our pressure and DNA come to the fore, and eventually it'll start ticking over how we want it. So really good game to get a bit of nourishment, especially for the forwards. So yeah, a lot of boxes ticked.
The Collingwood Football Club, and obviously the other club today being Essendon, in conjunction with the AFL, you do an incredible job in honouring the servicemen and women, past, present. It's a privilege that comes with enormous responsibility, right? So give us an insight into the week and how the club educate and immerse the group in the history of the Anzacs.
Yeah, it is such a massive occasion. In my opinion, I think it's our most proud day as a country, and it's such a privilege to be able to play on this day and try and channel some of that spirit from our Anzacs and those who serve. So the club represented really well. We had a couple of speakers come in from the local RSL and another one who served in Vietnam, and he was an older guy, and he played in our under-19s way back, and it was quite emotional. He came in, wasn't supposed to speak, and then he sort of got up off his own bat and gave some stirring words. It was quite an emotional time. And really inspiring, obviously, to see what those guys have gone through, especially some of our Vietnam vets. So, it was incredible.
It was a great mix today. You had 3 players who was their very first Anzac Day game, and then you've got a couple of more experienced guys. You might have heard of them, Sidebottom, Howe, Crisp, a bloke named Pendlebury. Went all right today. Talk us through the relationship between those older guys and the younger guys and the impact that has.
Yeah, it's so important. I think we do have a lot of youth coming through. We're probably lacking a little bit in that middle sort of echelon of age, so it's sort of old and young. But the old guys are absolutely incredible at how they bridge that gap. Like Howie, Sidey and Pendles are as good at teachers as anyone, and obviously their on-field stuff's amazing too. So to play with them, my experience of playing with Howie, like he sets the game up for you. Pendle's the same with all the mids. Like he literally tells you what to do at times out there while helping himself to 43 and 2, which I think is a career high, if I'm not mistaken, which is absolutely insane for the old bloke. So yeah, we're so lucky to have him in our team.
Boys, any questions that you might have for Billy?
Oh, just a quick one for Billy. Don't worry about the old bloke. He'll get enough praise. Billy, just on your year, I think would you say it's been a really consistent 7 weeks of footy? You haven't had your partner in crime, Darcy, down there a little bit, but I feel like you've taken that opportunity to really step up as the leader down there in the back 6.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been a good opportunity for me to sort of play a bit without Darcy and just sort of try and marshal the troops a little bit myself, obviously with Howie carrying a bit of the load. So I try to just take it in my stride and really wanted to start the year well in a good, consistent fashion. And I think I'm sort of ticking those boxes at the moment, feeling really confident in my game, and just want to keep going week to week and not have any lapses.
I think the ruck's become a really key position this year, just with the tweaks. And again, Oscar Steen, when he gets his opportunity tonight, I think, when the game, not that it was in the balance, but when you really had to put the foot down, it was him out of that centre. It's become quite a weapon, especially with Nick and Geordie back in the team tonight. Being able to run onto it into space.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a massive weapon. He's so good in the CBs. Vertical leaps, incredible, and the way he taps the ball down, especially to Nick. I'm sure Nick's in his ear 24/7 during the game, telling him where to put it. And he's just so good in there. Gives us a really good look. I noticed last week too, he sort of changed the game a bit in the last quarter, and I feel like he did it again. I feel like we didn't lose many CBs today, which as a backman's unbelievable. Don't have to deal with those coming out the front too often. So, yeah, he's been a huge bonus for us.
You mentioned your offence, and I think today, yeah, you're right. It's good to sometimes get a bit of an easy kill in that second half, and sometimes you just need to break through and put a good score on the board, because when we look ahead, you've got a tough 3 weeks coming up, haven't you? The Hawks and then Geelong and the Swans are on the top of the ladder at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't get any easier, but yeah, you've got to play who's in front of you. And we knew today was a bit of a chance against a younger team to obviously start really well and be a bit of an arm wrestle, and then if we can break them, hopefully get our offence moving and get some score on the board. So yeah, I think we broke 100 for the first time in a while this year, so it feels good for everyone. Get a bit of reward, and yeah, obviously a big couple of weeks coming up, so we'll be looking forward to that.
Billy, last post is plain, MCG silent. What are you thinking about in that moment?
Yeah, it's a sensation, mate. Like, you can't really describe it. I get a little bit emotional just sort of reflecting on people who've gone before us and what they've done for our country. We don't exist without them. So it's a moment of reflection and just thinking about those people and the sacrifices they've made. And then once the plane flies over and the crowd roars, you sort of can't feel your body. It's a little bit of an out-of-body experience. So, pretty incredible way to play footy.
Awesome. Congratulations on the win today and being part of it all. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs as well with Billy Frampton in the Collingwood rooms. A win by 77 points for the Pies. The ABC Footballer of the Year votes. We've pinched Ballie's votes from the Anzac medal. So 3 for Pendlebury, no surprise. 2 for Nick Dacos, 1 for Josh Dacos. So 5-day break to Hawthorn. Hawks are humming too. They won without Sicily and more today by 49 points over Gold Coast. And then after that, it's Geelong off a longer break. I think it's a Saturday night. It's an away game for Collingwood, so Geelong will be laughing. They'll be licking their lips thinking this is great. We can sell a few corporate boxes and a few seats and get the Magpie Army along. So if he plays the next 2 games, he'll equal Boomer next Thursday night, and then he'll break it the following Saturday.
It's a Saturday, Veronica. Saturday night?
Saturday night,
yep.
It's
you're going to have a new running mate. Instead of you and Boomer, it's going to be you and Pendles as the all-time games record holders.
See, as I say to you, no record stands forever. That's the whole idea. The ones you win Ballie's premiership with, as a coach, you've got the medallion. That's yours for 2010, and from there on in, it's all over. Are we seeing a ladder that's just starting to crystallise, which is like Hawthorn has just knocked off Gold Coast. We had high hopes that Gold Coast would be highly competitive to the point of challenging for the top 4.
Yep.
They've been smashed.
Still a bit pretendy, I think.
Well, that's where I'm coming from, Bully.
Lost 3 of their last 4.
3 of the last 4. I don't know how Hugo Hagan went. He kicked 1.
Had it 7 times, kicked 1.
Well, that's not enough. Jack Johnson, feeding him. These older players, it's telling me exactly what Scott Pendlebury said to me a year, I think it was Corby, I remember saying to you, Scotty said, all those pre-seasons, the long pre-seasons have just served me now. I can just nestle in. I know what I have to do. My body's already equipped for it. Dunstan was probably, when he went to Brisbane, told that he's not going to get a game at Hawthorn. Mm-hmm. At Hawthorn, he was told, look, you might struggle. And he struggled for the first few weeks back at Hawthorn. I think he might be leading the goal kicking. If he's not, he's pretty close to it.
Well, and he's so, like we saw what they were like without him last week.
Yeah.
We did that game. They really struggled forward of the ball against Port Adelaide without... And we've heard Sam Mitchell call him his safety blanket.
Yeah.
He's such a smart player and kicks it so well. So, yeah, they look like the most logical. I mean, the Swans' best at the moment is really, really good. And they've still got Soldiers to come back, of course.
That's it. They're a real dangerous side.
And we still think the Lions will probably time their run. Their best, I think, still the best in the competition. But then I think the Hawks are the next. And then, we keep dismissing or overlooking the Cats. I think that's your top. I think that's your top 4 at the moment.
I think they're the best Victorian side. Fremantle is...
Or outside of Hawthorn.
I'd just like to think... Yeah, I think Geelong are better than Fremantle.
Okay.
Geelong are better than Hawthorn. But Fremantle's a side that we keep hearing, they're there. If they get Young back in the side, then they're...
Played last week, yep.
Yeah, but playing the way...
Yep.
Because right now, they are... Compared to Collingwood, even Collingwood, I mean, their depth in the middle... This Anderson, I mean, he's jumped up out of... If you drop Long and leave Anderson aside, they're saying, listen, we don't mind the toughness of Long, but this kid can finish off. He was very, very good.
We've got another half a dozen minutes or so. Your thoughts on the SMS. Hi, ABC footy experts. Can you explain to me how the Dons thrashed the Demons 2 weeks ago? Really funny game footy from Pauline.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, short answer, no, Pauline. Sorry, can't explain it.
Beansy from Broadford in Victoria. G'day, Corby, Ben, Mick and Bawley. I have to congratulate you on an excellent call of a terrible game. I can hardly watch, but I'm enjoying listening to you fellas. Thanks, Beansy. Appreciate that. Off the SMS, mixed reviews for you. Well, not so much. Mick didn't really pin his colours to either way, but at least raised the question about the Anzac Day blockbuster. Kevin in Shenton Park says, Corbin, declare your interest. Mick is right. Should be shared around. I'm an Essendon fan, which I thought was I didn't think it was a secret in any way, shape or form. And from Anne, no, Mick, Victoria's lost so much to other states. Let's keep it as a day we developed. It's about the servicemen and women. From Anne. So that's a little...
fair enough. I'd live with either one of them. I just want to see a good game of footy. That's what I want to see. I want 92,000 a day.
231.
I'd like to see 92,000 stay right to the last second of the game because it's so close.
And the reason why the question gets raised is because one team didn't live up to their end of the bargain today. I mentioned it during the call. The false dawn of the Bombers. So back to the doldrums again for Essendon. How does Brad Scott chop this up? That this was early season Essendon. The games that we saw against the Hawks and the Power revisited.
Can I just say about it though? I'll put the coach's hat on, and certainly, I love Brad, so don't get me wrong in this. You identify, the first thing you do is identify the strength of your opposition. And player for player, game style. Game style is we are going to pressure and and you heard Billy Frampton say it, we're going to out-pressure the opposition. So they pressure from the front forward and they make sure the ball doesn't leave their forward line. They pressure in around the ball. Now they've got a dynamic little ruckman, a tall young ruckman that can actually push that ball where he likes. Their back line under pressure is, and Bully, you know it, can be found out. But it was never found out because the ball didn't move quick enough in there. So that's the first identifiable thing that you would do as an Essendon. And you go, the more we hang on to the footy, the more we're going to give it back to Collingwood. So let's keep our 6 forwards on their 6 backs to keep them honest, back our mids to get the ball in there and then flood the area and put them under pressure. Never happened at any stage during the game that was Essendon being able to put pressure back on Collingwood's. There's a couple of players that are a little bit iffy at ground level, not courage-wise, just touch-wise, and also on the lead. I think, Bully, you named it a couple of times. They're a bit fragile because the Essendon found their way in there, but they stopped doing the run. They stopped getting the ball quickly into the forward line. They've got Caddy down there who can mark the football. He was opposed to a player who was always going to be playing off him in Howe early on. Didn't exploit it. So I'm thinking that perhaps they just didn't identify the strength of Collingwood and try to at least do something about it.
I think the effort, like why you're feeling so glum about it, I think, Corby, was just their lack of resistance, when the tide started to turn. And sometimes, a player like Nick Davis, and we saw it last week as well, when they get on a roll, okay, sometimes you get beaten by talent, but there just felt like a real lack of it, and the body language reflected it. It was like, oh, no, this is... Yeah, we haven't got the run. This is going to be too hard. So it was a training drill from really 10 minutes into that third quarter.
So how and why can that happen?
I think maybe the first thing to go physically, and that's the thing. Yeah, really, I mean, for all the praise that we're heaping on, the Anzac Day medal winner and Scott Pendlebury, and then we talk about all these other players, you're right. They're the ones that have always been successful. They recognise those moments, and, when things aren't going your way, sometimes you've just got to find a way, don't you? Screw your guts up and do something to stem the flow. And, I think that's where the Bombers are short at the moment. I think when you look at the team, I really love Andy McGrath, but... And Zach and the other leaders, but their inability to be able to stand up physically. Not one Essendon player had double figures contested possession. Yeah, well, it was a really sort of open
uncontested possessions would be the biggest thing of all time, because he'll win his contested football. But if Scott Pendlebury wins uncontested possession between centre back, centre forward, then someone's not doing the right thing.
It felt a bit 1 step forward, 2 steps back today after 10 positive quarters, and all of a sudden Essendon fans came here today with a bit of optimism, and thud. Big reality check for the Dons. 77 points, the most lopsided Anzac Day clash we have ever seen. We're going to do something a little funky here. So we're going to drop off one audience, and then 4 minutes later we're going to drop off another audience. And there's a good reason for that, given the fact we don't want to crash headfirst straight into the Anzac observance ceremony, which is taking place in Adelaide. So if you want to listen to the game between Port Adelaide and Geelong in full, don't forget you can stream all these games in their entirety through ABC Listen. So every game available, you can check it out there. But if you are in WA, we're about to leave you to it. You're off to Perth Stadium for Fremantle and Carlton. And goodbye to all our audience on News Radio
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Anzac Day 2026. A day to reflect and remember all those who have served.
I'm very proud of the 40th Battalion. I swear I've never seen a better one. Never a defeat, never pushed back. You can't beat a record like that, you know.
A day to thank those who continue to serve.
I love going on deployment and I love what I do, but I really, really love coming home. When I think about Anzac Day, I think about the fact that there is a very good reason that we don't celebrate, we commemorate it. And the reason for that is that, frankly speaking, war is hell.
A day to celebrate the Anzac spirit of courage.
I felt it a duty that everyone to go to the war.
Of mateship.